I'm now an old man. Recently, I was diagnosed with an incurable disease, and I've been given less than 6 months to live. I had no children, though my dear wife and I had always wished for them. She was ravaged by cancer before her 25th birthday and had to undergo surgery where all her female organs were removed. They took away the playground, leaving just the slide, so to speak. When I was 23, I enrolled in the police academy in Springfield, Illinois. I graduated with honors at the top of my class and was assigned to a tiny rural town that I'll keep unnamed. I won't disclose the name of the city, the county, or the real names of the suspects mentioned here. For years, I wanted to share these stories with someone but was afraid of the confidentiality agreements I signed when I joined the force. What will they do to me now? Eat me alive? Take my birthday? Damn, I have no hope of seeing my next birthday anyway. I will try to follow the rules of this forum as best as I can, but some of the stories I need to tell aren't long enough to form a complete post, and some are interconnected. So, without further procrastination, here are my tales from patrols in a rural area. My first strange shift was in May 1977. I was parked at a local rest stop, monitoring for speeding and reckless drivers. God, it was hot that day. I was sweating like a sinner in church. I remember that just before the radio crackled to life, things seemed to change. I went from being just hot and sweaty to feeling an overwhelming, primal panic. When the static broke through, I thought I was going to pass out, damn it all. Unit 75, respond. Unit 75, copy that. Unit 75, the dispatch is informing you that you're parked at local name rest area. Is that your current location? Yes, dispatch, that's my position, out. Good. We've just received an anonymous tip that a black semi-truck is speeding down the road toward the old mining facility. The driver is said to have crossed the road entirely and nearly hit a school bus. It's reported that the truck has a large bulldog emblem on the windshield as a distinguishing feature. Can you head to the mine and report back? Understood, dispatch. I drove my patrol to the mining facility, headlights on, speeding yet cautious. I know I can do this, okay? I've never pulled someone over just for speeding before. Anyway, I turned onto Highway 35, which led to the old mine. I was about a mile down that road when I saw the smoke from a truck. It must have been emitting absolutely black exhaust fumes, with 4-meter-high smoke columns billowing from the old Freightliner's tailpipe. I closed the distance between us and turned on the sirens to encourage the driver to slow down and stop. The road was too narrow to pull to the side, so I couldn't force him off the road, and my presence behind him didn't seem to affect his speed. I glanced at the driver's door to identify him, but the windows were as dark as the paint. At one point, we were both racing down a 1.5-lane road at 95 miles per hour, with no possibility for another vehicle to pass. I called dispatch and asked them to block the road at the other end. It took 3 minutes for 2 more patrol cars to take the short detour around town and block the road. We don't know if any other vehicles entered that road during that time. It was a Freightliner with a silver bulldog emblem, and one patrol car was speeding almost 100 miles per hour down a narrow, winding mountain road, deep in the wilderness. The only damned things on that road were a campground we had already passed and the abandoned mine we were heading toward. At that time, there were thankfully very few houses on that road. During the chase, dispatch informed me that I had permission to immobilize the truck if possible. I drew my service revolver from my holster and aimed it out the window at the far rear left tire. All 6 shots hit the tire. I watched it blow out and distort each time, but it didn't slow the driver at all. I reported to dispatch, and they told me to refrain from further aggression and reduce my speed to the legal limit since the man had no way out. I hated it, but a command is a command. I released the gas pedal and let the truck pull ahead of me. He also slowed down. I shook my head. I remember thinking something like, Oh, this bastard is getting on my nerves now. As a side note, back then it wasn't uncommon for officers and the good old boys to butt heads during an arrest. It was almost expected with certain suspects. I admit I had intended to teach that jerk a lesson. He could have killed the kids on the bus. He could have taken out every vehicle in the opposite direction on that road. As we both slowed, the black smoke rising from the exhaust pipes took on a different quality. It shimmered like a heat-induced mirage. It was strange. While it shimmered, I felt drawn to the shapes and the smoke. I had to fight to keep control of my vehicle. At one point, about 300 feet from the entrance of the old mine, the truck went around a bend, and for less than a second my view was blocked. When I looked over the hill, it was gone. No smoke, no wreck. It hadn't driven off the road or hidden. It had simply, damn it, vanished. Unit 75, respond out. Unit 75, this is dispatch. Dispatch, the truck from the pursuit on Highway 35 has disappeared. Repeat, the big truck is gone. Unit 75, the units at the end of the road didn't see the truck but heard it drive through the mine. Out. Dispatch, that's impossible. We haven't gone that far yet. Unit 75, check and respond. Out. I sped to the mine entrance. Since the site was abandoned, they had installed one of those swinging iron gates at the entrance. It was dented. The damage was old and already heavily rusted, so I knew it wasn't the Freightliner. I drove up the rough country road to the plateau of the hill where the open pit mine was. The roads twisted and turned with several 90-degree hairpins. No way a truck could accelerate there, and damn it, that was all I could do to avoid having to reset my stubborn Ford and make another attempt. I reached the plateau and saw at the edge of the excavation, where the mining company lost the coal, an old, rusted truck pressed against the rock. It looked like it had rolled down the hill, and someone had dragged it back up and parked it there out of the way. I parked my patrol car and got out to inspect it. As I got closer, I could see the truck was burned. Most of the paint was intact, replaced by a few years of rust. I approached the driver's side of the battered cab and was astonished to find the door open. The door frames hadn't had the paint burned off, and they were as black as the coal dust I was walking on. I stared at the wreck for a moment, and then I saw it. A large silver bulldog emblem hanging from the top of the cab. Dispatch had sent the other two patrol cars to my location when I didn't respond to radio calls. They found me crouched beside the cab, staring at the piece of metal I still had with me. I know I saw it as a bulldog, but when they arrived, it was a distorted mass of crusted aluminum. No one knew what to make of the incident or the situation. We eventually reported that the truck had escaped. Later that year, I learned that the truck driver had one day rolled his rig down the mountainside with 2 full coal bunkers. 8 years before I chased him on that road. I guess he makes the trip once a year. I was called upon again the next year, but I didn't bother to chase him again. I just drove to the mine and placed a silver bulldog emblem on the rusted wreck. I'm tired, folks. I have better stories, but this one weighs on me for some reason. Maybe it's because I saw that truck parked on my farm, maybe because of my age and the cancer, but it still weighs on me. I was researching a term paper on local history for college when I stumbled upon an old microfilm edition of the Lone Star Chronicle. One headline made my heart skip a beat. Unidentified man found dead. Police suspect foul play and supernatural forces. The article was sparse on details. It mentioned that the body had been discovered in the same remote stretch of West Texas where I'd once lived. A lonely stretch of scrubland and mesquite groves near the Rio Grande. I closed my eyes and tried to sort through the memories. Hadn't there been talk of a violent storm back then? Fuzzy images and sounds returned. Strange, terrifying days. I recalled seeing a man outside our farmhouse. Could he have been connected to the victim? I even remembered being questioned by local officers shortly before our family moved away. And then, all the memories rushed back. It was a tempestuous autumn evening, and I was at home in our little farmhouse, tucked away on a dusty road on the outskirts of West Texas. Outside, the wind howled over cracked gravel roads. The rain pounded relentlessly on the windows, and sudden torrents, fed by the deluge, turned dry creek beds into raging waterways. The storm seemed almost alive, as if it were stirring something deep and inexplicable. In the small, dimly lit kitchen, my parents, Mr. and Mrs. Miller, were engaged in a tense conversation. Their low, almost conspiratorial whispers had always hinted that there was more beneath the surface. And that little girl needs friends. Not just ghosts, my mother suddenly exclaimed, her voice laden with more than simple worry. My father hushed her quickly, and soon they were murmuring again, words I could barely decipher, but whose urgency sent shivers down my spine. I tried to lose myself in a book, but my thoughts kept drifting back to the eerie sounds the storm carried with it. When the clock chimed again, the old radio in the kitchen switched to a news bulletin. The severe storm is battering even the smallest communities along the Texas border. Reports of landslides and bizarre, unexplained phenomena are mounting. Witnesses say clocks have stopped and time itself seems to be shifting. Disturbing evidence, including injuries on disfigured bodies that defy natural decay, has been found. Did you hear that, Bill? My mother raised her voice once more. Did you hear? The blasted road is gone, and something feels off, like we're being watched from the darkness. I couldn't understand my father's reply. It was as if he was trying to shield me from an unbearable truth. Soon, their conversation dissolved into a jumble of anxious whispers that spoke of fear and secrets. The wind roared so fiercely it drowned out every other sound. As dusk deepened into a dark, oppressive night, I huddled closer to the crackling fireplace. A cool shiver ran down my back as I finished a particularly grim story from my collection of ghost tales, lost in the dance of the flames. Then, a faint, deliberate scratching came from the wall that faced the shadowy mesquite grove. My heart nearly stopped. Something was scratching that wall. Was it an animal, a loose branch, or, worse, a supernatural presence? Thoughts of Texas legends, of ghostly riders and restless spirits flashed through my mind, but I forced myself not to panic. Surely, it was only a branch dislodged by the fierce wind, I told myself. But then I heard a sound, a howl that almost sounded human, a mournful wail that resembled the cry of a lost soul, rather than the simple gust of wind. I set my book aside and struggled to cling to reason, though deep down I knew this storm harbored more than mere rain and wind. A dull, nearly imperceptible thud against the back wall made me freeze. I sat there, paralyzed by the thought that the wind might be carrying not only debris, but even remnants of our past. I debated whether to creep to the small window, overlooking the dark brushland, to take a look. But the haunting image of a spectral face from an old Texan ghost story held me back. With trembling legs, I retreated, vowing silently never to read such gloomy tales again, and to be more cautious in the future. When the wind began howling again in a near-human tone, layered with a deep, guttural rumble, the tension in the house grew unbearable. It wasn't only the raw force of nature that night. It was as if the very elements had joined in an unholy chorus. Suddenly, the kitchen door creaked open. My father, Mr. Miller, stepped inside and gave me a gentle, knowing smile as he looked at me, wide-eyed. "Honey, these kinds of stories won't let you sleep," he said, before gently instructing me to head to bed. With shaking steps, I made my way through the dark hallway, past the front door. A door with a small frosted window that always reminded me of a ghostly sailor's face from one of those eerie legends. My heart pounded as I drew the curtains tight, ensuring not even a sliver of darkness could sneak in. I jumped into bed and pulled the blanket over me, as though protecting myself from an unseen threat. Soon after, my father returned to give me a goodnight kiss, and the darkness enveloped me. That night, as the storm raged relentlessly and the wind's mournful cries echoed through our home, my sleep was shattered by unsettling sounds. I awoke suddenly in the dark, unsure how long I had slept. The room was thick with a sense of impending doom, and I silently vowed never to read ghost stories again. But the worst was yet to come. In the silence, I began to hear footsteps. Soft, deliberate steps outside, right before the door. I sat there, trembling, unable to tear my eyes away. Footsteps? I tried to dismiss them as the wind. I flicked on the light, and a crashing clap of thunder made the house tremble. In a rash moment, I bolted down the hall toward the front door, the very door that always filled me with an uneasy dread. As I reached the doorway, I forced myself not to look back. But curiosity got the better of me, and I stole a glance. My breath caught in my throat. In the small window, a ghostly face stared back. A man with wild, unhinged eyes, his hair drenched and sticking out in disarray, and a sneering grin that seemed both mocking and menacing. I stood frozen, unable to move. Then, in that frozen moment of terror, I let out a scream, a piercing cry that reverberated off the walls. I kept shouting, "He was there! There's a man out there!" Yet, when I looked again at the window, only impenetrable darkness remained. "Oh, sweetheart, there's nothing there," my mother said soothingly. "No, I saw him," I sobbed, as she comforted me with a gentle pat on the shoulder. "Everything's all right, darling. Your father'll go take a look," she reassured me. My father rose and walked to the door. He glanced outside, then suddenly his face turned pale with panic. He opened the door, and as he grasped the handle, the door banged open with a deafening crash. A fierce gust of wind hurled rain into the house. In an instant, I was soaked, and my scream grew louder in terror. Mr. Miller, always our steadfast protector, peeked out, shuddered, and then shut the door with trembling hands. When he turned back, his face was as pale as a full moon. There's nothing," he stammered, unable to offer me any real comfort. "Nothing. At all." "Daddy, I saw a man," I pleaded. "Sweetheart, you're just imagining things," he tried to say in a calm tone as he locked the door. But then, almost imperceptibly, his voice shifted to English with an edge of strain. "There is nothing out there, I promise." His words sent a chill down my spine. My mother, who had held me tight, pulled me even closer. I could see her expression change in an instant, a blend of fear and a secret knowledge she couldn't explain. The next 3 days dragged on like an eternity. My parents boarded up every window, insisting that the storm and the bizarre events were too dangerous. I wasn't allowed outside, the radio had fallen silent. Apparently, they wanted to keep us safe from something unseen. As I sought comfort in books, I could feel that something was terribly wrong. My father made tense phone calls, and strange notes appeared in his investigation files. Notes exchanged quietly by local police, who were working on a case with eerie, inexplicable elements. Then, on the morning of the 4th day, I heard a new, peculiar noise. A rapid, rhythmic thumping, like the flutter of a flag in the wind. Except there was no flag on our wall. I cried out, "Mom, what's that?" "That's a helicopter, sweetheart," she answered in a trembling voice. "The police are here, investigating the destroyed road and something they found in the yard." "Really? Does that mean we can get out with the helicopter?" I asked, incredulous. "Let's wait and see, honey," she replied. Soon, I found myself stepping onto the wet lawn, now marked off with police tape and covered by large tarps. An officer led me to a sketch artist who was trying to capture every detail of the face I had seen. The officers were baffled. The disfigured, unidentified man, described by investigators as supernaturally aged, showed no signs of natural decay, as if time itself had stood still for him. The local police could not explain how the murder had occurred. There was no evidence, no footprints, no blood traces, and even the timestamps seemed off. Some officers even reported that their watches had inexplicably been reset in the area, a phenomenon that only deepened the mystery, aligning with other reports of paranormal influences in the region. One file from the sheriff's office ominously referred to it as the curse of the scrublands. Later, I learned that during their search of our property, officers had discovered not only a disfigured body, but also strange markings in the earth, traces that defied any natural explanation. Rumors began to swirl that a local curse had haunted these Texas lands for centuries, sealing the fate of anyone who dared challenge it. Newspaper headlines soon darkened our lives further. Unidentified man found disfigured, head missing without a trace. Police baffled as time and reality seemed to warp. Mysterious murder. Family trapped for 3 days, supernatural forces at work. My world crumbled piece by piece as I read the final headline. Family trapped for 3 days amid storm. Disfigured body in the yard. Unsolved murder, and the perpetrator vanishes without a trace, despite police investigations suggesting paranormal activity. A cold shiver ran down my spine as I realized the chilling truth. These horrifying events, the mutilated victim, the spectral face in the window, the inexplicable phenomena, had touched my very own family. In a desperate online search, I managed to access records from the local sheriff's office, which listed the case as an unsolved paranormal incident. 2 men had survived the storm, the dark scrubland, and the rugged hills surrounding our home, only for one to decapitate the other near our front door before vanishing without a trace. The investigators were left with more questions than answers. Was the man in the window the murderer or the victim? Why had time refused to follow its natural course? And what did the strange markings in the soil signify? Even now, the questions remain unanswered, and this case is recorded as one of the most mysterious and unsettling incidents in Texas history. I don't know what your shifts were like back in Chicago, but here in Heaven's Grove, the night shifts, well, let's just say they're downright strange, said Detective Anderson as he took a long drag on his cigarette. The briefing room at the Heaven's Grove Police Department was dimly lit, with only a single, faded, no smoking poster clinging to one wall. Everyone knew the rules weren't exactly enforced. Just glance at the overflowing ashtray in the middle of the table, which told its own story. No problem, I've got it covered, I replied, even though deep down I knew that such assurances usually only drew a half smirk from my seasoned partner. They all say that, kid, Anderson grumbled, shooting me a sidelong look full of affectionate sarcasm. In Chicago, the weird stuff was manageable. But here in this backwater town, it's a whole different ballgame. 2 completely separate worlds. Trust me, the fewer questions you ask, the smoother your night goes. I bristled at his condescending tone. I'd already put in 5 years on the force in Chicago, yet this was my very first shift in Heaven's Grove, a tiny, isolated town tucked away in the hills of Kentucky. I couldn't help but wonder later on if leaving the big city chaos had been a mistake. But when the department sent out a call for new recruits, I craved a fresh start, some open space, and a break from urban mayhem. Even if Anderson sometimes made me feel like a rookie, I was determined that once I earned my stripes, his tone would change. Just stick to the rules and you'll be fine, he said as he stubbed out his cigarette in an overfilled tray. It's really that simple. Yeah, sure, I replied, already mentally running through the departmental handbook. I even looked over the local protocols before I came. Not those protocols, he interrupted with a dismissive snort. I mean the rules for your night shift here. Did anyone ever explain them to you? My confused look must have answered his question, and with a heavy sigh he continued. Listen, these days they hire just about anyone, but all right, I'll spell it out for you. Long story short, that old church on Cedar Hollow Road has a special agreement with our department. Because of that, there are a few extra rules you need to follow. I frowned. And what exactly do these rules say? Simple, Anderson said. Rule number 1. Anything in the vicinity of Cedar Hollow Road that seems off, any strange sounds, odd apparitions, weird odors, report it immediately to Detective Norman. And I mean everything, no matter how outlandish it sounds. We don't touch a thing, we just document and pass it along to Norman. Got it, I said slowly. But why only him? Because Norman's the one who knows how to handle these special cases. He understands how to deal with the otherworldly elements. Rule number 2. Under no circumstances are you to intervene or interact with whatever you see. Whether it's an eerie noise, bizarre light, or a shadowy figure. You note it down, and that's it. Leave it all to Norman. I hesitated for a moment before asking, so I just file everything with him? Exactly. Rule number 3. If, anywhere outside the Cedar Hollow Road zone, you come across anyone sporting that peculiar tattoo, a bird's skull on their left arm, don't engage them. Those folks are tied to the church. They're part of the arrangement. Again, document it and pass it on to Norman. I wanted to ask more, but held my tongue. Rule number 4. Under no circumstances do we enter the church without explicit permission. And rule number 5, from 7 p.m. to 1 a.m., steer clear of Cedar Hollow Road. So that means we don't patrol that area at all? I asked, sounding skeptical. Exactly. It's all part of the deal. Don't question it. Trust me, the rules aren't arbitrary. They serve a specific purpose. Don't overthink it. Just follow the instructions. Most nights, you won't even have to worry about the church. If it were true that we rarely had to deal with the church, why all the fuss? Something about the whole arrangement felt off. Maybe it was an outdated ritual, a local prank, or even some sort of initiation test. But I didn't want to seem like I was questioning authority. Perhaps there was a good, simple reason that I'd only understand once I experienced it myself. And so it went. That bitter, frost-bitten evening, my first shift in Heaven's Grove turned out to be unexpectedly quiet. While Detective Anderson ducked into a small corner store off Main Street to pick up a pack of cigarettes and a steaming cup of black coffee, run by a friendly regular who always shared the latest local gossip, I stood outside the patrol car, enjoying a quiet smoke under a clear, starry Kentucky sky. The silence of the night felt almost meditative. My boots crunched in the fresh snow, and a cold wind carried a hint of burnt something. A scent both sweet and acrid that set my nerves on edge. It reminded me all too much of a grisly incident back in Chicago. A drunk driver veering off the highway, crashing, and then his car erupting into flames before help arrived. The stench of burning rubber, and worse, had burned itself into my memory. Lost in these thoughts, I suddenly heard my name called softly. Joe? I turned and saw Anderson standing beside the patrol car, clutching 2 steaming mugs. Did you hear that? I asked, scanning the dark expanse beyond the parking lot. Anderson furrowed his brow, opened the driver's door without a word, and climbed in. He started the engine as I followed, explaining, It came from the west. And that strange, heavy smell, it's hard to describe. "Don't worry about it," he muttered as he set the car in motion. I frowned. But why not worry? I even heard someone screaming. "That's probably part of their ceremony or a ritual of sorts," he replied dryly. "Don't ask for details. I only know they have their own way of worship. Screams, fire, maybe a bit of chaos. You get used to it." "What kind of church does that sound like?" I asked incredulously. "Like I told you, kid, no more questions. Just write everything down and let Norman handle it," he ordered, his tone leaving no room for debate. I couldn't shake the uneasy feeling that clung to me. Why were there such special regulations for dealing with what appeared to be an unremarkable old church? Something wasn't right, but what could I do? Argue? Hardly. Anderson was already driving in the direction of Cedar Hollow Road. About 30 minutes later, we were back in the patrol car, and it seemed as if the screams and that disturbing burnt odor were nothing more than my imagination playing tricks. Yet an unsettling question nagged at me. What was really going on here? I hadn't joined the police force to ignore supernatural occurrences. I needed to clear my head before the next event unfolded. After my shift ended, I trudged back to my modest apartment in Heaven's Grove. Exhausted, I collapsed onto my bed and slept for a few hours. When I awoke around noon, the echoes of those ominous screams and the lingering scent of burning still haunted my thoughts. Although Anderson and I had merely noted in our report that something strange was heard from the direction of Cedar Hollow Road, everything felt incomplete. Was I overthinking it? Anderson, for all his sternness, had always seemed like a solid, no-nonsense guy. If he wasn't worried, why should I be? And yet, the bizarre rules and the uncanny reputation of that church wouldn't leave my mind. I had to know what lay behind it all. On an impulse, I bundled up in my thick jacket, grabbed my wallet, and set out for a walk to clear my thoughts. Without my uniform or badge, just me, alone with my worries, I headed down the snowy streets. My apartment was only a half-hour's walk away, and the soft snowfall, signaling the true onset of winter, gave the night a nearly otherworldly, fairy tale quality. Cedar Hollow Road, where the mysterious church stood, appeared unremarkable during the day. A simple country road at the edge of town, lined by weathered houses and dense, whispering woods. But as soon as I stepped onto the church grounds, an inexplicable sensation washed over me, as if I were trespassing on sacred land, even though the only formal prohibition was against entering the building uninvited. I wandered the neatly kept lawn behind the church without a clear destination, hoping to find some clue or evidence of what lay beneath its veneer of normalcy. Suddenly, my gaze was drawn to an area in the snow that looked distinctly different. A small clearing in the middle of which a circular fire pit had been built. It looked as though a large bonfire had been lit there not long ago. The charred remains of wood were still fresh, and the scent of burnt material mingled with that odd, sweet, spicy aroma. Kneeling down, I carefully sifted through the snow and ash. My fingers brushed against something hard. I pulled it out, a small bone, bleached by fire. My stomach churned as the realization hit me. This wasn't just an animal bone. It could be a remnant of something far more sinister. Just then, I heard a soft, almost mocking voice behind me. "You sure are late for the service, aren't you?" I froze, my heart pounding, and quickly stuffed the bone into my jacket pocket. Standing before me was a woman of average height with striking, fiery red hair and sharp, dark eyes that seemed to pierce right through me. She wore a pristine white dress, as if the cold meant nothing to her. An intricately designed tattoo, a stylized bird skull, glinted on her wrist. Excuse me," I stammered. trying to sound casual. "I was just out for a walk and happened to notice your fire pit. I'm new around here, trying to get a feel for where folks gather." She smiled gently. "That's all right. My name is Harmony. It's nice to meet you." "Joe Carter," I replied, still reeling from the unexpected encounter. "But you're not wearing a coat, aren't you? Freezing out here." "The cold doesn't bother me," she said softly, her gaze intense. "Are you new in Heaven's Grove? I haven't seen you around before." "Yeah, I just moved here a few weeks back. Honestly, I'm also looking for a new community, maybe a church I can call home," I half joked, trying to justify my presence. "Do you know our church yet?" she asked, a curious lilt in her voice. "I've only driven by a couple of times," I admitted hesitantly. "And you're affiliated with it?" "You could say I'm the local pastor," she explained. "I took over the service from my father about 10 years ago. He was a strict, old-fashioned preacher who warned of hellfire and damnation. I gave the whole thing a modern twist." "Family business, then?" I ventured. Her smile turned mysteriously. "In a manner of speaking. My father used to preach about an impending apocalypse, with signs outside the church promising fire and torment. That's not my idea of spirituality. I see our church as a place to bring people together, a way to guide them closer to God, sometimes even with fire ceremonies." "That sounds unusual," I said, trying to grasp the meaning behind her words. "Our gatherings are informal, at least compared to most churches. Some evenings the congregation meets around a bonfire, to pray, to dance, to experience community. You're welcome to join us anytime, Joe," she said, her invitation warm yet enigmatic. "Maybe I'll drop by sometime," I replied cautiously. "I work nights, but if I can swing it, I'll check it out." "Good," she said softly. "My door is always open, if you have questions or just need to talk." Her gaze lingered on me as I slowly retreated from the fire pit. When I looked back, she still stood there amid the charred wood, watching me intently. A few nights later, during my shift, my mounting curiosity got the better of me, and I finally cornered Anderson about that mysterious church. In the cramped, sparsely equipped break room of our department, I found him on the treadmill, sweat beading on his brow as he worked through his routine. I joined him, and he greeted me with a curt nod. "How's it going, Joe?" he asked offhandedly. "Not too bad. I can't complain," I replied, though the events of the past night still buzzed in my mind. After a brief exchange of small talk, I pressed on with my question. "What exactly is up with that church on Cedar Hollow Road? I've heard of strange congregations before, but this one, it's different." Anderson took a deep breath and slowed the pace on the treadmill. "Look, it's a long, messy story that I can't fully explain. Back in the day, the church was led by an old-school preacher, a guy who'd talk about fire and damnation like it was the end of days. After he passed away a few years back, his daughter, Harmony, took over. She scrapped the old dogmas and steered the church toward New Age spirituality, even dabbling in occult rituals. Rumor has it there are whispers of animal sacrifices." "Animal sacrifices?" I repeated in disbelief. "Yeah, supposedly. The congregation has an arrangement with the local authorities. Our job is to keep the peace, not to meddle in their internal affairs. Everything that happens there is supposedly coordinated with the county office, and that's why they tell you to stay out of it. Anyone who digs too deep ends up in trouble. I don't want you to end up like the others," Anderson warned, his tone growing grave. "Understood," I mumbled, my thoughts drifting back to the bone and that eerie, burnt smell. Before he could say another word, the radio crackled to life, abruptly silencing our conversation. Yet his words about staying out of church business echoed in my mind. I knew I had to uncover the truth. Only a few days later, on a particularly dark and bitterly cold night, something happened that pushed my doubts into stark relief. We were patrolling a desolate stretch toward Cedar Hollow Road when I suddenly noticed a man in a long, white coat standing in the middle of the road. Our headlights illuminated him like a ghostly beacon. He was there, center stage, as if he were part of some eerie ritual. It was shortly after midnight. "Anderson!" I shouted, pointing frantically at the man. I watched as Anderson's eyes locked onto the stranger. I expected him to pull over immediately and check on the guy, but Anderson didn't alter our course. Instead, he swerved just enough to avoid a collision. The man in white noticed us, stretched out his arms, and began running toward our vehicle, his face a mask of terror, almost hysterical. As he dashed behind us, Anderson drove on, seemingly unmoved. "What in the hell are you doing?" I cried, fumbling with the door latch to get out. We weren't even speeding. I could have easily jumped out if I'd wanted to. Before my hand could fully grasp the door, Anderson grabbed my wrist and pressed it down firmly. "Don't, Joe," he barked in a tone that brooked no argument. Outside, the desperate cry of the man rang out. "Help! Somebody help me! Please, please!" His voice, thick with panic, mingled with the cold night air as he banged on the door, but Anderson kept it locked tight. "We don't interfere with what we see out there, Joe," he said icily. "We note everything down and pass it on to Detective Norman." I couldn't believe what I was hearing. "But the man is running in pure terror," I shouted in disbelief. "And we just documented," Anderson repeated, his tone as implacable as stone. "You know what to do. Take notes and keep driving." Furious, I tried to wrench the door open, but Anderson's grip was ironclad, pinning me to the seat. Suddenly, several figures in dark, hooded coats emerged from the shadows. The man in white, now utterly panicked, fixed his gaze on us. As I reached for my taser, Anderson intercepted my move. "Let it go, Joe," he ordered firmly. "You're not getting involved. The rules stand." In that moment, I realized I was completely helpless, forced to watch as the shadowy figure seized the screaming man and dragged him off into the darkness. I pounded on Anderson's shoulder, begging him to let me go, but he held on, unwavering in his adherence to the rules. "The rules exist for a reason," he murmured almost mechanically. "But he's in terror," I screamed, desperation lacing my voice. "And we record it," Anderson replied, his voice as unmoved as ever. "Who the hell is this Norman anyway? In all the weeks I've been here, I've never even heard his name," I burst out. "The man's running in sheer panic, and we're supposed to just take notes." I tried once again to push Anderson away, but he wouldn't budge. In a final, desperate act, I jabbed him with my head, and he staggered back a few feet. Seizing the opportunity, I flung open the driver's door and leaped out. I had to escape this nightmare. But the moment I opened the door, a searing jolt of electricity struck me. The taser that Anderson had activated without warning hit me squarely. My entire body convulsed as if smacked by a sledgehammer, and I crumpled onto the icy pavement. As I lay there trembling, Anderson stood over me, the taser still in his hand, not pointed at me, but as a grim warning. "Don't play the hero, Joe," he said, his voice a mix of stern admonition and sorrow. "Heroes don't survive here. In Heaven's Grove, the church rules. For over 10 years it's been their domain. Please, just let it be." Exhausted, and with my heart pounding in my ears, I accepted his outstretched hand. He helped me up, and together we returned to the patrol car. Even as pain throbbed through my body, Anderson forced me to pull myself together. "Come on," he said simply. "Let's grab a cup of coffee and try to forget this night." But inside, anger and uncertainty churned. Anderson's relentless adherence to those unyielding rules, the cold, almost robotic insistence that nothing could be done, haunted me. It felt as if we'd made a pact with something dark and beyond our control. No sooner had we settled back into the car than the unthinkable happened. The moment the door closed, I reached instinctively for my pepper spray and, in a blind burst of rage, turned it on Anderson. He cried out, staggered, and I bolted from the vehicle. "Joe!" His desperate shout echoed behind me, but I ran, chasing after the dark figures that were now vanishing down Cedar Hollow Road. I followed that haunting call until I heard the pounding of distant drums and the chaotic, near-ecstatic sound of chanting. In the flickering light of a roaring bonfire, I saw a clearing where robed figures moved in a ritualistic dance. Their motions were unnervingly mechanical, and their faces were obscured behind ornate masks resembling bird skulls. At the center of it all stood a woman in a pristine white dress, her presence unmistakably calling to mind the enigmatic Pastor Harmony I'd met earlier. Amid the dancing figures, two groups in dark robes had corralled two terrified men in white. One was the very same man I'd seen earlier on the road, and the other was a stranger, frozen in fear. A part of me screamed to intervene, to draw my weapon and put an end to this macabre display, but something held me back. I lingered in the shadows of the trees, watching in incredulous silence. Suddenly, the frenzied dance reached a chilling climax. In unison, the robed figures collapsed and then knelt before the fire. Pastor Harmony raised her arms and began to speak in a deep, almost hypnotic tone. "We now offer up our chosen one in this bitter winter hour. We sacrifice him, O exalted one, O holiness, you who reign with scythe-like talons and a beak of grinding stone, with endless eyes and gnashing teeth. We present to you this humble offering, O holiest of the holy." With a malicious smile, she clapped her hands, and in that instant the captive men were dragged to her. Their desperate screams and frantic struggles merged with the sharp stench of burning flesh, a stench that brought back the memory of the charred bone I'd found. In that heart-stopping moment, I knew every dark premonition I'd had was true. This gathering, this service, was no eccentric, harmless ritual. It was a sinister rite of sacrifice. They were offering human lives to appease something ancient and beyond our understanding. "Either way, this must end," I whispered with grim resolve. I raised my weapon and fired 3 shots into the air, hoping to rouse the assembly and disrupt their unholy ceremony. Pastor Harmony slowly turned to face me, her mask revealing an eerie, enigmatic smile. "So, Joe, did you really make it all the way to our gathering?" she said in a tone that was both gentle and menacing. "Listen," I shouted as I advanced. "I don't know what you're trying to do, but it ends now. Let these people go immediately." The robed figures made no move. They held their captives fast as the desperate ones writhed in a futile struggle. "How charming that you think you're in control," Harmony purred softly. "But you have no idea what's truly at stake. You're just a cop, aren't you? I doubt anyone ever explained the arrangement our congregation has with the department. Just because you run your little world doesn't mean I'm going to play along?" I retorted, keeping my weapon trained steadily on her chest. "Do you really think you can arrest me? Do you honestly believe that your law means anything here?" she whispered mockingly. "Let's find out," I said, taking slow steps forward. In that instant, the clearing was bathed in a dazzling, almost otherworldly light. The flames danced wildly, growing in intensity. and for a fleeting moment I thought I saw phantasmal shapes among them. Wings, eyes, and shadowy silhouettes. My ears rang, and the brilliant light nearly overwhelmed my senses. I lost consciousness and collapsed into the snow. When I finally came to, I found Pastor Harmony standing over me, smiling softly behind her intricately carved bird skull mask. In a gentle, almost caressing tone, she said, "Now you see, Joe, you've stepped onto the path that binds us all." "Wait," I stammered, unable to tear my eyes away from the flames, within which countless watching eyes seemed to burn into me. "Wait!" Suddenly came another voice. From behind the darkened trees, Detective Anderson emerged, his hands raised in a last desperate plea to halt what was unfolding. "Don't do it, Joe," he panted. This is bigger than the two of us." Harmony turned her gaze to him. "He cost us our sacrifice tonight. Why should he be spared?" "Please," Anderson began, his voice choked with regret. "It's my fault. I should have stopped him. I should have. Should we sacrifice you instead?" "How noble," Harmony interrupted with a cold, bitter laugh. "Give me one good reason why I shouldn't cast both of you into the flames and end it all. He's seen what lies within the fire, what we are doing here," Anderson cried out desperately. "He's useful while he's alive, just as I once was, just as Norman was." Harmony fixed him with a long, appraising look before replying coolly, "So, the circle closes, doesn't it, Detective Anderson?" I saw hesitation cross his face, then a silent nod. "If that's how you insist, then he will go into the fire," Harmony declared flatly. Anderson said nothing, but his eyes told 1,000 stories of guilt, fear, and a silent plea for mercy directed at me. I met his gaze, lost for words. "Thank you," he murmured softly, before turning toward the raging flames. With trembling steps, he advanced until, finally, he stepped into the fire. His scream, as the fire began to engulf him, echoed in my ears, a tragic final testament that some rules are not meant to be broken. 1 year later, the personnel office at the Heavens Grove PD sent a new recruit from out west, a young, ambitious officer, hopeful for a fresh start in this quiet, rural town. In the cramped break room, as we gathered before our first shift together, I lit another cigarette and eyed him warily. "I don't know what your shifts were like in Chicago," I began in a measured tone, "but the night shifts here in Heavens Grove are, let's just say, extraordinary." "No problem. I'll handle it," the new guy assured me, a confident smile tugging at his lips that made me want to chuckle despite everything. "They all say that, kid. Look, in Chicago, the strange might be just another day on the job, but here in Heavens Grove, it's a whole different world. The best advice I can give you, ask as few questions as possible and follow the rules. It's really that simple." "Rules?" he asked, eyes wide. I sighed inwardly. "You know, these days the department hires just about anyone. But here's the deal. Our precinct has a standing agreement with the church on Cedar Hollow Road. That means a few special rules apply." "What kind of rules?" he pressed, leaning in. "Listen closely. It's really simple," I said. "Rule number 1. Anything unusual in the Cedar Hollow Road area, no matter what it is, gets reported immediately to Detective Norman. And I mean everything. We don't get our hands dirty. We simply document and forward it to Norman. And only him. Detective Norman. I don't think I've ever met him," the recruit said hesitantly. "Don't worry. Odds are you never'll run into him face to face. But he's the guy who handles the church's affairs. Everything you see or hear over there goes straight to him." I saw that he understood, but his eyes still reflected uncertainty, just as I had once felt. You'll come to see that with time, you learn what's really going on here. You can't fight a god. Sometimes you just have to play by his rules, I concluded, taking a deep drag on my cigarette. And so, in Heaven's Grove, where strange rituals, uncanny pacts, and paranormal happenings blur the line between reality and nightmare, the rules remain sacrosanct. For some of us, following them is the only way to survive in a world where darkness rules the night. I am Detective Hank Lawson of the San Antonio Police Department, and for weeks I've been drawn into an investigation that blurs the line between grim reality and the surreal. We received a search warrant for a modest brick house in a rundown neighborhood of San Antonio's west side, a neighborhood known for its aging structures, stray mesquite trees, and the distant hum of oil rigs on the outskirts. This house belonged to John and Catherine Miller, a couple whose troubled lives mirrored the harsher edges of life in South Texas. While combing through their sparsely furnished home, I found little to suggest criminal activity, until I discovered, hidden in the small room of their 10-year-old daughter, Lisa Miller, a battered diary. Its pages chronicled a story that transcended mere childish scribbles, hinting at a life as neglected and painful as the harsh Texas sun. Almost entirely penned in the third person, the diary's account still echoes with a haunting clarity. On her 10th birthday, Lisa decides to take a walk. It was a cool autumn afternoon in the early 1990s, around 4 p.m., when Lisa Miller, who to everyone around her seemed nearly invisible, decided to set off alone. On that day, no one remembered it was her birthday. Neither her father John, whose shifting jobs in the local oil fields left him adrift, nor her mother Catherine, whose struggle with prescription pills had rendered her a ghost in their troubled home, nor her classmates or even her elementary school teacher Mrs. Johnson, who attempted each day to spark joy with birthday greetings scrawled on chalkboards. Lisa felt unseen by the world, as though she existed only in the periphery. Despite a deep-seated loneliness and inner anguish, she carried herself with a quiet defiance. That same day, upon returning from school, Lisa was once again greeted by the thunder of her parents' bitter arguments, fights fueled by unpaid bills, dwindling wages, and the ceaseless battle for survival in a low-income Texas neighborhood. John, forever unable to hold down a steady job, and Catherine, mired in her self-destructive habits, never spared her a moment's care. Instead, Lisa became a silent witness to the chaos that reigned within those cracked walls. For as long as she could remember, neglect had defined Lisa's existence. Forced to attend school in faded, ill-fitting dresses, a threadbare coat that did little to protect her against the chill of a brisk San Antonio morning, and thin, worn sweaters that were more a symbol of her abandonment than a shield from the cold. She bore both the physical marks of the harsh Texas climate and the invisible bruises of familial indifference. There were days when violent storms knocked out power in their cramped home, yet her parents were too absorbed in their own worries to provide even a warm blanket. Even local authorities and child services had taken note. Time and again, Lisa was sent to a community aid center where she received second-hand coats, socks, and other basic supplies. But these vital items often vanished as if never meant for her, leaving behind not only the scars of bitter cold, but also fresh bruises along her tender arms and legs, a silent testament to a system that failed to protect her. On that fateful day, as Lisa stealthily slipped out of the house, she carefully set her worn school bag, with its bottom marred by a large, ragged hole, on an old wooden kitchen chair. With trembling hands, she grasped a stale cracker that Catherine had prepared the day before, and quietly stepped out the front door. Driven by a desperate need to escape a life of neglect, She made her way to the modest, tree-lined backyard that, with its stray yucca and scrub oak, resembled a little urban woodland more than a typical Texas garden. Her path led her to a nearby neglected park, where the rustle of dry leaves and a cool, whispering wind were her only companions. As she nibbled on the dry cracker, so parched that the first bite sent a burning sting through her tongue, a faint, almost imperceptible hissing caught her attention. From the underbrush slithered a small, dark brown snake, its scales glinting in the weak, late afternoon light. Lisa's heart pounded as she realized this was no ordinary creature. It was a venomous snake. She recalled vague warnings from old library books in the local community center about how such venom could impair blood clotting and even lead to death. Yet, instead of fleeing in terror, something stirred within her. A surge of defiant anger at a world that had always ignored her pain. Clutching the cracker she had stashed in her ragged pocket, she extended it toward the snake with trembling determination. The creature, either confused or driven by hunger, lunged with lightning speed, snatched the cracker, and sent it skittering across the cracked pavement. In that instant, a seething rage took hold of Lisa, a fierce, unyielding fury born of years of neglect. Without a moment's hesitation, she picked the cracker up again, stuffed it into her mouth despite knowing that remnants of snake venom might cling to it, and burst into tears as the cold, accusatory stare of the snake met her own. Clammy and heart-pounding, she fled into the nearby woods, an area bordered by spindly mesquite trees and rugged stony ground, seeking refuge among the shifting shadows of the towering oaks. Along her hurried path, she brushed aside low-hanging branches, stumbled over gnarled roots, and lost another piece of her fragile innocence. Her worn jeans, now splattered with mud and dust, as if marking the unyielding battle against her fate. Finally pausing beneath a flickering beam of the setting sun, she wondered if her parents were, at that very moment, once again embroiled in bitter conflict back at the dilapidated house. Then came another hissing sound, even closer this time. A small snake, whom, in a burst of innocent affection, she had named Albert, emerged from a clump of scrub brush and now stood before her, head cocked slightly as if to scrutinize her. With wide, glistening eyes, she observed the creature that seemed to savor her palpable fear and sorrow. Slowly, almost in a ritualistic manner, she reached for the stale cracker hidden in her pocket. Each second stretched out as Albert's gaze remained fixed on her. No sooner had she retrieved the cracker than Albert reacted with uncanny swiftness. With a sharp hiss, he lunged forward, grabbed the morsel, and swallowed it whole before Lisa could register the act. A numb shudder took hold of her, not only from fear, but from the crushing realization that even in this seemingly significant moment, her existence would forever go unnoticed. After that harrowing encounter, Lisa trudged back to the dismal house, burdened by an overwhelming emptiness. There, her father, his eyes bloodshot from sleepless nights and clad in torn work clothes stained by days in the unforgiving Texas heat, awaited her. "Where have you been, Lisa?" he bellowed, his voice echoing off the thin walls, while her mother, adrift in a fog of medication and despair, lingered silently in the background. Rather than explain herself, Lisa retreated into her small room and shut the door, a silent protest against a world that would never understand her. The following days crawled by in a nightmarish haze. Confined to her room by her increasingly harsh parents, and allowed only brief trips for the essentials, Lisa's sole comfort lay in memories of Albert, the one friend who had once offered her solace amidst the desolation. In the long, lonely hours she spent in that dim room, she meticulously planned to meet him again in the woods. She carefully packed a small meal: grapes, a slice of ham and cheese from the local deli, a piece of cheese, another stale cracker, and a few fragments of chocolate bar, And on a subdued Saturday afternoon, under the fading glow of a Texas sunset, she slipped quietly out of the house. Her path led her back to the derelict park she had claimed as her secret refuge. With trembling hands, she laid the carefully rationed food on a moss-clad rock, its surface softened by years of neglect, and softly called out, "Albert." It wasn't long before the little reptile emerged from the scrub, its tongue darting in and out as if tasting the humid air. In a silent, almost sacred ritual, they shared the meager meal. Lisa gently offered a slice of ham and cheese, which Albert accepted in his swift, instinctual way, and vice versa. Yet, when the last crumb lay forgotten on the rock, an oppressive silence fell. Lisa felt a deep, aching incompleteness welling up inside her. Reaching out to gently stroke Albert, she recoiled at the cold, slimy texture of his scales. With a soft, discontented hiss, her little friend retreated into the gathering darkness, and Lisa could do nothing but nod as tears streamed silently down her face. The next day, driven by a desperate hope to see him again, she returned to the woods with an even richer cache of provisions. But once more, Albert did not appear, leaving Lisa to confront the bitter truth that her only friend, her solitary beacon of hope, might never return. Growing increasingly suspicious of the missing food from their scant family pantry, her parents' distrust grew. One evening, as her father, his face contorted with rage and desperation, confronted her, he hissed in a trembling voice, "Lisa, you're eating all our food. Where do you get these things?" In a panic, Lisa mumbled an explanation about always being hungry after school, but her words fell on deaf ears. Her parents, hardened by years of struggle in a harsh world, were quick to punish any deviation from the norm. With a pained grimace, her father pointed to her chest and ordered her back to her room. In despair, Lisa withdrew into the bleak solitude of her own space, the heavy closing of the door severing her from the outside world. In the ensuing days, the oppressive confinement grew ever more severe. Lisa was monitored relentlessly, allowed only minimal movement, and served meager portions of food. In the long, torturous hours, she clung to the memory of Albert, the silent companion who had once infused a glimmer of hope into her shadowed existence. She began to record her thoughts in her diary, each entry written in the third person as if some unseen observer was chronicling her tragic fate. On one gloomy Saturday afternoon, as the dusky twilight deepened over the scrubland, Lisa summoned a final burst of courage to step into the backyard once more. With a carefully packed bundle, 2 slices of bread, a slice of ham and cheese, and a few grapes, she ventured toward the worn-out park. The familiar stillness of the rugged Texas landscape enveloped her, and soon she discovered Albert, motionless in a familiar hollow beneath a scraggly mesquite tree. "Albert, my friend," she whispered, her voice trembling with a mingling of fragile joy and sorrow. As if stirred by her call, the little snake slowly lifted his head, his dark eyes gleaming in the fading light. In a burst of childlike enthusiasm, she shared her food with him, a tender, bittersweet exchange that, in her lonely world, shone like a tiny beacon of light. But suddenly, this fragile harmony was violently shattered. From the dense thicket emerged John, her father, his face ashen and twisted in rage. In his calloused hand, an old rusted machete glinted in the dim, dying light of the Texas evening. "What do you think you're doing, Lisa?" he roared as he charged forward. In a moment of panic, she tried to break free, but his massive hand clamped around her delicate arm. In a desperate, instinctive bid to protect her, Albert lunged forward one final time, only to be struck by a savage swing of John's machete. With a single, brutal blow, Albert's small head was severed, and his tiny body convulsed for several agonizing seconds before collapsing lifelessly to the parched ground. Lisa stared in utter horror at the still form of her only friend. A crushing emptiness and a sense of betrayal overwhelmed her as her father roughly dragged her from the woods. "This ends now," he growled, hauling her back into the suffocating confines of the house. The harsh cold of loss melded with the icy grip of domestic violence, and Lisa sank into a deep, hopeless despair. The following days blurred into an endless nightmare. Locked away in her dim room, Lisa was treated like a prisoner. Her physical suffering, wrought by hunger and abuse, merged with the searing agony of losing her only friend. In the few moments when she attempted to write, it felt as if Albert's spirit seeped into every word, forging an eerie bond that threatened to engulf her entirely. With each passing day, as her condition deteriorated, she could feel the toxic residue from that stale cracker, possibly contaminated with traces of snake venom, slowly draining her life force. It was as though every bite plunged her deeper into a mystical connection with Albert. Her body, already scarred by neglect and maltreatment, began to literally fall apart. Her pallid face, sunken cheeks, and a form that seemed to dissolve with every labored breath. On one particularly dismal morning, barely capable of lifting her eyes, Lisa weakly knocked on her room's door and whispered, "Dad, I need a doctor." But her plea vanished into the cold, empty corridors of the house. Instead of offering help, her father dragged her down once more into the dark, damp basement, leaving her isolated for hours with nothing more than cold water and scant food. Finally, when her condition became unbearable, John decided, in one last cruel attempt to cover his own failures, to drag Lisa out to the abandoned park on the edge of town. With tired, lifeless arms, he hauled her limp body until they reached that desolate spot where Lisa and Albert had once shared their meager meals. There, methodically and without a trace of emotion, he began to dig a shallow grave with a battered shovel. Each strike into the sodden Texas earth resounded like a death knell for Lisa's fragile existence. As her father callously deposited her lifeless form into the shallow pit, in one surreal, final moment, Lisa felt as though she were intertwined with Albert's spirit. Her eyes slowly closed, a faint, bittersweet smile playing on her lips as she exhaled her final breath, her thoughts filled with memories of the small friend who had once brought her solace. The final entries in the diary end abruptly and enigmatically with the words, "Lisa Miller has been missing for weeks now. No one has seen or heard from her. A team of detectives and rescuers has excavated the suspected grave. We once believed this diary was written by her, so why is it in the third person? And how could she continue to write if she were already gone?" I should have known something was wrong the moment the patrol car rolled into the abandoned police station in East Detroit. The building looked ancient and deserted, its facade crumbling and overgrown with ivy. The police badge was askew, half buried in tall weeds, and the letters "Police" were missing from the sign above the main entrance, leaving only ICE visible. Graffiti covered the exterior walls, adding to the sense of neglect. If it weren't for the two other patrol cars parked at the far end of the lot, I might have thought we had arrived at the wrong place. The patrol cars were just as pitifully maintained as the station itself. Their badges and mottos, "Serve and Protect," were faded and dirt-streaked. The tires were flat, and one of the taillights was shattered. Yes, all the warning signs should have been ringing in my head, but when you can't trust the police, who can you trust? I chalked up the building's poor condition to budget cuts. Since the officers couldn't strike, they often protested the city's tight finances by wearing mismatched socks and an assortment of odd pants, from camouflage patterns to clown stripes. 2 officers escorted me inside. If the main lobby was a hint, The interior was just as poorly maintained as the exterior. I waited at the reception desk on an old wooden chair. The green, cracked backrest didn't match the colors of the two officers beside me. As the officers exchanged a few words with the woman behind the desk, I couldn't help but notice how alike they all looked. It wasn't just their uniforms. The three of them were the same height, had the same hair color and style, carried themselves with the same posture, and had identical builds. "Excuse me," I interrupted, approaching the trio. One of the officers who had brought me turned to face me. "Yes?" he asked. I pointed to a chipped cup full of pens. "Can I have one?" "Sure, go ahead," he replied, his voice devoid of any emotion. I happily pocketed the pen and took my seat again. If I was stuck here all evening, at least I'd have a souvenir. The three continued their conversation as I waited in the stuffy lobby. Couldn't they at least open a window for some fresh air? The air was so thick and tasted so bitter that I could barely breathe. After the officers finished their business, they led me down a dirty corridor. Dry leaves crunched under my feet as I walked. Surely they could find some budget for a janitor. As we moved through the station, more details caught my eye. Missing doors, broken windows, and even a hole in the ceiling. Honestly, I almost expected to see a family of raccoons rummaging around. There were surprisingly few officers on duty. Wherever we went, we almost always encountered the same two men. "This way," one of the uniformed men said, pointing to a row of doors. "We'll get you when it's time." I nodded and stepped through the double doors. The smell on the other side was worse than in the lobby. It was a mix of sweat and the unique scent of slightly burnt skin after hours in the sun. No wonder the room was filled with men who had strikingly similar facial features to my own. Except for an old man in the corner, we all looked about the same age. "Probably we're all here for the sting operation, right?" I asked, trying to break the ice. The others averted their gazes. The situation wasn't ideal, but I saw no reason to be upset. It was our civic duty, and being grumpy wouldn't change anything. We had all been selected to serve as bait in a police sting operation. I hadn't been thrilled when the officers had pulled me over on my way home from work, telling me I matched the description of a violent robber. But I calmed down when they assured me I wasn't the suspect, just bait. I might have missed the season finale of my favorite show, but at least I was doing something useful for society. The old man slowly lifted his head. "Kid, you're not going to leave here that easily," he warned. When I saw his face, I almost gasped. He was old, sure, but his features were strikingly similar to mine. We had the same green eyes, a crooked nose, and similar cheekbones. If we walked together through Detroit, people would definitely think he was my father. "Oh, that's fine. I'm not in a hurry," I replied cheerfully. My gaze shifted from the old man to the others in the room. We all looked remarkably alike. Whoever the victim was, they'd have a hard time identifying the attacker. No one stood out. Even I would struggle to tell us apart. I thought the others would be as amused as I was, but they remained silent. Finding no one to talk to, I sat back down to wait for the officers to return. The silence began to make me nervous, as if everyone knew a secret I didn't. Occasionally, I noticed them staring at me from the corners of their eyes. It was unsettling. Silence. It was so quiet that I could hear the humming of the fluorescent lights running down the entire hallway. They buzzed in a strange rhythm, like instruments in a Beethoven orchestra. The door squeaked open. The others flinched and recoiled as an officer entered. Honestly, I couldn't tell if it was one of the two who had brought me in or another officer. It wasn't until I saw him beside the other men in the room that I realized he could pass as one of us too. The eyes, the cheekbones, he looked like me. Blood ran cold through my veins with the eerie realization that everyone I had seen in the past hour looked just like me. How had I not noticed earlier? I tried to shake the unsettling feeling with a forced shiver, but only partially succeeded. The officer raised a hand, his index finger pointing at the six of us. You there. You two, you and you, by the wall, he ordered. I stood up and walked over as the other five reacted with gasps and groans. They approached reluctantly. Although I didn't understand their grim reactions, I felt somewhat the same. Still, the faster we got through the sting, the sooner we could go home. Luckily, I had been selected to be part of Group 1. The officer handed out numbered placards. My placard, number 5, looked ancient. The corners were rounded and worn. Coffee stains covered the surface and yellowed tape held parts of it together. The others took their placards with as much enthusiasm as a child being served a plate of steamed broccoli. I had never seen grown men mimic the childish dread and accompanying pout so perfectly until that day. After receiving our numbers, we were led into an oppressive, cramped room with the doors at both ends. I could hear the door behind us lock, making me wonder if the robber was in the room with me. Luckily, I was in a police station. If there was a place where a violent robber wouldn't attempt something foolish, it was right in the middle of a police station. The back wall was decorated with faded size charts, like those seen in police mugshots. They let me see that we were all exactly the same height, save for half an inch. In front of us was a large glass pane through which we saw a pair of identically looking officers sitting on stools, watching us. That was odd, I thought. Don't they usually use double mirrors? Not me, not me, not me, muttered number 3, his voice trembling with fear. He wasn't the only one acting strange. No. 1 and no, 4 had curled up in a corner, turning their backs to the window. No, 2 and no, 6 were fidgeting and whispering under their breath. Grow up, I thought. Why was everyone so nervous? Had I missed something obvious? Could we get in trouble if we were mistakenly identified? The victim entered the room on the other side of the glass pane. Although he kept his head down, I couldn't ignore the similarities. He had my stature and my haircut, though his body was covered in bruises and blood. A shiver ran down my spine, filling me with the same anxious fear as my fellow baiters. A feeling in my gut urged me to run, but I found myself paralyzed by an inexplicable fear. That was ridiculous. There was no reason to be afraid, or at least that's what I hoped. My nervousness grew with every step the victim took. He looked pretty battered. There was no reason to believe he hadn't been attacked by a robber, but I couldn't shake the feeling that something else was going on. The victim's head turned upwards. "Oh, God," I whispered. I looked at myself. He wasn't just a rough likeness like the others. No, he was definitely me. Even through the swollen lip and black eye, I recognized every square inch of my face, the placement of my freckles, my childhood scar along the hairline, my right eye, which was slightly smaller than the left. He had them all. I didn't have time to fully comprehend the phenomenon before the doppelganger raised his arm, extending an accusing finger. I knew before he did it. I knew he would point at me. I knew it. But it didn't stop me when he did. It felt like being hit by a flying baseball. He pointed directly at me, an electrifying sensation coursing through my body as he did. If that wasn't bad enough, the others in the sting operation suddenly calmed down. They looked as if they had just dodged a bullet, sending me into a panic. When I saw the officers standing up from their seats and staring at me, I knew I had to flee. I ran toward the emergency exit door. The door was locked. I could hear the sound of a key jangling on the other side of the room. There was no longer any doubt in my mind that the officers were after me. With a surge of adrenaline, I grabbed a fire extinguisher and smashed it against the doorknob. It took 3 attempts before it finally broke, allowing the door to open just as the officers entered from the other side. I could vaguely hear them shouting, though I couldn't make out a word over the combined sounds of my pounding heart and the blood rushing to my head. I ran as fast as I could, feeling myself drown in inexplicable fear. Lost, I was lost, lost in the building, lost in fear, lost in desperate and unyielding panic. An alarm blared, practically paralyzing me with its piercing screech. More than ever, I wanted to escape the endless maze of rundown hallways and broken lights. I could barely hear the officer's footsteps over the mechanical warning siren, but my senses were just sharp enough to dodge them safely. I ran for what felt like hours, though it might have been minutes. I ran until my chest burned with exhaustion and my muscles cramped. I ran until I stumbled back into the waiting room where I had been earlier. Hoping to warn the others, I stepped inside. The room was empty, except for the old man in the back. "Hey," I shouted. "We need to get out of here." He didn't respond. I moved closer and noticed something on his head. My scar. That's impossible, I thought, gasping for air in shock. I placed a hand on his shoulder to shake him, but he had gone cold. His skin was dry and wrinkled, like a tomato left out in the sun too long. I recoiled in terror, a loud scream escaping my lips. Suddenly, I felt a pair of fingers digging into my shoulder with the strength of a crocodile's bite. I screamed again and desperately tried to shove the abductor's hand away. By awkwardly twisting my shoulder, I managed to break free from the vice-like grip and turned around, only to face my bloodied doppelganger. A look of bitter contempt was permanently etched into his face. I had never realized how unsettling that expression was when I gave it to others. My double was deliberately blocking the exit, ensuring that escape wouldn't be easy. As he moved toward me, I acted instinctively, feeling my arm fly toward his face. The sound of shattering glass erupted from him as my fist connected with his already damaged eye. Pain. Sharp, blinding pain. I stumbled to the side, clutching my throbbing right eye. It pounded and stabbed like 1,000 needles. My vision blurred, but not so much that I couldn't see the other me charging at me. I had to defend myself. I punched, elbowed, and shoved him. Only a few of my strikes landed. I'm no martial arts expert, but the ones that did made the pain surge within me. My frantic attack ended when I pounded into his stomach. The pressure almost took my breath away. There was no overcoming it. I had to run. I shoved him aside, fully expecting him to try to grab me. To my surprise, he fell to the ground and didn't attempt to get up. Had I hurt him more than I thought? My relief was short-lived. As soon as I re-entered the hallway, I bumped into 2 officers. Their expressions were strangely blank. A thought crossed my mind when I noticed I was covered in bruises. What if they thought I was the victim? "He's in there," I said, gathering every fiber of my composure. The officers ran into the waiting room without hesitation. I didn't know how long my deception would hold, so I ran toward the main entrance. When I reached the lobby, the receptionist from earlier was standing up and turned to face me. I only looked at her for a moment, but my eyes caught the scar on her head. What the hell? There was no time to think or try to understand. She started to chase me, so I ran as fast as I could through the doors. The air outside smelled so fresh, free from the stagnant aftertaste inside the police station. It was dark, and I remember feeling hopeful that I could hide and escape in the night. I heard pounding footsteps behind me, saw beams of light aimed at me, and heard sirens wailing in the distance. I remember running, but I admit I don't remember how I got home. I have no memory of reaching my apartment building, unlocking my door, or getting into bed. But that must have happened. This morning, I woke up safe and sound in my bed, though quite sore. When I got up to brush my teeth, my reflection sent a chill down my spine. My face was blue and swollen. The wounds were identical to those of the victim in the police station. The shattered lip, the black eye, and the cut on his cheek. They were all the same. My heart raced wildly, blurry after images dancing in my head. Running. Police officers. My face everywhere. As I leaned back, I felt something in my pocket. I reached in and pulled out the pen I had taken from the police station, examining it closely. The motto of the Detroit Police was written on it, though half of it was smeared. It read, "Serve." I work at the Lone Star Gazette, a small local newspaper nestled in the heart of Texas. Our office occupies a nondescript brick building in a modest new development on the outskirts of Laredo, a relic of the 70s with long corridors, faded linoleum floors, and a heater that rattles even on balmy summer nights. The stale aroma of reheated coffee and old printer ink lingers in every corner. After graduating from college in Austin, I'd hoped for more exciting assignments. But the media business is tough. Usually, I cover local county fairs, visits to animal shelters, or interview small-town ranchers. Still, I keep at it, and my boss, Mr. Carter, has noticed my determination. Not long ago, he handed me a big break of sorts. I was to investigate why the local garbage service had been delayed for weeks. It wasn't glamorous, but it was something. Until that one gloomy morning changed everything. On a leaden, overcast day when a fine, steady drizzle pounded relentlessly against the window, Mr. Carter beckoned me into his cramped, cluttered office. Stacks of paperwork and notepads filled every available surface. Lowering his voice, he confided that he'd got me a real doozy. I was to drive out to a small town called Lone Oak, an unremarkable dot on the map, despite its proud name, and dig into the mystery of a stranger who had been cuffed and hauled into the police station in broad daylight, his clothes stained with blood. No one seemed to know who he was. The police wouldn't say a word. This was exactly the story I needed to break free from my routine provincial assignments. I stared at him in disbelief. A blood-soaked stranger with no clear identity, like something out of a hard-boiled crime novel. With a mix of excitement and trepidation, I grabbed my notepad and set off in our battered newsroom car, a beat-up Ford Mustang from the early 90s that had seen better days. The town of Lone Oak turned out to be every bit as nondescript as its name implied. A sleepy settlement tucked between endless mesquite groves and vast open fields. The rain fell even harder here. I parked in front of a modern, surprisingly well-kept police station that jutted out among a few old storefronts, and a small town square dominated by a worn memorial, honoring local heroes of World War II. It was odd to see such a contemporary building in a town that otherwise seemed stuck in time. From a distance, I could see uniformed officers milling about. The station's front yard was cordoned off, and a patrol car sat askew near the entrance. I turned off the engine and sat for a moment in silence, the steady drumming of rain on the Mustang's roof echoing in my ears. My mind raced. What if this guy was dangerous? Should I barge right in and demand an interview? Taking a deep breath, I clutched my notepad tighter and stepped out. The chilly, driving rain lashed my face. A stark reminder that even though summer should have been warm, something about today felt oddly autumnal. Inside, the police station was nearly sterile. Bright white walls lit by cold LED lights that cast everything in a faint blue hue. To my left was a small bench, and to my right a reception desk manned by a stocky officer whose cheeks were flushed as he flipped through some paperwork. As I approached, he looked up, frowned for a moment, and then broke into a surprised smile. "Hey, aren't you Tommy Carter's kid?" "Well, I'll be," he exclaimed. I recognized him immediately. This was Officer Jackson, an old friend of my father from his days with the Texas Highway Patrol. I recalled him vaguely from a backyard barbecue years ago, though the memory was hazy. I nodded, brushed rain droplets from my worn denim jacket, and flashed my press badge. "Yeah, that's right. I'm with the Lone Star Gazette now. I heard you guys brought in a fella in blood-soaked clothes. I'd like to speak with him if possible. I'm officially on the case." Instantly, Officer Jackson's expression hardened. "If you ask me, you'd do better not talking to him. I doubt he's got anything you want to hear," he said in a serious, almost worried tone. "But I have a job to do," I replied. "And isn't he allowed to have a visitor until he's formally charged?" Jackson merely shrugged, then gestured toward a side door leading down a narrow corridor. The hallways twisted unexpectedly as we made our way through a maze of back rooms until we reached a secluded area where a row of temporary holding cells awaited. A heavy steel gate barred the passage. Jackson produced a hefty key with a loud clank as the metal gate swung open. "He's in the last cell, cell number 4, Jackson explained. "The man calls himself Grayson, or at least that's what he says his name is. I'm going to stick around here. If anything happens, you give me a shout, all right?" I nodded silently, my heart pounding. Grayson, such a plain name, yet he carried an aura of mystery. I moved slowly past the empty cells until I reached the back, where in the dim light sat a man in a blood-stained shirt. He barely lifted his gaze as I approached. Grayson wore what had once been a crisp white shirt, now marred by deep, rusty stains of blood. Over it, a rumpled blazer that looked out of place in today's world, a relic, perhaps, of an old business meeting. Tall and lean, with thinning, almost pale hair, his tired eyes held a calm intensity. Noticing my press credentials and notepad, he spoke softly, almost inaudibly. "So you're here to hear my story, huh? I suppose you're a reporter." Swallowing hard, I responded, "Yes. I'd like to find out what happened. Folks around here are rattled by the way you were picked up, completely covered in blood." He offered a vague nod. "I understand their concern, but I'm afraid they won't believe what really went down." He paused, then gestured toward my notepad. "Write it all down. Maybe you'll be the one who believes me, or at least give someone out there a chance to know what cursed Lone Oak has witnessed." "Cursed Lone Oak?" I echoed as I flipped open a fresh page. My curiosity was piqued, though a part of me feared that what I was about to hear might be more than I bargained for. He began slowly, his voice rough and haunted. "It all started when I was just a kid, around 9 or 10, growing up near Abilene. For months, I was tormented by nightmares, visions of a strange, deserted town where the residents twisted into monstrous forms, where buildings rotted away under a sky that bled red. At the center of it all, I saw a split in the earth, from which flames and noxious smoke erupted." He shuddered as if the memories burned. "My parents took me to doctors, counselors, even our local pastor. Eventually, the nightmares subsided for reasons I never could explain. I chalked it up to an overactive imagination, until just before my high school graduation, when they vanished completely. I thought maybe it was just a phase, a child's fancy." I scribbled frantically. His words, laden with an eerie authenticity, made it difficult to interrupt. Years passed. I grew up, went to college, worked a steady job in administration, got married, and then divorced. Just as ordinary as anyone else's life. Then came the fateful business trip with my partner, a man named Schmidt. We were driving across West Texas to review some contracts, mostly sticking to country roads to avoid the gridlock on the highways. One evening, we ended up in a backwater town called Hayneville, a forgotten dot on the map boasting barely 45 residents. It looked like a ghost town, as if it could vanish at any moment. Still, we noticed a small diner named Groceries and Grinds and decided to grab a beer. We were exhausted from the drive, you know. He paused to emphasize the ordinariness of the moment. Just two men on a business trip looking for a cold drink on a hot night. But the moment I stepped into that diner, he continued, voice trembling, it hit me like a bolt of lightning. The layout of the tables, the worn counter, even the faded poster for some local brew. I'd seen it all before in those childhood nightmares from 3 decades past. And behind the counter was a man whose face struck me as horribly familiar. I recalled dreaming of a man whose face was stripped of muscle and flesh in a ghastly display. In a flash, I realized the man at the counter was the same one from my dreams, only older. Panic seized me and I bolted from the diner. Schmidt followed, growling, demanding to know what was wrong. I lied, saying I felt sick, but Schmidt wasn't fooled. He knew something was off. Grayson's eyes darkened, and it was clear how real these memories were to him. Whether madness or truth, I couldn't tell. In my dreams, away from that diner, there was a clearing deep in the woods where a circle of ancient stones lay arranged like a seal. Some stones bore scratched symbols, maybe old Native American petroglyphs or relics of early settlers. The air smelled of damp moss and decay, like untouched wilderness. In that moment, I could have sworn my nightmares were unfolding right before my eyes. Schmidt grabbed me, demanding I tell the truth. Fear took over. I saw him pull out a revolver from beneath his jacket. That's when I acted on pure instinct. I grabbed one of the stones from the circle and struck him on the head. He crumpled, and a gush of blood spilled forth. Blood that didn't behave naturally, as if the earth itself was hungrily absorbing it through a crack among the stones. A deep rumble echoed from beneath the ground, as though something ancient was awakening. And I knew then the seal had been broken. He trembled violently, and I felt chills despite the stuffy confines of the holding cell. Then the ground began to shake, and the air filled with a sulphurous stench. I saw flashes of light, as if flames were bursting from the earth. I fled, leaving everything behind. I even abandoned Schmidt's car keys, retrieving them only later in a panicked haze. I ran until I reached the outskirts of the town, hoping to find help, or at least my own car. But instead, I stumbled into another nightmare. The townspeople began to change, just like in my old dreams. Their faces contorted, eyes bulged, and their teeth became monstrous. Some ran screaming. Others, it seemed, succumbed to a terrifying transformation. My heart pounded as I listened, the room growing colder with each word. I ducked into a tiny local pharmacy, hoping for a sedative or something to steady my nerves. The elderly pharmacist appeared kind at first, while her husband manned the counter. But then, before my eyes, her skull split open at the crown, and her brain spilled out like a macabre, snarling mask. She lunged at her husband as he cried out in horror. I knocked over a shelf and caught a spray of blood splattering against the wallpaper before fleeing in terror. Outside, the sky darkened to an almost unnatural purple, and a furious wind whipped around me. A storm that seemed to come straight from hell. Screams filled the narrow streets as neighbors transformed into hideous creatures. Grayson pressed his hand to his brow, his voice a mere whisper. I raced back to the motel where I'd parked my car. My hands trembled so badly I nearly dropped the keys. Before I could drive away, an ancient man, skin mottled and fragile, yet with eyes burning in wrath, appeared out of nowhere. Grabbing my arm, he bellowed, "What have you done? Have you desecrated the sacred circle? Now the curse is unleashed, and you must make it right." He ranted about burning Schmidt's body to break the curse or returning to kill every monster, but I was too frightened to do either. I fled as fast as I could, feeling that I had only made matters worse. I eventually hit the highway, driving north at over 75 miles per hour. At some point, I lost control. The car spun out and crashed into a woman's van. I remember nothing but a red blur. When I came to, I was being pulled from the wreckage by flashing blue lights and the wail of sirens. and that's how I ended up here. They say the blood on my shirt came mostly from the accident. Mixed up with other victims, I can't really tell. All I know is that I failed. I let the evil loose. He fell silent, and I stood there, notepad half filled, mind reeling with images too wild to comprehend. I was deeply shaken by his account. I wanted to press for more details, but wasn't sure if it was wise to push a man who might be losing his grip on reality. I politely excused myself and returned to Officer Jackson, whose raised eyebrows hinted at skepticism. Crazy talk, huh? You really believe his devilish ramblings? Jackson asked quietly. I hesitated. He doesn't sound like a complete liar. There's a desperation in his voice. What's the official word? Jackson pulled me aside, lowering his voice. They say he was caught with drugs in his car, and that he crashed into a van. 3 kids died. Witnesses claim he was driving like a maniac. The blood on his shirt? Likely from the victims. Whether he's concocting a wild story to dodge responsibility, who knows? Inside, my thoughts churned. On one hand, Grayson's tale was so grotesque it defied belief. On the other, I'd never met anyone speak with such fervor. What if there was a kernel of truth buried in his madness? I knew I had to try to verify at least some of the facts for my article. I asked Officer Jackson if there were any records of a town called Hayneville. He consulted the police database and frowned. There's no Hayneville in this region, at least not as he describes it. There's Hainwood or Hainfield, but Hayneville? Nothing. Maybe he's made it up. Does that help? I wasn't sure what to think, so I thanked him and stepped back out into the rain, which now fell in heavy sheets. An uneasy feeling gripped me, as if a storm of more than weather was brewing. On the modest town square of Lone Oak, where locals usually pinned flyers for county fairs or craft markets, I noticed a battered old notice board. Tacked onto it was a faded document in archaic script detailing a local legend. A stone circle said to lie deep in the Texas brush, a remnant of pre-colonial times used in dark rituals, capable of opening a gateway to hell. In weathered words it read, "He who spills blood upon this sacred ground shall awaken the wrath of the hidden." A shiver ran down my spine. Was it coincidence, or did it all tie into Grayson's story? While I lingered before the board, an elderly man approached, leaning heavily on a worn cane. His watery blue eyes and frail appearance made him seem almost ghost-like. "Looking for something, son?" he asked in a slow drawl. I explained that I was a reporter investigating a bizarre incident linked to an old stone circle legend. His face fell instantly. I've heard these tales before. My grandfather told me of a hidden place past the mesquite groves, once known as the Bloodstones. Folks avoided it, saying strange things happened there as far back as the 1800s. Cattle dying mysteriously, people vanishing without a trace. They say an ancient demon, or something like it, is sealed away there. But nowadays, most dismiss it as old superstitions. I inquired if he'd ever heard of a town named Hayneville. Shaking his head, he murmured that some old records hinted at a place that had long since been abandoned. Its name changed over time. He didn't know more, but his fear was palpable. Feeling unsettled, I returned to the station where I'd left my car. The rain had eased briefly, but was now coming down in torrents again. In the lobby, the atmosphere was quieter. Some officers were off on another call. I felt compelled to speak with Grayson once more. Perhaps I'd missed a crucial question that might either debunk his wild tale or confirm its eerie truth. Officer Jackson, surprised to see me heading back, said, "Back again?" "Fine, but be quick. They're transferring him soon. To the county jail over in San Angelo, I hear." I approached the cell again. Grayson was slumped against the back wall, head bowed. When I mentioned my name, he lifted his eyes slowly. "You're back. Found the truth?" he asked softly. Clearing my throat, I said, "I found hints, old legends of a stone circle and a forgotten town. What if you really discovered something there? What if this town, as you describe, isn't even on any official map?" He regarded me with tired eyes. "Maybe it lies off the beaten path, a place that's been known by many names over the years. In my nightmares there was always a fog, a sense of something lost. I can't explain it, only that something supernatural happened, and I was the one holding the key to stop it. Instead, I unleashed it." My hands trembled as I scribbled down every word. It was all too much for a young reporter accustomed to writing about county fairs. Yet here were ancient powers and demonic apparitions in a tiny Texan town. Should I dig deeper? Or was Grayson merely a desperate man trying to dodge responsibility? I left without another word. His final whisper, a mix of bitterness and fragile hope, reached me. "Write the truth, if you can find it." That story would haunt me for days. Instead of heading straight back to the newsroom, I detoured to the county archives in San Angelo. An elderly archivist, Mrs. Roberts, welcomed my inquiry about old legends, specifically any mention of stone circles or vanished towns in this region. She rifled through dusty files dating back to the 19th century and eventually found a reference to Hainestead, a settlement reportedly abandoned around 1700 after unclean rituals or a mysterious illness drove its residents away. Some accounts even hinted at demonic occurrences. Mrs. Roberts frowned and murmured, "It could all be just folklore." Yet Hainstead sounded disturbingly close to Hainville. In an old church record, I found a note about a devil's ring, a place where witches supposedly met under the cover of night. "They say, if the blood of sinners is spilled here, a rift to the underworld opens," I read aloud, feeling the chill of its implications. Mrs. Roberts looked at me in astonishment. "Where did you hear that?" she asked. "But that's just how folks used to explain misfortune back then." Armed with these scraps of history, I slowly drove back to the office as late afternoon turned the overcast sky a deep, bruised violet. An eerie weight seemed to hang over Lone Oak, as if an unseen force hovered in the air. Was it all in my head, or was it the echo of Grayson's harrowing account? At the newsroom that next morning, as I sat before my laptop, Mr. Carter burst in. "Got anything solid?" he demanded. I recounted Grayson's story and showed him my notes. He frowned deeply, lighting cigarette after cigarette, despite the no-smoking policy, and finally said, "That all sounds like straight-up horror. Do you really believe it? We're a local newspaper, not a paranormal blog. People will laugh us out of town." I shrugged. "That's all I have. I can either spin it as satire or report it as a mysterious incident and hope someone out there takes notice. After all, there are folks online who believe in the paranormal." Mr. Carter stroked his chin. "All right, publish it under your byline on our blog. Just don't make us look completely foolish." So I typed, word for word, Grayson's account in sprawling detail, recounting the ancient legend, the stone circle, and the town that might not even officially exist. I left it ambiguous whether his story was real or the ramblings of a man trying to excuse his crimes. I even added the archival tidbits. Then I published it under the headline, "The Devil's Circle of Lone Oak, a Texan legend or a brutal reality." The article drew its share of attention. Commenters ranged from skeptics to conspiracy theorists. Some demanded the precise location of this cursed site, while others mocked the idea that I'd bought into such a tall tale. Weeks later, the frenzy began to die down, but I couldn't forget it. Night after night, I'd wake in a cold sweat, images of that ancient stone circle, flames licking the earth, desperate screams echoing, haunting my dreams. Had I been too deeply influenced by Grayson's tale? Eventually, I decided to check in with Officer Jackson once more to learn what had become of Grayson. Jackson told me that Grayson had been transferred to a forensic psychiatric facility after his lawyer pleaded not guilty by reason of insanity. He didn't have any more details, and the records were sealed from public view. Should I return to the archives for further clues? I did, a few times, only to uncover more fragments of old lore that offered little in the way of concrete evidence. No one could definitively say where Hainstede, or Hainville as Grayson might have called it, was ever located. Some spoke of a ghost town deep in the brush. Others dismissed it as pure legend. Yet, on certain stormy nights, when the rain hammered my window and the sky shimmered with an eerie red glow, I'd find myself rereading my blog post. The words of Grayson about the gaping fissure, the blood, the unspeakable creatures. And wonder, what if there really is something out there? An ancient curse, a broken seal, a long-forgotten evil waiting to break free. I have no solid proof. But my heart races every time a violent storm rolls in, or a low, ominous rumble echoes across the plains. Perhaps I think we've already lost the battle, choosing flight over facing down the darkness. And maybe, just maybe, the gates of hell have been unlocked right here in Texas. I haven't told my girlfriend all of this yet. I know she worries about me constantly. After all, I'm a police officer, and one day I'll have to confess everything before I completely lose my mind and even more sleep. I've been on the force for over 5 years now in Maplewood, a quiet suburb nestled in the heart of the American South. I joined the department at 25, for the reasons one would expect: to make a difference, to serve the community, to be proud of my work, and to earn an honest living. Naturally, as a young man, I had rather romantic notions about policing, almost like in those Hollywood films where officers act as superhuman heroes. But during my very first week at the police academy in Atlanta, I painfully realized that reality and the movies are worlds apart. The training at our academy was brutal and relentless, more like a military boot camp I had only ever seen in documentaries and films. Almost every call I've responded to since, whether it was routine traffic stops, disturbances over loud parties, or domestic disputes, taught me that reality is often far less glamorous than the idealized version we dreamt of as kids. I even recall my time working as a temporary laborer for the Forestry Service, clearing fallen trees after storms. Back then, I drove an old pickup that always lagged behind the modern tree-lifting trucks, helping to chop up and clear debris. I used to be genuinely terrified of that wood chopper machine. Every Friday, when I finally had some extra cash in my pocket and was looking forward to the weekend, the thought of being caught by that machine would make my blood run cold. Over time, you get used to the constant danger, though you can never shake the feeling that the next job might plunge you into a life-threatening situation. Maplewood is picture perfect. A town with charming colonial-style houses, well-kept sidewalks lined with towering oaks, and quaint little streets that feel like a leisurely promenade. At the outskirts of town, elegant mansions stand discreetly, the homes of prominent figures and successful entrepreneurs, all tucked away from the hustle and bustle. For the simplest and most affordable lodging, there's a small bed and breakfast run by my sister. The streets of Maplewood are bordered by blooming gardens, trickling streams, and even a local brew pub where residents gather in the evenings to discuss their day over a cold craft beer. A few weeks ago, I received a call about a domestic disturbance at a typical duplex in a quiet residential neighborhood of Maplewood, a part of town I'd driven by many times without ever encountering anything like this. I'll admit, on calls like these, I sometimes let my guard down a bit, thinking it was just another loud argument, almost like quarrels between misbehaving children. I remembered my earlier days working in pest control before I joined the force. Back then, I'd seen my share of shady characters and thought, it can't really be that bad. But as a cop, you soon learn that reality often wears a much uglier face. Still in my patrol car, I called in to my supervisor as I watched from outside the house, where nearly 20 neighbors had gathered at their doorsteps to witness the heated dispute between a couple. The man, let's call him Mr. Johnson, looked menacing despite his short stature. His thinning hair and stocky build gave him a dark, forbidding appearance. His wife, Mrs. Johnson, stood by his side, and I found her hardly any more sympathetic. As a young officer who'd once spent time in pest control, I had seen plenty of unsavory faces, but never did I imagine that some of the worst characters would be found behind the closed doors of their own home. I parked my cruiser for almost 5 minutes as I observed the escalating argument. For a moment, I considered getting back into the car and avoiding the call altogether, or perhaps fabricating a family emergency for my supervisor, since my sister's health problems could serve as a convenient excuse. I'd once dreamed of truly helping people and resolving issues that others couldn't handle. But after 5 years on the force, I had come to accept that some people are simply lost. The ideal of making a real difference as a cop was slowly fading away. Maybe I was burned out, or perhaps the job was never as heroic as I'd imagined as a child. If you ever consider joining the police, you'd better have an unshakable sense of duty and be prepared to face attacks from all sides, not to mention the toll it takes on your personal life. About 6 minutes after my call, my supervisor arrived and took command. He spoke calmly with the arguing couple, and we learned that the fight had erupted after the couple returned home from work to find their house ransacked. A burglary had left everything in disarray. Furniture overturned, dishes smashed, DVDs and personal belongings scattered in shards across the floor. Even the refrigerator was empty, as if someone had casually thrown out all their groceries. To make matters worse, their 8-year-old daughter had been left alone in the house while her parents had gone out to see a movie. No wonder the dispute outside had escalated, let alone the potential criminal charges for child endangerment. I interrupted my supervisor's conversation to ask if anyone else was still in the house besides the little girl. The answer was that everyone had already left. That eased my mind slightly, but something about the couple made me uneasy. Though I'm not usually one to be swayed by vibes, that day I couldn't shake the feeling that something was off. So I stepped off the sidewalk and approached the front door. Inside, I was met with a scene of utter chaos. Shattered glass everywhere. Furniture toppled over, the TV splintered into pieces, and family photos torn to bits hanging on the walls. The bedroom was in complete disarray, and even the bathroom wasn't spared. The toilet was destroyed, and paint flowed unchecked from the sink. 2 tabby cats wandered about in a daze, clearly as disturbed by the events as everyone else. One sat silently on the staircase leading upstairs, while the other perched on an upended table. It was as if a group of unruly teenagers had unleashed all their pent-up anger on every piece of furniture. One detail, however, caught my attention. Greasy, bizarre stains marred the walls, about a foot above the floor, not on it. I drew my service weapon, because in unfamiliar homes, I never feel secure enough to holster it, and picked up my flashlight. As I slowly ascended the stairs, I heard a soft voice coming from one of the upper rooms. I opened the door cautiously and found a small blonde girl sitting on her bed, deeply engrossed in a conversation with her worn-out stuffed animals. It appeared that she had been trying to process the horror of the break-in in her own way. Before I could say anything, she asked in a serious tone, "Are you a bad man?" "No, I'm a police officer. I'm here to help," I replied, keeping my voice calm. "My daddy says cops are bad. They take people's lives," she murmured. Wanting to steer the conversation away from police violence with an 8-year-old, I asked, "Is that your daddy standing downstairs with your mama?" But she fell silent. "Who were you talking to?" I pressed gently. "I was talking to my friends. They protect me," she explained, swinging what looked like an old hairbrush through the air and motioning toward the scattered stuffed animals. She paid me little attention, as if completely absorbed in her own conversation. These weren't the ordinary plush toys you'd find in a children's store or on TV shows like those with friendly cartoon bears. They were strange, almost eerie creatures with oversized eyes, odd proportions and shapes that took your breath away. One particularly striking figure lay between her knees, a bizarre, monstrous animal with long, almost wing-like ears, stubby arms, and a swollen belly. I asked if she was scared and if she wanted to be taken somewhere safe, but her response was eerily calm. "My friends protect me. I tell them if someone's bad, and then they help me." At that point, my interest in her nearly faded. I couldn't tell if she was hurt or scared, and her words made little sense. I slowly crossed the room, glancing at the window and the closet, until I entered a side room where the stench of mold and damp air hit me. A smell as if someone had left an old, wet pet behind. I checked the closet and the bed, where the odor was strongest, wondering what on earth had happened here. In the midst of it all, I heard the soft giggling of the girl, and for a moment I felt that I wasn't alone in the room. Over the low hum of my patrol radio, a creeping sense of dread took hold of me. My supervisor, who was already downstairs taking statements from the Johnsons, finished gathering the necessary details. When the call finally ended, he excused me. My shift was nearly over. I stopped worrying about potential charges. I just wanted to go home. That night, I managed barely an hour of sleep. Lying in bed next to my half-awake girlfriend, her presence offering a small measure of comfort, I kept recalling the unsettling feeling left by that little girl's room. 2 nights later, while on the night shift, I received another call. This time again at the same duplex. When the address came over the radio, a sense of foreboding gripped me. I desperately hoped something had changed, that maybe new tenants had moved in. But when I arrived, the porch light was on and nobody was at the door. I knocked and waited as the uneasy feeling inside me grew. After what felt like an eternity, a small, older man opened the door and ushered me inside. In the interior, I was met by a nearly pristine living area. New furniture, fresh carpeting, and an almost sterile cleanliness that stood in stark contrast to the previous scene. The man, who introduced himself as Mr. Kruger, apologized almost meekly, explaining that although everyone was home, a strong impact had shattered a kitchen window. As he led me into the kitchen, I discovered, to my horror, the 2 tabby cats lying motionless on the floor. Both were dead. Dried blood was caked around their noses, and a musty, indescribable odor filled the air, making me feel nauseous. With disposable gloves on, I began to document the disturbing scene, unaware of what other horrors might be unfolding in the house. My thoughts drifted back to my childhood in North Carolina, when my sister and I had countless pets, dogs, cats, birds. Even then, we often encountered sudden, tragic deaths. But these cats, there was something grotesquely unnatural about them. They looked as though they had been eviscerated from the inside out, their bodies almost gelatinous. as if they'd lost all internal structure. I remembered old tales of Egyptian mummification techniques. This was something just as unnerving. After noting the incident, there wasn't much time to ponder the fate of the little girl, whom I assumed was still somewhere upstairs. Shortly afterward, my supervisor informed me that further investigations would follow. Anyone who had ever seen such grotesque animal remains should come forward with information. The next day, on what was supposed to be a calm morning, I finally had a brief moment to retreat to my supervisor's office, a room that always felt cool and detached. As I sat in my plain yet functional uniform, typical American duty gear with dark tactical pants and a simple shirt, I reviewed my personnel file. My supervisor, a large and imposing man with zero tolerance for mistakes, began lecturing me in a sharp tone. He chastised me for not following protocol and for failing to notify the proper animal control authorities about the cat's deaths. Instead of treating the situation as mere vandalism, I should have reported it. I sheepishly admitted that my own thoughts had distracted me, and I took full responsibility. His words echoed in my mind. "If you keep this up, you're going to get yourself fired." For now, I escaped any formal punishment. Instead, he ordered that I return to the house later that day with an animal control officer, someone from the local health department, to properly collect the disturbing remains. Despite my initial hesitation, knowing I wouldn't be alone gave me a small measure of courage. On my day off, a rare moment when I hoped for some peace, I found myself once again standing outside that very house. Alongside an official from Animal Control, I faced the building that now looked entirely different in the daylight. The facade was classic Maplewood, a well-kept colonial home with a small covered back patio where a modern brew pub had set up shop. Behind the house, a narrow, rocky drainage ditch snaked along, reminiscent of an old, weathered canal. I stowed my service weapon, in case, and donned protective overshoes to avoid the mud as I carefully stepped down into the drainage ditch. With gloves on and a sturdy trash bag provided by the animal control officer, I methodically retrieved the two lifeless cats one by one. It was an eerie feeling, holding these silent creatures in my hands, much like the shiver you get when you inadvertently disturb a spider's web. When I climbed back up, I saw Mr. Kruger and his wife, she now dressed in an oddly elegant yet unsettling style, waiting in the covered back area. Mr. Kruger, with his bald head and stocky build reminiscent of a short, hard-edged movie character from the 1970s, regarded me with a mix of relief and worry. His wife, always in casually chic outfits, wore an expression that was hard to read, both friendly and strangely distant. "We've got the cats, officer. Have a nice day," I said, brushing the mud from my shoes. "Do you have a minute to come inside? It's much cooler in there," he replied in a flat tone. I hesitated briefly. There was something unnervingly calm about him, but I followed him into the house. Inside, I was greeted by an almost otherworldly chill. Despite the mild spring weather outside, the interior felt frigid and ominously quiet. I removed my muddy shoes and stepped into the heated yet eerily silent space. At a small kitchen table, Mr. and Mrs. Kruger sat down as the animal control officer began sorting out the paperwork. That's when I noticed. A copy of my incident report along with my business card was taped to the refrigerator, a meticulous hint that someone intended to publicize the case. Just as the conversation was getting underway, the little girl reappeared, this time sitting on the living room couch, her eyes fixed silently on the television. Clad in an old-fashioned nightgown that did little to ward off the chill, she seemed completely lost in her own world. The atmosphere was heavy with a mix of coldness, unease, and a palpable premonition of something supernatural. After a brief, awkward silence, Mr. Kruger asked. "Do you really have to take the cats, officer?" I nodded curtly and explained that I was simply following protocol. There was no other way in such cases. "Isn't there any way to cancel the report? We'd rather not have this matter dragged out," he added, his voice trembling slightly, as if the entire ordeal weighed on him personally. I replied matter-of-factly that the incident had been officially reported as a crime and couldn't simply be undone, and that the cats would now be sent for forensic analysis. The tense atmosphere didn't dissipate immediately. Then Mr. Kruger suddenly stood up and pleaded, "Can't we just have the animals back?" "Please," his voice bordered on desperation, as though his pride hinged on those disturbing creatures. I had to steel myself and reiterated that I was bound by department regulations. Once the animal control officer finished the paperwork, I took my leave, my hands still trembling from discomfort and cold, as I climbed back into my cruiser, with the officer watching me go. In the days following these events, I tried to distract my mind. One day, while I was in a small deli in downtown Maplewood buying a hearty sandwich — Maplewood locals swear that these sandwiches are the best around — an older lady suddenly approached me and insisted on paying for my meal. I initially refused, as I rarely accept free food, but she wouldn't relent. Her persistent insistence almost made me blurt out that I became a cop because I was too lazy to go to college, and that I was now the most disillusioned officer you could imagine. Eventually, I gave in, and she left the shop convinced that she had done a good deed for the community, while the evening news continued to warn of the perils of police work. I didn't become a cop because my father was one. I joined the force simply because no other perspective was offered to me, and I had hoped one day to make a real difference. Yet, all the events of the past few days have made me increasingly doubt the very meaning of this job. Later, while wandering through a sprawling flea market in an old industrial district of Maplewood with my sister and her children, I encountered yet another odd scene. At one stall selling brightly painted, handmade plush monsters imported from Eastern Europe, I froze in my tracks. They were exactly the same kind of eerie creatures I had seen earlier in the little girl's room, featuring garish colors, distorted faces, and uncanny grins that were at once both cute and menacing. The vendor, an elderly woman with a strong, almost Eastern European accent, extolled her wares. "Your children will love these little friends. They're handcrafted from the finest materials and blessed by our family." I replied curtly, "I don't have any children. Perhaps something for your wife, yes?" She added with a knowing smile. "I'm not even married," I said, studying the figures intently. Then she began recounting the painful times when, during the Balkan Wars, she was forced to leave everything behind in search of refuge, a tale of loss and survival. The conversation ended with an adventurous exchange about religion and fate, while I couldn't help but wonder if this strange encounter was somehow connected to the whole ordeal, as if the supernatural was slowly creeping into my everyday life. But nothing could have prepared me for what happened a few days later. On a gray afternoon, with the sky over Maplewood heavy with clouds, I received yet another call. This time, right at the doorstep of the house that had become notorious. I arrived unnoticed, and this time the entire place was shrouded in a foreboding gloom. Every window and door was draped with heavy blackout curtains, some even wrapped in reflective aluminum foil, as if to bar any trace of light. A thin strip of light seeped through the cracks, while the dank odor of old smoke and gasoline filled the hall. I was greeted by a man, this time appearing to be the sole occupant, who invited me inside. He motioned for me to sit on an old worn sofa in the living room, saying he had something important to tell me. No sooner had I settled than a loud crash erupted from upstairs, as if something massive was careening through the room. "Sit down. I need to explain something to you before you go upstairs," he said in a calm, measured tone. "Is that your wife or your partner up there?" I asked sarcastically. "No, she's upstairs, but she isn't responsible for the noise. There was an accident. We tried to calm her down," he replied, his tone a mix of indifference and resignation. "Could you please stop smoking? I have asthma," I interjected, even though I didn't suffer from it myself, but I couldn't stand the smell of cigarette smoke. He stubbed out his cigarette forcefully and carelessly set his pack on the coffee table. "What kind of accident? Is your daughter all right?" I asked hesitantly. "It's not our daughter," he said in a lowered voice. "She's my niece. We took her in after her mother died of an overdose. I checked your records. There's no adoption paperwork, nothing official," I shot back. "She wasn't adopted. She's almost like a ghost, not found in any official registry. I found her one evening when I was on my way. She was lying motionless in a parked car outside a fast food joint. I couldn't just turn her over to the state," he explained in desperation. "You asked me to keep an eye on things. I'm here because I believe someone in this house is in danger, whether it's you or your niece," I stated firmly. Suddenly, he stood up, leaning on his knees as he came toward me in a menacing manner. "We're all in danger. You'd better call for backup," he warned. Then, without further ado, he added, "Come with me if you want." In that moment, I should have activated my radio, but neither my cell phone nor my radio seemed to work inside this house. Reluctantly, I followed him up the creaking stairs. Barely had I reached the second floor when the smell of gasoline hit me, and my worn shoes slipped on the damp floor. He led me to a narrow door, opened it just a crack, and stepped aside as if inviting me in. I stepped into the room and froze. In the bathroom, I found his partner kneeling with her head bowed over the toilet, lifeless. For a moment, time seemed to stand still. Instinctively, I almost drew my service weapon, but before I could react, muffled screams echoed from behind me. I pushed open the adjoining door and was confronted with a scene of unspeakable horror. A small girl lay bound to a bed, her 4 limbs roughly tied with coarse rope, her mouth gagged with a cloth, and her eyes hidden behind a blindfold. Her blonde hair was messy and cut in haphazard wild strokes. Bloodied bruises marred her arms and legs, evidence of a desperate struggle for freedom. Without thinking, I pulled out my pocket knife to cut through the ropes, but as soon as I freed the first binding, the unthinkable happened. A tremendous force seized me, as if the girl herself, in a burst of supernatural strength, hurled me across the room. Furniture and objects flew everywhere as I slumped to the floor, dazed. I saw the little girl methodically undo every remaining restraint with an expression that was at once childlike and deeply eerie. The previously desperate man rushed in, pleading with her to stop, but as he approached, she stamped so violently that the entire room shook. He fell backward with a pained cry, and I felt my heart pounding in my chest. I wanted to run, but my limbs wouldn't obey, and the pain nearly overwhelmed me. Suddenly, the girl knelt over him, pressed a tiny hand over his mouth, and pinched his nose with the other, while screaming in a warped voice, as if she were sucking the life from him. I crouched, hoping to remain unnoticed, but then she began thrusting her small fingers into his eyes, eliciting screams of agony and terror from him. In that moment, I frantically searched for my service weapon, but it was nowhere to be found. Probably lost under a pile of broken dishes in a corner because I hadn't secured my holster properly. "You said you were a good person," she whispered in a voice that was at once innocent and demonic. I detest it when children assume such roles. And right then, she was the last person I wanted to speak to. I only wanted to help, "You know, I tried to free you, right?" I stammered, standing in a desperate corner and groping for my missing gun. Suddenly, she blocked my path to the window, as if determined to cut off any escape. "I don't need your help. I have friends. You'll see. I can handle it," she declared. And then, in a low, ominous tone, she began repeating my full name as if she knew everything about me. I felt my blood begin to boil, an uncontrollable anger rising that nearly made me overpower her. And yet, at the same time, sheer terror held me in place. I reached a point where there was no turning back. I couldn't stay near her any longer, but every exit was blocked. "Do you want me to burn you? You claim to be a good person," she hissed. Then her eyes suddenly began to glow, and she burst into tears like a terrified child. "Just let me go. I don't want to be here anymore." Before I could gather my thoughts, I felt an unstoppable force hurl me against the open window. The glass shattered, and for a moment I lost all sense of gravity, my memories rushing past me in a single, disorienting instant. The faces of my parents, the ring I'd bought for my girlfriend, our first kisses, countless fleeting moments of an ordinary life. I fell several meters, my back striking the cold pavement, and eventually lost consciousness. When I came to, I was lying on damp grass, my head bleeding as sirens, blue lights, and the chaotic shouts from dispatch filled the air. No one in their right mind would dare return to that house after such a nightmare. I managed to make my way back to the ground floor, collapsed onto a sofa, and tried to piece together the shattered remnants of my reality. Soon after, the incident was officially ruled a murder-suicide, a convoluted case that was to be buried as a tragic accident. I don't know if my report will ever convey the whole truth. Too many consequences would follow. Sometimes it seems easier to live a lie than to face the brutal reality. Today, I lie here in the hospital with broken ribs, a severe concussion, and a sore back, while my girlfriend shows me the latest news updates on her phone. I know I must tell her everything soon, for these events, as horrifying as they were, mark the end of an era for me as a police officer in Maplewood. What began as a dream of making a difference has turned into a nightmare that has pushed me to the limits of my mental and physical endurance. I often wonder how I managed all these years in a job that delves so deeply into the darkest corners of human nature. Every day, every call, every moment, witnessing such unimaginable events chips away at me a little more. And yet I know I'm not alone. In the faces of my fellow officers, in the quiet moments after a call, I sense an unbreakable bond that holds us together, despite the pervasive darkness that sometimes surrounds us. Perhaps this case, no matter how ominously it ended, will one day mark a turning point. A moment when I finally draw a line under the past and try to escape my inner demons. Until then, all I can do is write it all down, hoping that the truth, even in its fragmented, painful form, will eventually be heard. I know one thing for sure. The ghosts of Maplewood will haunt me for a long time. And as I lie here in my hospital bed, reflecting on everything, I quietly wonder if it's still possible to believe in goodness in a world where the supernatural and the horrors of life walk hand in hand. I assume, very confused woman called in what would likely become a drunken disorderly charge just after midnight. She told the county police department that a freak in a BDSM suit had staggered out of the wooded area behind her suburban home in rural Georgia and collapsed by her front gate. My co-workers picked short straws that night, and Tyler, one of our less experienced deputies, lost the draw, so he was sent to pick this oddity up. I was busy filing paperwork at our small sheriff's office when they brought the man in. To drown out the commotion of our busy station, I turned on a little radio music. Eventually, Tyler staggered into my cramped office. "Chief, come look at this weirdo," he said, before ducking back out. I sighed, leaning back in my chair. Tyler was a good deputy, but sometimes he acted with the immaturity of a high school student. I capped my pen, wiped the ink smudges off my fingers with a crumpled tissue, and stood up, my knees protesting with every step. The office was so tight that I had to sidestep a precarious stack of case files just to reach the door. Walking through the lobby, I unlocked the door leading to the holding cells. A small crowd of off-duty staff was clustered around the entrance to the drunk tank, their low buzz of conversation punctuated by bursts of nervous laughter. I elbowed my way to the front, where Clarice was busy filming the man with her cell phone. I was about to tell her to put the phone away when I finally got a proper look at him. At first, I thought Tyler had been exaggerating, but he wasn't. The man, slumped against the back wall of the holding cell, looked like a figure ripped from a grainy, disturbing video. His outfit, if you could call it that, was a skin-tight, jet-black suit that covered him completely. There were no zippers, no seams, no clues as to how on earth he had managed to get into it. Under the flickering fluorescent lights of our aging facility, the suit had an odd sheen that made me suspect it was made of latex. And his arms? They ended in mere stumps. Affixed to the front of the suit, roughly where a mouth should be, was a polished metal circle. At first, I thought 2 eye holes had been cut out of the material, but on closer inspection I realized they were spaced too far apart, the left one even slightly higher than the right. "Tyler," I said to my deputy, "did you get a good look at his eyes? Dilated pupils?" "Actually, those aren't his eyes. No, they're fake. Old prosthetics, I think. Enamel," Tyler replied. Clarice kept recording every moment. I rubbed the bridge of my nose in exasperation. "Clarice, put the damn phone away." She huffed, but complied. The rest of the staff murmured among themselves, shifting uncomfortably. No one looked more out of place than Jack. Old Jack spent more nights in that drunk tank than in his own home, probably by design. That night, he had been reported howling at women half his age while staggering down Main Street, his empty bottle of homemade moonshine rattling against lampposts. Now, he was curled up in a ball in the corner of the cell, sitting in a puddle of his own piss while cursing in Spanish at the latex-clad man. I turned to Tyler. "Where'd you find this guy?" "Near the old Banks property, you know, where the maggot farm murders took place back in the 90s. He was face down in the dirt, completely out of it," Tyler said, crossing his arms. "We tried talking to him, but he didn't say a word. Thought he was on something." I glanced back at the mysterious figure. His chest rose and fell in slow, steady rhythms. "You searched him?" Tyler shook his head. "No pockets." Sighing, I said, "All right. Let's process him and see if we can get an ID." Tyler gave me a "you're the boss" shrug and grabbed the keys off his belt. As he stepped toward the cell, the man moved, if only slightly. A mere twitch, a slight tilt of the head. When I looked again, his porcelain eyes were fixed on me. Old Jack whimpered, and Tyler looked back. I nodded for him to continue. Then, unexpectedly, the man stood up. He appeared disoriented, barely managing to find his footing as he scanned the room. First at us, then at Jack, and back to us. With each movement, his suit let out a squeal. Clarice let out a choked gasp as he shuffled toward the cell door. Suddenly, a searing pressure shot through my skull, as if an ice pick had been driven through my forehead. I bent double, hands clutching my head, groaning like a wounded animal. At first, I thought I was experiencing the onset of one of my notorious cluster headaches, a pain I'd battled since childhood and always struggled to explain. But then I noticed that the dozen or so people around me were all clutching their heads in agony too. And then, in a voice that was neither deep nor high, distinctly neither male nor female, the figure finally spoke. "Where am I?" With that single question, the pressure eased as if a switch had been flipped. The words rang hollow in my mind, and I'm sure in the minds of everyone gathered. Slowly, I composed myself and squared up to face the man in the cell. "You're in the county sheriff's office," I said calmly. "Who are you?" The figure lowered its gaze, studying its fingerless hands before answering. "I do not know," it said, its voice unnervingly clear. I exchanged a nervous glance with Tyler. "All right," I continued slowly. "How about you tell us what you remember? How did you end up here tonight?" The figure brought its latex-covered hands to its face, almost stroking its cheeks as if trying to recall something. "I remember darkness, a great weight, then freedom, but not mine," it communicated. Its words rang out like cold tin, and I realized we were not hearing spoken language at all. We were hearing its thoughts. "Okay," I pressed gently. "Do you have a name? Anything we can call you?" "Aleph," it answered, in a tone that carried an edge of aggression. It took a step back, then another, eventually standing in the center of the cell as if sizing us up. From behind, old Jack muttered something about the devil and spat on the concrete. Slowly, Aleph turned to face him. Jack looked startled. His intoxicated ramblings came to an abrupt halt, replaced by silent, desperate curses. "Jack," I called, snatching the set of keys back from Tyler. "Jack, stay calm. I'm coming in." As I fiddled with the cell's lock, gasps and murmurs filled the room. I looked up to see Jack slowly rising, his back scraping the wall as he clawed at his throat for one last breath. Aleph watched silently, seemingly unmoved. Jack's feet barely left the floor before he was suspended in midair, as if hoisted by an unseen force, and then his body crumpled, lifeless, to the ground. The door to the cell clicked open. Aleph rotated its head to face me once more. Before I could issue a warning, it began to glide across the floor. Startled, I reached instinctively for the gun in my holster, but as I did, my arm jerked awkwardly at the elbow, snapping the joint. Like Jack, I fell to the floor, clutching the splintered bone beneath my skin. In a moment of pathetic despair, I began to cry as I watched the latex man float past through the open door. My longtime friend and deputy, Tyler, drew his pistol and leveled it at the creature's head. I watched helplessly as his hands trembled, the barrel pressing against his forehead in a desperate bid to fight something he couldn't control. Tears welled in his eyes as a deafening gunshot echoed. I awoke an unknowable amount of time later. Disoriented, I staggered to my feet, using the metal bars for support. I soon realized I had passed out from the excruciating pain, yet my arm throbbed with every heartbeat. I retrieved my fallen gun and carefully slid it back into my holster. Surveying the scene, I saw my colleagues scattered across the hall like discarded props, bodies crushed, as though run over by a truck. With a heavy heart, I slowly made my way out of the cell, feeling as though I were walking through mud with each painful step. Finally, I emerged into the main hallway, a nightmare come to life. The erratic flicker of fluorescent lights cast jagged shadows over the contorted forms of my fellow officers. The air reeked of blood and burnt gunpowder. My shattered arm hung uselessly by my side, every movement accompanied by a fresh wave of nauseating pain. I clenched my teeth and forced myself onward. I had to get help. As I staggered toward the lobby, something felt off. The station was eerily silent. There were no radios crackling, no phones ringing, no casual chatter among colleagues. just the faint hum of dying lights and the occasional drip of blood splattering on the floor. "Hello?" I called out, my voice trembling. "Is anyone there?" Only silence answered. Pushing through the door into the lobby, my heart sank further. The front desk had been overturned, papers and broken equipment scattered everywhere. The windows were intact, yet the world outside seemed wrong. The streetlights glowed dimly, their light muted and hazy, as if being swallowed by the encroaching darkness. The trees beyond the parking lot swayed unnaturally, their silhouettes bleeding into the night like a watercolor fading into shadow. And then I saw it. Aleph was standing in the middle of the parking lot, its back turned. The glossy suit reflected the faint light in distorted patterns. I froze, my hand instinctively moving to my holster, but I stopped myself. I couldn't risk another tragedy like what had just happened to Tyler. "What are you?" I asked, trying to steady my voice. I limped closer to Aleph, just yards away. When I spoke, it slowly turned around. I saw it desperately trying to open the metal hatch covering its mouth. Defeated, it lowered its arms back to its sides. "I'm dreaming," it said, the words slithering into my skull like a wet, oily snake. In my peripheral vision, I noticed the night sky drooping lower, the darkness spreading like a sandstorm. Suddenly, a sharp pain stabbed through my heart. My knees buckled and I fell to the ground, clutching my chest. When I looked up again, there was nothing. Only an endless void stretching in every direction. In that abyss, it felt as though only two things existed, me and Aleph. "What?" I gasped between broken breaths. "What is this?" "It is me," Aleph replied. After a long, silent pause, it added, "I need to find the other dreamers." The silence of that void wasn't silent at all. It pulsed with a low, insectile hum that vibrated in my molars and the marrow of my shattered arm. Aleph stood before me, its porcelain eyes reflecting both emptiness and an unfathomable depth. Its latex-gloved hand hovered inches from my face, gleaming like the carapace of some deep-sea creature. I tried to scream, but my tongue refused to cooperate. Then, without warning, sirens erupted, not from outside, but all around us. A shrill, electronic wail sliced through the darkness, as if reality itself was being torn apart. Aleph's head jerked upward, its metal mouthpiece emitting a sound reminiscent of a detuned radio. The void shuddered, reality folding like wet paper, and suddenly I found myself sprawled on cracked asphalt once more. The parking lot's aging yellow overhead lights buzzed erratically, and my broken arm throbbed in time with their pulse. SUVs arrived in a synchronized swarm, sleek and black, as if they were a posse of modern hearses. They skidded into formation, boxing us in with military precision. Doors swung open, and men in charcoal gray suits spilled out. Their faces were hidden behind amber-tinted gas masks, and thick, rubbery gloves, eerily similar in sheen to Aleph's suit, protected their hands. Aleph remained motionless. Then, as if to acknowledge their presence, it raised its stubbed arm. The nearest SUV began to levitate, tires spinning lazily as it drifted 6 feet off the ground. The agents froze. One muttered into his radio, "Asset is active. I repeat, the asset is..." Aleph snapped its arm down. The SUV crumpled like a discarded aluminum can, its windshield shattering into a spray of diamond-like fragments. Agents dove for cover, but one wasn't quick enough. The vehicle's chassis pinned his legs, and his scream was muted by the mask. Chaos exploded. Tasers fired. Arcs of blue electricity lanced the dark. The currents wrapped around Aleph like neon serpents, yet seemed to have little effect. 2 agents collided midair, their bones crunching in a horrifying symphony. I scrambled backward as gravel bit into my palms. That's when I saw him. A man in a cream-colored trench coat, untouched by the pandemonium. In his arms, he clutched a white rabbit whose fur had been meticulously dyed red. The creature's nose twitched, and its wide eyes seemed to pulse with a strange life. "Aleph," the trench-coated man called in a reedy, monotone voice. At his shout, Aleph froze. One of the suited agents had already collapsed mid-air, and as the tension in the area began to dissipate like deflating rubber, Aleph slowly turned toward the rabbit. The man in the trench advanced, extending the animal like an offering. Aleph reached out with trembling latex gloves. When its hands touched the rabbit, the red dye smeared unevenly over the suit. The rabbit made no move to struggle. It simply stared, its breathing rapid yet steady. "Good," the trench-coated man murmured, his eyes inscrutable. "Back to the garden, little king." Then he drew a modern handgun from his coat, approached Aleph, and gently placed a consoling hand on its shoulder. Flicking off the safety, he pressed the gun against the back of Aleph's head as it cradled the rabbit like a precious newborn. The ensuing gunshot was deafening. Aleph didn't collapse dramatically. It simply slumped like a marionette whose strings had been cut. Its suit lost its luster, turning dull and lifeless. The porcelain eyes stared blankly, void of emotion or life. No blood seeped from the wound. The trench-coated man knelt, carefully retrieving the rabbit, then caressed Aleph's face in a hushed whisper. Soon after, medics rushed to my side. Their cold, gloved hands strapped me to a stretcher as I continued to watch Aleph. Its body lay inert, the latex suit now a bizarre, empty shell. The trench-coated man stood aside as federal agents began loading Aleph into a black body bag. He glanced at me one last time, his expression unreadable. Not long after, I passed out from exhaustion. The last thing I remember was being carried into the back of an unmarked van. When I finally awoke, I was lying on my own living room sofa, in my own home. A quiet suburban house far removed from the horror of that night. I sat up, disoriented, nearly having a heart attack when I heard a voice behind me. Turning, I saw the trench-coated man seated across the room. We exchanged a few words before he leaned across my coffee table and handed me a pen and clipboard. Attached was a lengthy non-disclosure agreement. When I asked what would happen if I refused, he stared silently. Reluctantly, I signed. The man cracked a faint smile, patted me on the shoulder, and calmly walked out, never to be seen or heard from again. In the following days, the federal agents swarmed the ruined police station like flies on a carcass. I was, of course, the last to be briefed on their actions. Local news later reported that a gang had shot up the station, a convenient cover story for yet another tragic casualty in the war on drugs. At the time, I had a teenage daughter and a loving wife, and all I ever wanted was to keep a low profile. I took early retirement and did my best to avoid the press. Eventually, the story faded from public memory. This all took place in 2009. Since then, my daughter has grown up to follow in my footsteps and is now the town's sheriff. I've kept quiet about that dreadful night, living a modest life in retirement. But a few weeks ago, I began having dreams. Not since I was a young boy had I remembered my dreams so vividly. They'd always been mere fragments, a tiny sliver of memory. Yet, at the start of this year, my dreams became painfully clear. A recurring vision of a red rabbit leading me deep into a foreboding forest. Tonight, I think I'll finally follow it. I was recently promoted from patrol officer to detective. Although my new desk assignment hardly affords me any quiet time, the contrast to my days on patrol is stark. There's far more downtime now. One evening, after closing a case, I found myself with roughly 45 minutes left on my shift. Normally, we wouldn't be dispatched unless there was at least an hour remaining on duty, except in the gravest cases like homicide or a bank heist. So, to pass the time, I began sifting through our digital archive of police reports, hoping to stumble upon something interesting, or even exciting. In just a few seconds, I could retrieve cases dating back nearly 30 years, yet nothing held my attention for long. That is, until I encountered a report from July 2003, a case that began as a seemingly routine shootout and rapidly escalated into something far more ominous. After reading the report, I approached my supervisor, Lieutenant Miller, who was still in the field at that time, and asked for further details. Those familiar with this incident refer to it as the Apocalypse Report. She explained that the report had stained our department's reputation, both because of its shocking content and the methods employed by the investigating officer. That officer wasn't just fired. He ended up committed to a state psychiatric hospital. An assisting investigator resigned during the ensuing internal probe. Lieutenant Miller stressed that I must not spread any details of this case within the department. The higher-ups were determined to keep it buried. Since I wasn't allowed to discuss the matter with anyone at work, I'm now making the complete report available for your review. Certain names and locations have been redacted. Those considered ordinary remain intact. Police report number. Prepared by Detective Ryan, 4:30 p.m., July 2003. At the above date and time, I, Detective Ryan, initiated a homicide investigation at the East Warehouse, located on the bustling docks of Baltimore. Patrol Officer Ethan Young responded to a 911 call reporting gunshots emanating from within the warehouse. He and several other units arrived on scene and found the suspect, Marcus Carter, present in the building. Upon our arrival, Marcus surrendered without resistance, handing over both his firearm and himself without incident. Witnesses later explained that the victim, Hassan al-Sayed, had been involved in a heated verbal dispute with Marcus concerning Marcus's young son. The argument escalated until Marcus drew his weapon, triggering a fatal exchange of gunfire in which Hassan was killed. The initial report noted that Marcus appeared unnervingly calm when we arrived. Before commencing interrogation, I ran Marcus's record through our department system. He had no prior offenses. I then properly read him his Miranda rights, clearly explaining that he had the right to remain silent. Marcus declined to request an attorney. I reiterated that, as the primary suspect in a homicide investigation with several witnesses, he was strongly advised to secure legal counsel, but again, he refused. Marcus then began to explain that he was a member of a group of religious zealots who, for several years, had rented a portion of the East Warehouse. He claimed that he had shot Hassan because the latter intended to use Marcus's son as a sacrifice. When I asked if he meant a sacrifice in the conventional sense, he initially said no. He went on to claim that Hassan, a medically trained and licensed doctor, planned to sedate Marcus's son for exactly 2 minutes and 30 seconds to arrest his heart before reviving him, using resuscitative measures such as chest compressions and epinephrine injections. I pressed him further. Why exactly was Hassan planning this? And why target my suspect's son? Marcus explained that he had originally agreed to participate in the ritual, but his reservations grew as the procedure was set in motion. According to him, the planned ritual, referred to simply as the Apocalypse, was to be aborted. I paused briefly to absorb his words, then asked if by apocalypse he meant the biblical end of the world. He confirmed. Marcus then explained that several years earlier, his group had recovered ancient religious scrolls from the Near East. These scrolls purportedly described how to bring about the end of days. He claimed that the scrolls had been retrieved from the warehouse and were now secured as evidence. Following this, I examined the documents mentioned by Marcus. A preliminary inspection confirmed that they were indeed scrolls, rolled up and sealed with wax or a similar substance. There were 2 scrolls, the smaller, sealed with a single mark, and the larger, sealed at 7 distinct points. Both were written in a language unfamiliar to me, and the larger scroll bore inscriptions on both sides. Given the apparent antiquity of these documents, we exercised the utmost care during their examination. After this initial review, I contacted the Foreign Languages Department at the local university and was connected with Dr. Jonathan Price, an expert in theology and ancient Near Eastern languages. I explained the situation, and given the scroll's origin, he agreed to examine them thoroughly to determine the language. Dr. Price arrived the next morning, July 2nd, at 8 a.m. at our precinct. Following his first examination, he stated that he recognized the language. It was Aramaic, an ancient tongue in which he was fluent. After a detailed review, he reported that the content of the scrolls was extraordinarily fascinating. He inquired about the scroll's recovery, and I explained that I intended to re-interview Marcus. Dr. Price then requested that his colleague, Dr. Edward Abrams, the head curator at a local museum and an expert in ancient documents, be brought in. Dr. Abrams was to assess the age and verify the authenticity of the documents based on the parchment, ink, and overall appearance, in order to determine whether these were genuine ancient religious texts or merely elaborate forgeries. Dr. Abrams was officially consulted at 8:30 a.m. Dr. Abrams arrived about 25 minutes later, his morning schedule free of other engagements. I then arranged with the patrol division for an officer to accompany the 2 experts during their review of the documents, as our standard protocol requires a law enforcement presence whenever civilians examine evidence. Later, I re-interviewed Marcus regarding the precise location where the scrolls had been found. He claimed that the larger scroll had been discovered in a hidden vault deep beneath the sewers of Jerusalem, although he couldn't say which member of his group had made the discovery or how exactly the vault had been accessed. According to him, the scroll had been stored in a chest, carefully packaged to protect it from decay. The smaller scroll, he said, had been found in a chest on the seabed of the Dead Sea in the Middle East. Again, he was unable to specify who had made these discoveries or how the chests remained hermetically sealed despite the scroll's evident age. I returned to Dr. Price and Dr. Abrams, who were now engaged in a lively discussion. When I inquired further, Dr. Abrams stated that, based on the quality of the parchment, the type of ink used, and the overall appearance, his estimate was that the documents were between 1,800 and 2,000 years old. Dr. Price then explained the contents of the larger scroll. It dealt primarily with God's wrath and the Last Judgment. The fact that it was inscribed on both sides and sealed with 7 marks suggested that it might be a biblical text, similar in concept to the Book of Revelation. Dr. Price described how, according to Revelation, the Apostle John saw God and high-ranking angels gathered around a scroll that could only be fully read by breaking its 7 seals. With each seal broken, a deadly force would be released, and when all 7 were opened, Armageddon would commence. He pointed to the large scroll and noted that it, too, had 7 seals that would all need to be broken to reveal its full content. I asked if this might indeed be the biblical scroll described in Scripture. Dr. Price explained that, while further investigation was needed to confirm such a revolutionary discovery, there was a very real possibility that it was the biblical scroll, the one containing God's wrath and judgment on the unfaithful and sinners, systematically unsealed by Jesus Christ through the breaking of the 7 seals, culminating in his second coming. I then suggested that perhaps I was hinting at a dangerous supposition, and asked whether Marcus's group of zealots was attempting to trigger Armageddon by resealing and reopening the scroll. Dr. Price firmly denied this, stating that the original seals, sent by God, could not simply be undone by human hands. Even if they attempted it, the desired effect would fail, as only someone deemed worthy could open them. When I pressed him on what worthy meant, Dr. Price explained that only Jesus Christ was truly worthy, because he sacrificed himself for humanity's sins and was divinely resurrected. This reminded me of Marcus's earlier assertion that a sacrifice would be made and then revived. I informed Dr. Price of that point. In his opinion, Hassan's plan was to position Marcus's son as a sort of substitute Jesus. By clinically halting his heart for just over 2 minutes and then reviving him, the child would be deemed worthy enough to break the seals. Dr. Price remarked that although the idea might sound inventive, it was ultimately absurd. Jesus Christ isn't considered worthy merely because he was sacrificed and resurrected, he stressed. It's the deeper meaning and circumstances of his sacrifice that set him apart. I then inquired whether, if this scroll was indeed the biblical one, it might have been opened before. Dr. Price agreed that many theologians believed the events of Revelation had already transpired. He then detailed the seals. The first 4 had unleashed the 4 horsemen of the apocalypse, symbols of conquest, war, famine, and death. A glance through our history reveals that these events have recurred countless times. The final 3 seals, however, pertained to tribulation and devastation, many of which could be attributed to natural disasters or cosmic phenomena such as solar eclipses. Turning his attention to the smaller scroll, Dr. Price explained that it too was written in Aramaic and dealt with the Last Judgment, but it referenced only the 4 horsemen, omitting any additional disasters. When I asked for specifics, he explained that the text was meant to stand on its own, rather than rely solely on biblical references. It not only described the 4 horsemen and their functions, but also provided detailed instructions on how, if the entire ritual were performed correctly, these figures could be summoned into our world, thereby initiating the end times. Dr. Price emphasized that he saw the text not as an authentic religious document, but rather as a symbolic work. He explained that the horsemen were not to be taken as literal beings, but rather as metaphors for the ways in which humanity might bring about its own downfall. For the sake of completeness, I asked Dr. Price what the summoning of the 4 horsemen entailed according to the scroll. He pointed to a concluding paragraph that laid out a summoning ritual. In addition to reciting the incantation, the ritual required that 4 separate artifacts, each associated with one of the horsemen, be present. A sword, a bow, a set of scales, and a miniature stone sarcophagus. Dr. Price noted that given the scroll's potential 2,000-year-old origin, it would be nearly impossible to procure the correct artifacts. In particular, finding the proper sword or bow was unlikely, as millions of such items have been produced throughout history. He stressed that the ritual had to be carried out in its entirety. Every one of the 4 horsemen had to be summoned for any effect to occur. I thanked Dr. Abrams and Dr. Price for their assistance, and informed them that if necessary they might be called upon to testify in court as expert witnesses. Dr. Abrams then requested, given the potential historical significance of the 2 scrolls, that he and his team be allowed to take custody of the items during police safekeeping to preserve their condition. After consulting with Lieutenant Miller, this request was approved. I assured Dr. Abrams that the scrolls would be returned to the museum once the investigation concluded, a promise he accepted. Before leaving the crime scene, Dr. Abrams cautioned that although he was technically convinced of the authenticity of these ancient religious texts, there was still a possibility that they were extremely elaborate, professionally executed forgeries. I thanked him once again and accompanied him to the evidence room, where he carefully placed the scrolls on a small table. The next day, July 3rd, I arrived at work punctually at the start of my shift. Around 10:30 a.m., a man named Carl from Dr. Abrams' office appeared at my desk and informed me that Dr. Abrams had ordered a re-examination of the scrolls. Carl was then escorted to the evidence room, where Detective L was already waiting. About an hour later, I returned to the evidence room to verify Carl's presence, since he hadn't checked in after leaving. A colleague later informed me that he had vanished some time ago. However, when I peered through the evidence room's window, I noticed that the scrolls still lay on the table. My suspicions grew when I observed that the larger scroll had been replaced by a laminated copy of the United States Constitution, and the smaller scroll by a copy of the Apostles' Creed. I immediately notified Detective L and Lieutenant Miller that, in the midst of the homicide investigation, key pieces of evidence had been compromised. I contacted Dr. Abrams, who insisted that he had not authorized anyone, certainly not Carl, to examine the documents. He further stated that Carl had not even shown up for work that day. Consequently, a warrant was issued for Carl's arrest, and his vehicle was flagged by patrol units. Several squad cars were dispatched both to the museum and to his residence. I then informed Lieutenant Miller that I intended to re-examine the East Warehouse. Although she suggested sending a patrol unit, since I was personally overseeing the case and determined to locate Carl, I insisted on proceeding to the scene myself, accompanied by Detective J. Schmidt and a patrol unit. Upon arriving at the East Warehouse, we discovered Carl's vehicle parked alongside several others near the building. When he made his presence known, Carl exited the building and surrendered as soon as he saw us. Patrol Officer K. Hunter promptly arrested him and escorted him to the squad car. Detective Schmidt and I then entered the warehouse. On site, we found that the police tape had already been removed. A group of fanatic believers, members of an organization that had never been officially named, had transformed their section of the warehouse into an improvised altar. The room was square, with a podium positioned at its center. A red carpet covered the floor, and aside from a few high, narrow windows near the ceiling, the main lighting had been turned off. Only torches provided a diffuse, flickering glow. Several individuals had gathered around the altar, yet none acknowledged us when we identified ourselves as law enforcement. At the podium stood a woman of unmistakably Middle Eastern appearance. On a table beside the podium lay, it appeared, the two scrolls that had previously been secured. I stepped forward and ordered the assembled crowd to disperse. The onlookers turned to the woman, who gestured with her hand for them to back away. I informed her that she was in possession of stolen evidence, and that both the scrolls and she herself must be surrendered immediately. When I demanded her identity, she replied in my own words, "My name is Yazji." I then asked her why she had gone to such lengths to retrieve the scrolls while committing a crime. Yazji explained that she and her husband, Hassan, had engaged in a fierce dispute over which scroll should be read. She claimed that her husband's ambitions had far exceeded reason. When I pressed her to clarify what that meant, she stated, "Humanity today is 50 times more corrupt and evil than it was before the Great Flood. If God vowed never to exterminate us again, then we must take matters into our own hands." She went on to say that she believed Hassan's plan, to destroy the world by opening the 7 sealed scrolls, was doomed to fail. Instead, now that her husband was dead, she intended to pursue her own plan. When I asked what her plan entailed, she retorted, "If you were even half competent, you would have already found someone to translate the scrolls, but you haven't, have you?" I replied that an expert had already provided a translation. In response, Yazji spoke in fluent German. "Schaut euch doch um." look around you. At that moment, I surveyed the altar more closely. In each corner of the square room stood a wooden pedestal. On the northwest pedestal lay a short Roman gladius. On the northeast, an ancient, almost petrified longbow. On the southwest, a battered metal balance scale with two pans reminiscent of traditional scales. And on the southeast pedestal, a small stone sarcophagus roughly the size of a modern soccer ball. Yazji resumed reading from the smaller scroll, her voice steadily growing louder. Soon, I sensed a slight breeze in the room, even though no windows were open. As her incantation progressed, the wind intensified, causing the torch flames to dance wildly. The assembled crowd began to disperse slowly. Behind me, Detective Schmidt exclaimed in disbelief, "What is happening here?" I advanced once again toward the altar and ordered Yazji to cease her incantation and leave the room. My command, however, was ignored. I drew my weapon, not with the intention of immediately using it, but simply to assert control, and ordered her to surrender. Yet, she continued her fervent chanting. With the situation escalating rapidly and in the interest of my own safety as well as Detective Schmidt's, I decided to use force. As I stepped toward the altar, I distinctly heard a sound resembling the neighing of a horse. It was impossible for a horse to be hidden in such a confined space. I heard the sound again, a neigh, followed by what unmistakably sounded like multiple hoofbeats approaching from different directions. I issued one final command for Yazji to end her ritual, but she remained unresponsive. Fearing for our lives, I fired 2 shots. One round struck her in the upper left chest, and she collapsed backward. At that precise moment, as she ceased her incantation, the eerie wind subsided, and the phantom hoofbeats abruptly vanished. Detective Schmidt rushed to administer first aid while I radioed for immediate medical support. Unfortunately, Yazji was pronounced dead at the scene. Shortly thereafter, forensic technicians and our evidence team arrived. I explicitly instructed the officer responsible for securing the artifacts to handle both the scrolls and the objects on the pedestals with the utmost care. Not knowing the officer's identity, I demanded, given the potential for further evidence tampering, that he present his official badge. After verifying it with Detective Schmidt, I was reassured. Later, however, I learned that neither the scrolls nor the artifacts were returned to departmental custody. The officer in question vanished without a trace, and his identity remains unconfirmed to this day, just as the whereabouts of the stolen evidence continue to be a mystery. I then returned to the precinct, where an official protocol regarding police gunfire was immediately initiated. I was informed that I would be suspended pending an internal investigation into both the use of my firearm and the compromised evidence. The original homicide investigation was reassigned to Detective R, and all my records, including the contact details for Dr. Price and Dr. Abrams, were submitted to my superiors. It is astonishing that this is an official police report, and yet there are many indications that these events truly occurred. The officer involved, Detective Ryan, the very man who tried to prevent the apocalypse, is now confined to a state psychiatric hospital. The entire investigation turned out to be a disaster, and it is no wonder that the department is determined to keep this incident under wraps. Marcus was released for lack of sufficient evidence. His trial descended into utter chaos. I feel profound pity for Detective Ryan. As mentioned, he was dismissed after losing the most crucial evidence not once but twice. Even though the report implies that not all the blame rested solely on him, he was still convicted of improper firearm use. After his dismissal, he was charged with negligent homicide. Yet, because he only ever spoke about the 4 horsemen and his supposed prevention of the apocalypse, he was declared unfit for trial. He remains in psychiatric care, awaiting a determination of fitness for trial, a situation that appears unlikely to change. He steadfastly refuses to deny that he heard the sound of hoofbeats in that warehouse on that fateful day. As long as he continues to claim that he prevented the apocalypse, he will probably never stand trial. Rumors even circulate that someone high up in the department was involved. Once it became known whom I worked for, I was forbidden from speaking with Ryan, even in my personal time or off the record. I did, however, have one trump card, Detective Schmidt. Fearing that his testimony in Ryan's trial might drag him into this quagmire, and unwilling to be further associated with such an infamous case, Schmidt resigned from the force. He now lives several hours away. One weekend, during his day off, I drove to see him. But when he learned why I had come, he promptly closed the door. I pleaded with him through the door to believe that I was, in an unofficial capacity, solely interested in his account of that day. Reluctantly, he eventually agreed to speak with me for nearly an hour. He reiterated that our conversation was completely off the record and confirmed that he indeed heard the neighing and snorting of horses, as well as a strong wind emanating from inside the building. Even though, on that otherwise sweltering, windless July day, there was no plausible explanation for such phenomena. He emphasized that he never saw an actual horse or rider, only the sounds of heavy hoofbeats on concrete. He also showed me his old police ID, which verified that the person who had removed the evidence in a tamper-proof manner had presented a flawless badge, leading all other officers to believe that the removal was entirely legitimate. So the question remains, was Detective Ryan truly unstable? Or could all these events have happened exactly as described? Since Detective Schmidt's account nearly completely corroborates Ryan's, there is reason to suspect that these events, however incredible they may seem, indeed took place. Perhaps we should be grateful that Ryan, even though he fired shots at Yazji, justified or not, saved us all from the full-blown onset of the apocalypse. Had he not driven Yazji away, the ritual might have been completed, and what might have followed is simply unimaginable. In hindsight, one might ask why he didn't attempt to subdue her without resorting to lethal force. Yet, in the heat of the moment, apparently due to the deafening sound of hoofbeats, he lost his clear judgment. His decision to fire was likely the only means to protect both himself and Detective Schmidt. One final thought. If all these events are indeed real, and Yazji nearly summoned the 4 horsemen of the apocalypse, then, somewhere out there, someone must be in possession of both scrolls and the corresponding artifacts. One can only hope that these objects are kept separately, so that the complete ritual can never be carried out. 16 years have passed since that fateful day, and if someone ever manages to unite these objects, the end of days could be upon us at any moment. Tomorrow, in 20 minutes, or whenever. It makes one wonder whether this circle of fanatics will ever relent. Thus is the case presented. An official police report that hovers between reality and the supernatural. Detective Ryan, the officer who tried to prevent the apocalypse, is now confined to psychiatric treatment, unable to shake the memories of that fateful evening. Detective Schmidt, who confirmed every detail, resigned from the force to avoid any further association with these events. Whether Ryan is truly mad, or whether what we experienced in that East warehouse was indeed more than mere hallucination will be debated for years to come. But one thing is certain. Had Ryan not intervened, we might have witnessed an unfathomable event that could have heralded the end of the world. Perhaps Detective Ryan was the unsung hero who saved us all from destruction, even if he never received justice for his actions. And while I continue to wonder if these zealots are still operating in the shadows, I can only hope that the scrolls and artifacts remain forever separated. For if they were ever to be reunited, The end of days might come far sooner than we could ever imagine. My phone rings on the table beside my recliner in the cozy living room of my Chicago apartment. It's him again. Just calling to check in, he says sometimes. I consider checking if the call recording app is running, but decide it's not worth the effort. I've tried dozens of times to record his calls without success. When I play them back, I hear my own voice on the recording, but every response I receive is nothing but static. The call log on my phone never shows that I've received a call from him after we hang up. My mobile carrier also has no records when I check. For an older man, his technological skills must be top-notch. When I retired from the police 6 years ago, he remained a suspect in my oldest and most frustrating unsolved cases. I call him the Imitator. He kills 3 victims, once a month for 3 months, using the methods of some of history's most infamous serial killers. Once his cycle is complete, he disappears for 9 months. The cycle would restart in a new city in Illinois. Sometimes he vanishes for a year or 2, but he always comes back. He never stops calling either. Tension builds at my temples as I answer the call and hold the phone to my ear. "Hello." "Happy holidays, Detective Bauer," says the calm voice on the other end of the line. He calls several times a year, and I fear each and every call. His tone always sounds like that of an old friend. "How are you? Is retirement treating you well?" "I'm about the same as the last time you called," I reply. Talking is better than nothing. Otherwise, he'll call back dozens of times anyway. Retirement isn't very restful when you know you're still out there. Maybe I can change that someday. 6 prisons would gladly offer you a cozy little cell and 3 warm meals a day. I'll bring you myself. Just tell me where you are, Alan. The voice on the other end breaks into cheerful laughter. His name is Alan Lehman, I believe, though I'm not sure. A bookseller by that name disappeared in 1986, the same year the Imitator claimed his first victims. Alan liquidated his assets, emptied his bank accounts, and vanished without warning. How did I make the connection? I hate to admit it, but he told me himself. I was 2 years into my career, and still had the new car scent of a rookie on my uniform. Detective Dennis Garrison, an experienced officer, had involved me in the investigation. During my first week, Alan called and unexpectedly identified himself to me. Until then, he had been active for over 5 years, and we were no closer to catching him than during his first cycle. Boredom, he told me, was his motive for identifying himself. He thought that if we knew who he was, we might present him with a greater challenge. "Bartholomew," he purrs through the phone line. "I told you 2 years ago where I am, and I've tried my best to meet you. All I asked was that you don't call the police, but you didn't listen. Instead of discussing our connection face to face, I had to deal with the 2 officers you sent to that place. Why should I trust you again? You'd just end up with more blood on your hands." A sour knot tightens in my stomach at the mention of the fallen officers. 2 years earlier, Alan had called and offered to meet me. He said he wanted to meet the man who had spent so many years chasing him, and maybe he would allow me to arrest him. I shouldn't call the police or he wouldn't show up. 4 years into my retirement, my training still lingered at the back of my mind like tar on a roof. Of course, I wanted to catch Alan. The monster had avoided capture for most of 4 decades, but approaching a self-confessed serial killer was madness. I knew I wasn't in shape anymore. Even if I managed to apprehend him, I had no authority. The arrest wouldn't hold. What if after all these years of hunting, I messed it up and let the beast go free? I decided to call the state police and inform them of the time and place. Better for the young officers to handle the operation. The officer who took the call was an old friend, Walter Dempsey, a tough detective himself, who was preparing for retirement at the end of the year. Walter tried to reassure me that someone was just playing a cruel prank on me, but I insisted that our main suspect would be waiting there. Everyone at my old precinct knew about my calls. The lack of call logs or recordings made them skeptical, and I understood why. Some police officers don't handle retirement well. They can't let go of the work. They try to find ways to stay relevant with their old colleagues. Walter, on the other hand, thought it might be a troubled teenager messing with me. A handful of younger officers at the precinct thought my mind was playing tricks on me. Maybe they were right, but not regarding the calls. Still, Walter agreed to bring a young patrol officer named Vincent Haas to the location to conduct a search. It was a courtesy gesture, he said, for my years of service. Later, I learned he hadn't even noted the tip in the patrol log for the day. He didn't consider the tip important enough to make the search official. No one knew where the two had gone. Hours after he was supposed to take my call, I had heard nothing from him. My relentless calls and texts went unanswered. In a panic, I called the police station, but no one had heard from Dempsey or Haas in hours. Their shift had ended, but their patrol cars never checked back in. All attempts to reach them via the radio remained unanswered. After speaking with the station chief and reporting my conversation with Dempsey, he sent 5 units to the dilapidated warehouse on the outskirts of Chicago, where Alan Lehman had requested to meet me. Unlike Walter, they arrived heavily armed and in greater numbers. I still don't believe the captain thought I was telling the truth, but he was smart enough not to take the risk. They found the patrol car in front of the building. Inside, they discovered a bloodbath. Both men were found kneeling in the middle of a filthy room with execution-style gunshot wounds to the back of their heads. They had been slit post-mortem. Their blood pooled around them in a horrifying crimson disk. A message had been hastily written on the floor from the repulsive blood runoff. Bartholomew, I just wanted to talk. Now look what you've made me do. Shame, shame, old man. That day, I told myself I would meet him alone if the opportunity arose again. Doing things by the book led to the deaths of 2 brave men, just to do a favor for a retired detective. A bit of solace after the end of their shift, they probably thought. This was the first conversation since their deaths where he had even entertained the idea of a meeting. Sleep rarely comes at night anymore. If it does, it's haunted by cruel images of Dempsey and Haas, sending them to their deaths. I have to make this work. I'll meet you, Alan, I reply. Name the time and place. No police officers. I won't bear the weight of another death. We're not young men anymore. I'll be 60, and you've got a decade on me. Aren't you tired? Silence from the other end fills my head. Alan, I ask, I'll meet you, just... Good, Bartholomew, he says. Meet me at this address, and we'll have a little conversation. Do you have pen and paper? I park my car at the site of a long-abandoned gas station 4 miles outside Chicago. A sign flaps in the wind, advertising gasoline prices that haven't been seen in 20 years. A relic of bygone days, I think to myself. It's almost poetic of him to choose this place. It used to be useful, but now it's decaying, taking up space just like me. The gas pumps crumble to rust flakes. 2 large storefront windows are so dusty and grimy that my bright headlights can't penetrate the darkness within. Everything here has been left to decay, a place that embodies the ravages of time. The bright sheet of yellow legal paper attached to the window stands out like a lighthouse against the ruin. Carefully, I step out of the car and brush off the side. My P-08 is buried in the holster under my jacket. The slim body of the gun comforts me for a moment. I know I shouldn't be here, but finding a solution is all I have left. By the end of the night, I'll have my man, or my man will have me. Either way, the calls will stop. As soon as I see the bastard, I'll put a bullet in his head and one in his heart. One for Dempsey, the other for Haas. If I'm successful, I'll place the empty shell casings on their gravestones. I pull the P08 from its holder and disengage the safety. Every step I take across the debris-strewn parking lot fills the calm night air. I scan my surroundings as I approach the note, seeing no sign of anyone or anything. The ghostly gas station is deserted, aside from an old police officer and this fluttering yellow note. My blood runs cold as I pull the note from the window. Flowing calligraphy fills the page. I can't help but think what a steady hand he has as an older man. Bartholomew, if you're reading this, then you've shown up just like the good detective I always hoped for. My apologies if you're disappointed not to find me here. I haven't backed out of our deal, but I wanted to see you from a safe distance to ensure you're alone this time. While it wouldn't bother me at all to send a few more of your old friends, I'd much rather speak face to face. As you read this, I'm watching you from afar down the street. Night vision technology has come a long way over the decades. Don't worry, I wouldn't shoot you. What a cowardly and anticlimactic ending to our cat and mouse game. Get back in your car and flash your high beams 3 times so I know you've read this note. Wait until you see 3 flashes in response, then drive down the gravel road toward the light. If you pass the light 3 miles further, you'll see a hunting cabin. Come inside. You can bring your weapon. I know you have one. It won't keep you safe. Your friend, Alan Lehman. The smooth paper becomes stiff and rough as I roll it into a ball. I sit behind the wheel, turn the key, and the car purrs back to life. I turn the light switch 3 times, briefly illuminating the field behind the dilapidated gas station. Dry grass sways in the evening breeze, and the yellow eyes of nocturnal creatures reflect the unexpected flashes. Then nothing. Darkness swallows my world again. The dull neon dashboard lights glow faintly against the twilight inside the vehicle. Sweat drips down my neck. The night isn't overly warm, but I feel the sick bastard staring at me through his night vision device. A brilliant beam of light shoots into the sky from the distant car and disappears. Then a second, before darkness returns. Now a third. He's here. I shift gears, pull my car back onto the gravel road, and drive toward the signal. Gravel beads the lower part of my car like half-hearted shotgun pellets as I creep along the winding path. The swaying grass and yellow eyes return to my field of vision as I slowly roll forward. Too many yellow eyes are watching me. The hairs on my arms stand up as I look around and perceive the penetrating stares. It's almost as if this evil man has drawn every dark thing around him on this eerie night. Howling and yelping fill the air. At first, they sound menacing, but slowly they begin to sound plaintive, like warnings in the darkness. Turn around. It's not too late. Death awaits you on this road. I slam my hands against the car horn, and the high-pitched screech causes the yellow eyes to break and disperse. The field is dark again. Tall grass sways lazily. No further warnings. My car tires crunch on the gravel as I park at the spot where the light came from. On the ground lies a floodlight, a night vision device without a rifle, and a tattered paperback. I roll it with my foot and see a deep red horse on the cover and bold yellow words hanging above. The Catcher in the Rye. As I slowly crept through the darkness, replaying my life and contemplating my precarious future, Alan Lehman had read a book at this spot. I laughed aloud. From the moment I left the house tonight until now, I felt like I was on a collision course with my ultimate fate, while a murderous old man sat in the dark with a paperback. I step the book into the tall grass and glide back behind the car's wheel. My mind flirts with the idea of picking up the night vision device to try to spot Alan in the distance, but I decide against it. Leaving it is smarter. If he manages to either kill me or escape, this will be the first physical evidence he's left behind in half a decade. No point in leaving my fingerprints all over it. I feel my heart pounding against my chest as the car continues to roll. It's still a long way, but as my headlights flicker back and forth, they catch the distant silhouette of a cabin. Alone on a small hill, it stands there like a little castle in the pitch-black darkness. An evil man sits inside, I think, waiting for a meeting with me. My mind races with an anxious survival instinct. Turn the car around. No, I'm too close. He would never agree to meet if I turned back now. This isn't a time for cowardice. He will kill you. Is that what you want? You're not a martyr, Bart Bauer. Maybe, but I'll try to kill him first. And what if he does? This is a trap. Do you really think he'll let you bring him to the police? No, I really don't believe that. It's too late anyway. My car creeps up a slight incline from the gravel road onto a packed dirt driveway. I'm here. The cabin is just 50 yards up the small hill. The shutters have collapsed into the yard and are dry rotted in the sunlight. All windows are broken, leaving jagged glass shards in the warped frames. Holes puncture the roof in a dozen places, and the roughly hewn wooden beams hang down. The front door is closed. Through one of the broken windows, I see a silhouette. I turn off the ignition and step out of the car. Dry autumn air fills my nostrils, mixed with the scent of old wood from the cabin. The night is cool, but a chill pierces deep into my bones. Decades of work end in a rundown cabin on a hill. A rusty creak pierces my ears as the cabin door opens. I aim my P-08 and fire 3 shots into the center of the opening and wait. My heart races, and I can feel my pulse in my ears. Struggling to focus in the dark, I can't tell if I hit him. Whoa, stop, Alan explains. I thought we were going to talk. This is really not the way to start a conversation, my old friend. Alan Lehman, I call out. Step out of the house with your hands raised. Good, good, he chirps. Keep it that way, Bartholomew. By my heart, I'll do as you ask. My eyes have now adjusted to the darkness of the land. The dark silhouette of a thin man fills the doorway. His arms, eerily long, reach so high they almost touch the frame. I take a deep breath and cold sweat breaks out in my eyes as I pull the trigger 3 times. Each bullet hits the center, but Alan doesn't even sway. Sirens howl in my head, urging me to get into the car and drive away, but I'm so close. I squeeze the trigger until nothing but a hollow click is heard. Yet he stands in the doorway, motionless and unharmed. I told you your little toy wouldn't keep you safe, he says in a condescending voice. I came here in good faith, and yet you try to shoot me like a pesky animal. Shame, Bartholomew. Shame. My mind reels, and dizziness overcomes my vision. I feel my stomach clench as my blood pressure spikes. I don't understand. There was no way I could have missed him. I'm feeling a bit angry, Detective. Last chance, come inside and talk to me. If you want answers, you should come in. I won't be here long. If you continue to be stubborn, you might not be anymore. The figure disappears into the darkness of the house. I fumble for the keys in my pocket and start to make my way back to the car. Reaching for the door handle, I prepare to climb in and drive away quickly. I thought it was too late to turn back. That wasn't what I expected. I can't hurt him. It? Come in, he commands. Now! My legs feel like they've lost their own mobility as I surge forward and stumble up the hill. I struggle to turn around, but my knees bend against my will, and I climb the steps. The planks of the old wooden porch bend under my weight, and I try to pick up speed before I fall through, but I maintain my steady pace. My body carries me further to a worn sofa opposite an old armchair. Alan is already sitting in the armchair as my body moves to the sofa and gently settles onto the cushions. It's too dark to see anything, but dust particles fly into my nose, and the smell of mold overwhelms me. I try to lift my arms and legs, but they lie heavy on the sofa. It feels like I'm a puppet without strings. Whatever force he's exerting over me, I can't resist it. Here we are, Bartholomew, he says. Look how old you've become. It's been ages since I've seen you. We never met, I say, as calmly as possible. My mind is in full panic, but I do my best not to show it. I've seen your picture 100 times in the files. I should have seen you. Alan laughs. You saw pictures of Alan, not me. He purrs as he says the name. I left this vessel a long time ago, Detective. You've never seen me. I hear the dry crackling of snapping fingers. A soft, yellow glow blooms on a table between us. The wick of a thick tallow candle ignites. Alan's silhouette comes into sharper focus. Other candles in the room begin to light up. The room comes alive with dancing light spots. Before me stands the being I've pursued for so many years. My stomach tightens. If there were a hint of moisture in me, I'd be wetting my pants. I'm still frozen by a compelling force. Otherwise, I'd be running away in fear. The outline of a man fills the chair in front of me, but he is faceless. A complete absence of color or texture. I'd call it a living shadow, but the being is somehow darker. The being I call Alan Lehman is not black. It is the absence of light. Darker than the depths of any cave. In the silhouette, there is simply nothing. What? What are you? I stammer. I am simply Bartholomew, it says. The cool and composed voice of Alan has vanished. The being sounds like 1,000 voices speaking at once. There's no emotion in its words. I have always been. I will always be. Every man and woman will meet me one day, but only a few have spoken with me. Hot tears fill the corners of my eyes. I want to speak, ask something, anything. I'm scared that if I open my mouth, I'll vomit. Santa Muerte, King Yama, Thanatos, Maweth. People have called me many different things. The list is long but tedious. I am Death, Detective Bauer. Not a dealer of death, but death itself. No, I say, this is beyond my understanding. I'll go crazy. You're not. But I am, old friend, says the chorus of voices. I'm tired of my duties. Your kind has glorified the darkest among you. Bundy, Dahmer, Gacy, Gain. Their artistic embellishments of my work have fascinated me for some time. I've even replicated their efforts for my own pleasure, but I want to be free of it. It stands up from the sofa and begins to approach me. The light of life begins to flicker within you, Bartholomew. Your days are numbered. Its hand reaches out to me, extending a finger. Slowly, it presses the tip against my forehead. My body cramps uncontrollably, and I feel utterly cold. Learning so much about death can lead you to become death, Bartholomew. When the last grain of sand falls in the hourglass of your life, you will replace me. I wake up in my bed in a pool of sweat. My clothes from the previous night are still on, and I feel the belt cutting into my waist. A dull pain radiates from the center of my head, so I go to the bathroom for some medicine. It's the middle of the night. I can't decide if it was a terrible dream or a horrifying reality, but my head hurts so damn much. I turn on the bathroom light and walk to the medicine cabinet. As I reach to open it, my heart skips a beat as I look in the mirror. In the middle of my forehead is a gray fingerprint. The whites of my eyes have turned black. No, not black. No light, like a living shadow. The same stately brick buildings that graced the daytime skyline of Cedar Creek, Texas, retained their luster under the starry night. Even without the usual crowds and the clamor of everyday worries, these structures stood proud, bathed in moonlight along quiet streets that held a secret charm unique to the Lone Star State. I had long nurtured an odd, nearly obsessive affection for the darkness, a passion that blossomed on weekends when no early appointments forced me from sleep. When summer break arrived, I willingly surrendered to a nocturnal schedule, one that set me apart from the rigid rhythms of conventional life. I'd awaken around 9 p.m. after approximately 10 hours of sleep. My evenings began with the soft glow of a vintage television and the hypnotic scrolling on my smartphone. replying to messages sent hours earlier as I prepared for my solitary drive. Climbing into my father's battered pickup truck, I would set off along the long, isolated highways of West Texas, the vast stretches of Interstate 10 and Route 90, whispering promises of escape. Cedar Creek, a sleepy town with a history as old as the dusty cattle trails, had always been a place where nothing extraordinary ever happened, until that fateful night. My delight was not found in the familiar corners of Cedar Creek, but rather in the quiet solitude that only the dead of night could offer. It was then that the stifling inertia of small-town life would temporarily lift, replaced by a sense of forbidden freedom. In a town where no one ever seemed destined for greatness, where even the local diner and gas station bore names as unremarkable as Miller's, my own existence felt as mundane as the weathered wooden facades lining Main Street. That stifling banality cut deeper when nothing or no one intervened to distract from its relentless grasp. Cruising the empty roads at the break of dawn became my unspoken act of rebellion, an attempt to feel like the hero of my own Western film. I exchanged friendly, if reserved, waves with a few other vehicles lingering at red lights, each intersection a reminder of how deserted the night could be. There was an inexplicable thrill when a patrol car from the Texas Rangers or the local sheriff's office rolled by, its red and blue lights slicing through the darkness as officers with stoic expressions and southern drawls offered me cautious nods. Several times I was pulled over on these lonely highways, each encounter punctuated by stern advice to return home. I would feign attentiveness before easing back onto the road, my heart pounding as if I were a wanted outlaw on the run. In retrospect, I wish I had heeded their warnings more seriously. After several weeks, the crushing boredom of Cedar Creek, an echo of its unchanging past, began to resurface. Deep down, I secretly longed to experience the electrifying opening scene of a real-life horror film. The thought of larger-than-life shadows cast by towering mesquite trees, of ghostly figures lurking beneath the flickering neon of a rundown roadhouse, grew irresistible. I craved the kind of excitement that the monotonous reality of Texas could no longer provide. I filled my head with morbid fantasies and spectral visions as I merged onto the long, dusty road, hoping that the desert night might conjure something extraordinary. And then, as if summoned by my darkest imaginings, my evil, humanoid monster appeared. A tearful little boy standing in the middle of a lonely pedestrian crossing on a deserted stretch of road. Blinded by the glare of my truck's headlights, he froze my heart with a look that mingled confusion with sorrow. I remember the deep hum of the engine as I watched him stand there. With one hand pressed against his face and the other clinging desperately to a threadbare blanket, he seemed to embody the vulnerability of this forgotten town. I silently prayed that a caring parent would soon appear, whisking him away to safety. Yet, in the solitude of that Texan night, I knew the responsibility was mine. Opening the truck door, his muffled cries grew louder in the still air. "Are you all right, little fella?" "Did you lose your way?" I asked softly, using the open door as a shield against my own rising anxiety. "Daddy's gone. I can't find him," he whimpered, his voice echoing against the backdrop of distant coyotes. My eyes darted around, uncertain if this was a cruel trick or some bizarre twist of fate. "Come with me. I'll take you to the nearest sheriff's station. You'll be safe," I assured him, trying to steady my own trembling voice as well as his. Slowly, the boy extended his small arm, reaching for my hand as if drawn by an invisible tether. Just as I was about to reciprocate, the scene shifted dramatically. Flashing blue and red lights erupted behind me along the desolate stretch of highway. The roar of a speeding vehicle cut through the silence, and I spun around to see two officers, one from the Texas Rangers and one from the local sheriff's office, leaping from their cruiser. Their weapons were trained on me, and in that split second my mind reeled. "Keep away from the kid, and don't you even think of touching him," I shouted, instinctively raising my hands in a gesture of surrender. "I haven't done anything wrong. I just found him here," I protested, my voice cracking under the strain of disbelief. One officer circled around to the front of my truck, allowing me to see his weathered face beneath a brimmed hat, his eyes burning with a mix of duty and regret. He took a deep, measured breath, and as his stern expression softened into one of pained understanding, his partner spoke up. "We know you mean no harm, son. We're not here to punish you. Just get back into your truck and drive home. It isn't safe out here tonight." I stood frozen, watching as the other officer's eyes glistened with unshed tears, a sight so unusual in our rough-and-ready Texas law enforcement that it shook me to my core. My gaze returned to the boy, whose frightened face had now morphed into an expression of inexplicable malice and revulsion. "Now!" the officer barked. Without a moment's hesitation, I scrambled back into the driver's seat and floored the accelerator. In the rearview mirror, I saw that the officers had shifted their focus from me to the little boy. The flashing lights faded into the endless dark, leaving me alone amid the whispering winds of the West Texas night. That once comforting feeling of isolation had evaporated, replaced by a dread I could scarcely comprehend. For the first time, I obeyed their command and headed home. I recalled merging onto that lonely highway, feeling both relief and sorrow at what I had left behind at the fateful intersection. The boy, the officers, and the unanswered questions of that surreal encounter. A hollow emptiness replaced my fear. I knew that the ensuing confusion would drive me to seek solace in the familiar, whether with family, old friends at the local diner, or even the endless chatter of online forums. But all I truly desired was to return to the comforting rhythm of my nocturnal escapades. I spent the remainder of the early morning hours scrolling on my phone and watching late-night TV shows, as I often did. Yet this time, the comforting banter of Texas comedians and the friendly messages from neighbors meant nothing. I already knew exactly where I'd be the next night, and nothing could pull me away from that routine. It was a pattern as unyielding as the long, straight roads of our vast desert. That brief span of time felt as though it stretched into years. I hadn't managed my usual 10 hours of sleep, but it was enough to prepare my mind for the haze I would soon need to dispel. As I waited, my thoughts vacillated wildly, at times clear as a young man's resolve in the deep darkness, at others pulsing with the thrill of chasing something forbidden under the starlit sky. I reflected on my reckless actions as I slid back into the driver's seat. All I could do was return to that notorious intersection and recast my plans, haunted by the angry, accusing stare of the boy as I drove in the same direction again. Countless scenarios played out in my mind on endless loops, like rehearsing a delicate confrontation before a Texan courtroom. They clogged every thought as I felt the vibration of the truck on the quiet highway, the hum of the engine mingling with the distant cry of a night bird, minutes away from the intersection, and as the fog of my confusion began to lift, a new encounter emerged unexpectedly. There, beneath the flickering neon of a defunct roadside bar, stood a little girl draped in a threadbare coat. My seatbelt tightened as I slammed on the brakes, coming to an abrupt halt on a gravelly stretch near an old cattle trail. She watched me intently as I opened the truck door. This time, with deliberate finality, I closed it behind me with a resounding slam, stepping out into the cool Texan air without the comfort of any barrier. I paused a few steps away, waiting in silence for her to speak. There was something uncannily strange about her presence. "Mommy's gone," I can't find her," she repeated in a flat, emotionless tone, the words echoing as though in a vast, empty canyon. "What's your name?" I asked, my voice a cautious murmur. "Mommy's gone. I can't find her," she intoned once more, her voice unnervingly identical to the little boy's earlier cry. I knelt down slowly, careful to maintain a respectful distance so our eyes could meet on the same level. "Where did you last see her? Why are you out here at this hour?" I pressed gently, but she remained silent, her tears flowing unceasingly like a broken spring. I stared, transfixed, as her sobs gradually gave way to a chilling change in expression. Just as I hesitated on my next words, she lifted her tiny arm and reached out, as though imploring me to take her hand. A desperate yearning surged within me to close the distance and help her, yet something in her vacant, almost inhuman gaze made me hesitate. The sorrow etched on her face was drowned out by an emerging, unsettling emptiness in her eyes. "Please stay right here, okay? I'm going back to the truck to call someone who can help." I tried to reassure her in a calm, measured tone. "I promise I'll be right back." In that moment, her expression shifted violently. The helpless fear melted into a fierce anger that turned to raw aggression. Her eyebrows knitted tightly, and the corners of her mouth contorted into a venomous snarl. "Mommy's gone. I can't find her." Her voice, now warped and guttural, sounded less like a child's plea and more like the low, menacing growl of a beast. Her entire appearance transformed into something out of a Texas ghost story, a monstrous figure emerging from the desert shadows. I straightened up and began backing away toward my truck, but she followed every step, matching my pace with an unnerving precision. I nearly stumbled as I quickened my pace, desperately reaching for the truck door while keeping a wary eye on her relentless approach. Just as I reached the cold metal frame of my pickup, I managed to clamber inside and lock the doors, my heart pounding like a runaway stallion. Then, without warning, she appeared at the window. Her face distorted further with each passing second as she clawed at the glass, her voice rising in a frenzied, haunting refrain. "Mommy's gone. I can't find her." By now, her tone had shifted from a child's cry to the unearthly roar of a creature born of nightmares. I watched in horror as her delicate features contorted. Her cheekbones seemed to crack under unseen pressure, revealing deeply scarred eyes, while her lips twisted into a ghastly grimace and her mouth opened into a yawning void reminiscent of a cursed carnival mask. I could even hear the unsettling crack of her joints, as though she were stretching unnaturally, all the while repeating the terrified refrain. Scratches began to mar the truck's window, each mark a reminder of my precarious situation. Just as the thought of heading home began to seem like a distant, fading dream, the dull glow of roadside lamps emerged, punctuated by the echo of gunshots reverberating through the Texas night. The creature's head jerked around, as if in search of the source of the shots. As the staccato reports of gunfire continued, the familiar blue glow of an emergency vehicle appeared, briefly illuminating one side of her grotesquely deformed face, before she bolted down the street, across manicured lawns and forgotten homesteads, and vanished into the consuming darkness. My breath caught in my throat, my heart pounding as fiercely as a rodeo bull. A desperate urge to cry overtook me, yet I could do nothing but sit frozen in the fragile safety of my truck. Suddenly, I heard the heavy, determined stomp of boots on gravel as a Texan officer sprinted past my vehicle. Not far ahead, he paused, peering into the shadows from which the creature had fled, ensuring it would not return. The officer turned and approached my battered window. Studying the scratch marks, his weathered face revealed a mixture of relief and sorrow. I recognized him immediately. It was the same officer from the previous night, the one whose eyes had silently conveyed the pain and regret of past encounters. He gestured for me to lower the window further, a silent assurance that he held no ill will. "It's safe now, son. She won't be coming back. You deserve to know what's going on. Please, roll down the window and I'll explain everything." "Sharp," he called through the glass, his voice rough with emotion. How did he know my name? Overwhelmed by confusion and an uncontrollable urge to weep, I complied, lowering the window completely. The officer fought to conceal the lingering pain from that night as he spoke. "I'm sorry this happened. Here, take this." He extended a worn manila folder filled with documents. "Drive straight home and read this. I wish I could have done more to help." With a trembling voice and tear-bright eyes, he pounded lightly on the roof of my truck before returning to his patrol car, its siren fading into the distance. For a long moment, I sat in the eerie quiet of the dark highway, staring at the folder. Its front bore a stark white sticker with bold letters reading, "Night Criers." My curiosity was abruptly mixed with dread as I realized I was still sitting on the roadside, with the window open. I waited tensely until the window finally closed, listening as my truck's tires squealed along the asphalt under the vast Texas sky. I must have broken every speed limit on my way home. The tears that threatened to spill remained locked away, a silent testament to the turmoil inside me. Clutching the folder tightly on my lap, I repeatedly checked to ensure it hadn't been lost. With a sudden jolt, I braked onto my driveway, stormed through the front door of my modest home, and collapsed onto my bed. Trembling, I opened the folder, only to find 2 sheets of paper within. Each page was stamped at the top with photocopy and detailed a chilling warning: "Night Criers. Extremely hostile and should not be approached without a firearm. Bullets appear ineffective, though loud noises trigger panic and prompt them to flee. Under no circumstances should they be touched." Appearing in the guise of desperate children, night criers manifest exclusively between midnight and 3 a.m. If a night crier is touched, the victim transforms into a night cry regressor. Tests reveal that aside from an overwhelming compulsion to return to the night criers, the victim loses memories of prior encounters and appears roughly 2 years younger. A vicious cycle of regression that goes unnoticed. When an adult regresses to the state of an infant, they transition from a regressor into a night crier. Only then does the full circle become painfully clear. The only recourse for a victim, once turned into a night crier, is to persuade another person to initiate physical contact, thus passing on the cycle to allow a return to adulthood, or to succumb to the final stage. Details about the final stage, including its vulnerabilities, destiny, and even the life expectancy of those afflicted, remain shrouded in mystery. On the next page was printed the name of my hometown, Cedar Creek, home to both night criers and regressors. Its 95,362 inhabitants are all regressors. Since 1995, a system has been in place here to control the cycle and shield the unaware public from night criers. Since 2005, only law enforcement officers who encountered night criers during their night shifts have been mutated into regressors, to contain the cycle as much as possible. Civilians and officers who have experienced the cycle 10 times are subsequently detained and reported as either killed in action or missing, in order to conceal the visible regression of their childlike traits from family and friends. Revealing one's regressive state to another regressor is known to cause severe psychological damage and often leads to madness. An attack by the final stage appears to mitigate the risk of such mental deterioration. I looked around my nearly empty room. Most family photos had vanished, and I could barely recall my parents' first names. I wasn't even certain if I had siblings anymore. On the following sheet of paper, my last name appeared alongside an unfamiliar title. Officer Sharp. Current status, regressor. My head spun, and my mouth felt parched. Officer Sharp encountered a night crier during his night shift on February 4th, 2015. By the time he was transferred to the new regressor housing, his age had regressed from 45 to 25. He was subsequently reported missing by his wife and 2 children, and now lives in a facility with others caught in earlier stages of the cycle. His future remains uncertain. I had a wife and 2 children somewhere, a real family whose names and faces were slowly fading into the background, replaced by those of my new, involuntary community. I was overwhelmed with anger, confusion, devastation, and disbelief. Cedar Creek wasn't merely dull, it was fundamentally wrong. What I had witnessed, the guttural, animalistic growling outside my window, was my fate. My only choice was to continue living as if I were insane, forever dismissed by the outside world and unable to share my story without plunging others into madness. I spent the entire night and the following day on my bed, clutching that folder as I grappled with the weight of my destiny. I knew what had to be done, even if it meant sacrificing my old life as the price for forging a new path. That officer had known me too well. He couldn't meet my eyes without seeing the agony of my relentless regression. I refused to let myself become just another creature he could use as a cautionary tale. Now, as midnight neared once more, I sat there desperate to reclaim my life. I could not continue living with the memory of who I once was and the reality of what I had become. When the night deepened further, I would climb into the pickup of the man I had once mistaken for my father and drive back into the darkness, continuing the cycle until a chance to restore my true self emerged. I gripped the keys tightly in my hand. It was a pattern I had followed 1,000 times before, on those endless, lonely Texan highways. I live on an island. This island lies off the northeastern coast of Louisiana, nestled deep within the sprawling bayous of the Gulf Coast, and is relatively unknown to most people, except for those who saw the one movie that was filmed here. Sure, in the summer, when the weather is warm and the mosquitoes are relentless, we receive a steady influx of tourists eager to experience a genuine Louisiana bayou and the charming small-town lifestyle in America. But mostly, about 800 people reside on this tiny island year-round. At least that's how many people you actively see around. There are probably more, but the rest consist of reclusive, simple hermits who spend a total of 15 minutes per year in direct sunlight. Maybe you've heard of this island before. If you've ever vacationed somewhere in the Louisiana Bayou region, there's a good chance you know exactly which island I'm talking about. Please, for the sake of all readers' sanity and mine as the author, keep it to yourself. If you don't know which island I'm referring to, perfect, just stay away. There are many reasons why I say this, but the 3 most important are: this place is boring. After the summer crowds disappear, all we have left is a movie theater, a bowling alley where people like to unwind, and a few pizzerias of varying quality. You'll almost certainly get seasick on the ferry ride to my island. Most of the ferry company's staff are grumpy people who have little to no interest in your comfort and live by the unofficial slogan, "We're not happy until you're not happy either." If you're not an experienced islander, or not exceptionally well-trained, armed, and smart, there's a pretty good chance you'll survive here for about 3 days before you disappear. I've been working here as a police officer for a few years now. I'm by no means an expert, nor am I that old, but I like to think I know my job, and I can't even begin to count all the missing person reports we receive here. It's truly astonishing. I don't mean that we have a few more missing people than the national average. I mean 3 to 4 people per week disappear right under people's noses without warning. In a town our size, that's a pretty significant number. At this point, investigating these cases is an exercise in futility. Last year, we lost about 200 people in total. Do you know how many we found? 3. 3 people. These 3 individuals were mostly unharmed. They were reintegrated into society, the only real issue being the fact that none of them had any fingers. It was really quite interesting to see. I don't mean they had their fingers cut off or anything, but they looked like these people were born without fingers. I knew one of them. He used to have fingers. He still denies it, and I've stopped trying to convince him otherwise. That's just one of the many strange things that happen here, to be honest. Working as a police officer isn't exactly easy when in half of all break-in cases, the victim claims the intruder was a lizard-dog hybrid person. I'm not exactly sure what they mean by that, but the number of cases with this similarity is too high to ignore. At least it makes writing the reports entertaining. My partner and I have seen some pretty crazy things, so strange animal-human hybrids don't sound quite as out of the realm of possibility to us as they might to others. Anyway, I wanted to start documenting some of the things that go on here. Last week, one of my usual suspects, John, told me that people who aren't from here might enjoy the things we do daily. I thought this would be the perfect place for that. I've seen how open-minded most of you are, but whether you believe any of this or not doesn't make much of a difference. Hopefully, you can still enjoy it. I'm not entirely sure where to begin a story. I could tell you about the time we got a call from one of our local cemeteries where every single grave had been dug up and all 432 bodies had mysteriously disappeared. We found them all a little later in the grocery store when the manager came in to open for the day. They appeared as if they had been staged, as if they were shopping. That happened between 7 and 7:30 in the morning when the on-site janitor was taking his daughter to school, which was somewhat unusually quick for most teenage pranksters. I could also talk about the time when every spoon on the island disappeared, including my own set. These, unlike the 432 bodies, were never found again, and this case is technically still open. Honestly, these are just everyday occurrences for us. Normality here is a relative term. However, one of the strangest events occurred during my last night shift. My partner Kyle and I are usually on duty from 10 p.m. to 6 a.m., so we're often around when something happens at night. A few days ago, we got a call about such a noise. At 3:33 a.m., we heard, "Unit 700 to dispatch, over." "Unit 700, go ahead," I responded over the radio in our patrol car. "We have a report of an intruder. I've removed the address to respect the owner's privacy. The caller says they've heard multiple unexplained noises in their basement." I sighed and looked at Kyle before replying. "Unit 700, copy that. En route." We turned on our lights and sirens, slowly pulled our patrol car from the curb, and headed towards the house in downtown. We arrived in less than 10 minutes and got out of the vehicle. "You want to take the lead?" Kyle asked. He looked like a corpse. I suspected he hadn't slept since the night before, so I said, "Sure, buddy," and knocked on the door. I had barely touched the door with my knuckles when it swung open, and I almost punched the young woman in the nose. "Thank God you're here," she exclaimed. I had never seen her before, which was strange to me because I had met most people on this island at least once. She was short and plump, with dark brown hair, and introduced herself as Kathy, spelled with 2 Ks. She was wearing Star Wars pajamas and looked a bit older than me. After introductions, she invited Kyle and me into her house. I heard someone rummaging through my basement. "I'm the only one at home. My husband is at a conference on the mainland," Kathy explained. At first, I thought it might be a small animal, but then I heard a voice. I was too scared to go down there, so I called you guys. I nodded. "We'll check it out for you, ma'am. Don't worry. Why don't you wait outside, okay? Is there an exit in the basement?" I asked, trying not to sound as excited as I felt. I mean, maybe I would finally see this lizard-dog-human thing. Who wouldn't be excited about that? She shook her head and nervously fiddled with her shirt. Please, just don't open the basement closet. I looked at Kyle. Why? He asked, slowly and thoughtfully. She continued to fumble and look down at her shoes. It's just in there. I have a lot of stuff stacked up in there, and well, they're fragile, and... She trailed off. Well, ma'am, we might have to take a look. Now, please go outside or to the living room, away from the basement, I instructed her. Of course, we now had to check the closet. We drew our weapons and turned on the basement light. Police! I shouted down the stairs. No response. Carefully, we made our way down the stairs into the basement. Basement was a strong word. This place consisted of solid concrete, practically just the foundation, and was strewn with unmarked boxes. I mean, stacked so high that we couldn't see the entire room at any point. Many dead zones. Shit. There was a path, something like that, running through the basement. Following it, we found a medium-sized wooden door on the back wall. Well then, Kyle said. Must be the closet. Yeah, I replied shortly. We waited. You want to open it? I asked. No. And you? He responded. Nah, I said, reaching for the handle. I made eye contact with my partner and quickly yanked the door open while we both pointed our pistols and mounted flashlights inside, where we saw several thousand glass eyes staring directly at us. Whoa! Kyle screamed and jumped back. I have to admit, it wasn't what I expected. Maybe a few lab equipment pieces or even an old wine barrel would have been less surprising, but this was not. They were eyes. Huh. I muttered more to myself. We kept our lights on the oversized room and looked at the many, many shelves where the eyes were placed. This has to go further into the floor. Kyle thought out loud. I nodded and slowly directed my light down to the floor. Right at the lower end of the back wall, it landed on a small hole. I paused. Damn, I said to Kyle. Looks like something crawled in here, he explained. The hole was definitely too small for a human, but larger than a mouse or rat hole. Maybe it's... he began, when suddenly a small black and white creature scampered past us on all fours. Oh shit, I yelled, and turned just in time to see a bushy black and white tail disappear up the stairs. Was that a raccoon? Kyle asked. My shoulders slumped. Yeah, I said, putting my gun away. I think so. We heard a shrill scream from above and looked at each other. Kathy! We both yelled. We ran up the stairs and found her trembling by the living room door. It went this way, she stammered. She looked pale. It's okay, Kathy, it's just a raccoon, I said to her. Stay away from the door and we can try to get it out without your whole house smelling. She nodded, swallowed, and slowly moved away from the entrance. This is really going to stink if I get sprayed, I thought to myself. A glance at my partner's face confirmed that I wasn't the only one having that thought. Slowly, Kyle opened the door. I opened the last one, so by the police friendship protocol, it was his turn. We peered into the dark room and could faintly make out a couch, an armchair, a fireplace, and a few more shelves. These, however, had books on them, which was a pleasant change. What we didn't see was a raccoon. What are you going to do? Kyle whispered. I shrugged. I say we sneak around and try to herd it into the main hall, I suggested. Fuck it, was Kyle's only response. Fuck it worked for me, and we crept into the room, moving clockwise behind the couch, to the fireplace, and around the armchair back to our starting point. No raccoon. Here, Stinky Stinky. Stinky, Kyle whispered. Well, that's damn rude, said a male voice with a strong southern accent. We both froze. Who said that? I called into the small room after a few seconds. I did, asshole. What the fuck are you deaf for? The voice came back. I drew my weapon and turned on the light. Kyle did the same. Where are you? What are you doing in here? I asked the bodiless voice. I'm right here, you idiot. Our weapons fell between the armchair and the couch onto the floor, where the raccoon was sitting and looking at us. "There's no way that... Did it do that?" Kyle whispered to me. "I can hear you, you know," said the raccoon. "Yeah, it did," I responded incredulously to Kyle's question. "I'm not an it, asshole. I am a man," the raccoon shouted. "What the hell? How can you speak?" I asked the rodent. "How can you speak? Damn, I thought you cops were supposed to be smart," he replied angrily. "Don't ask stupid questions." I didn't appreciate the cheek of this raccoon. "Well, what are you doing in this lady's house? Why don't you cuddle into a hole or something?" I asked, also irritated. "That's damn racist, pig. Fuck you. Just because I'm a raccoon doesn't mean I have to live in a hole. Believe it or not, raccoons appreciate finer living conditions too, you know. It's damn cold out there." The raccoon shot back, as if it was obvious. "Can you please watch your language? There's no reason to be rude," Kyle interjected. "You called me a pet, damn it. I'm not your pet, asshole. I have 3 damn kids." The raccoon raised its tail in addition to its voice. "All right," I yelled. "How about this? I'll make a deal with you," I said, looking at the raccoon. It paused. "What kind of deal?" it asked after a few seconds. "I can't leave you in this lady's house, okay? But what I can do is take you back to the station if you promise not to stink up the car. We can get you something to eat, and you can spend the night there, and we'll find you somewhere. Nicer tomorrow," I said, hesitating on the last part. I wanted to help a raccoon go shopping tomorrow, on my day off. The raccoon thought for a moment. "And I won't get arrested or anything?" it asked slowly. "Nah," I replied. It waited a few more moments and then said, "All right, but I can ride as a passenger. Deal?" Hey, wait." Kyle began to speak, but I gave him a look that said, "Please don't unleash the angry, talking, walking stink bomb of doom." And he fell silent. The 3 of us walked out of the living room, and Kathy let out a small squeak when she saw the raccoon. "Get out! Get out!" she screamed. "Damn lady, I know I didn't ask for permission or anything, but I have a name, you know," the raccoon said. Kathy turned pale. Did it just speak?" she asked, her voice barely audible. Yes it did," I replied with a smile. "Oh," she muttered, moments before she collapsed on the floor. I considered calling an ambulance, but decided against it. She would wake up soon enough in a stink-free house. I just wished I had the chance to ask her about all the glass eyes in the basement. "By the way, what's your name?" Kyle asked. "For the report, I mean." The raccoon looked at him. "My name, since you politely asked, is Daniel Sharp III, it replied, tilting its head slightly. "And you two could..." "I'm Officer Kyle Shepard, and this is my partner, Officer Miller," Kyle said to Daniel, pointing at me. Daniel the raccoon looked at both of us and then said, "Well then, pleasure to meet you both." As we left Kathy's house, the night air was thick with humidity and the chorus of nocturnal creatures. The bayou's eerie silence was only broken by the distant hoot of an owl and the occasional splash of water. Driving back to the station, Daniel the raccoon sat quietly in the passenger seat, staring out the window with those same glassy eyes. "He's something else," Kyle muttered, shaking his head. "Talking raccoon, that's a first," I nodded, still processing the bizarre encounter. "Yeah, and he was pretty demanding about not stinking up the car." "Do you think he's dangerous?" Kyle asked, glancing at me. "I don't know," I replied. "But he's not alone. Those glass eyes in the basement. There's something more going on here." As we pulled into the station, Daniel hopped out of the car and glanced back at us. "Thanks for the lift. I appreciate it," he said. "I owe you one." "Just stay out of trouble," Kyle replied dryly. Daniel nodded and disappeared into the shadows of the bayou, leaving us with more questions than answers. We entered the station, and I headed straight to my desk, determined to look up any reports or folklore related to talking animals or mysterious disappearances on the island. Hours later, as I sifted through old case files and local legends, I stumbled upon a faded newspaper clipping from the 1980s. It detailed a series of bizarre incidents involving missing persons and strange sightings in the bayou. One headline stood out: "Mystery of the Bayou Beast. Local man claims to communicate with enigmatic creature." The article described how a man named Daniel Sharp had vanished without a trace, only to return years later with tales of a hidden realm beneath the bayou, inhabited by creatures that could mimic human speech and manipulate perceptions. Authorities dismissed it as a hoax, but a few persistent officers reported unexplained phenomena during their investigations. Realizing the connection, I shared the article with Kyle. "Looks like our Daniel might not be just a raccoon after all." Kyle frowned. "Do you think there's truth to these old legends?" "I don't know," I admitted. "But if there is, we need to find out. Those missing people, what happened to them?" Determined to uncover the truth, we decided to revisit Kathy's house the next day, this time prepared for whatever we might encounter. As the dawn broke over the bayou, the mist hovered thick over the water, and the first rays of sunlight began to pierce through the canopy. Driving back to Kathy's house, we approached with caution. The neighborhood was quiet, the air heavy with anticipation. We knocked again, and Kathy answered the door, looking more composed than the night before. "Good morning, ma'am. We need to ask you a few more questions about last night," I said. She nodded, leading us to the living room. "I'm still trying to process what happened. That raccoon, Daniel, it wasn't normal." Kyle leaned forward. "Have you noticed anything unusual since then? Any other strange occurrences?" Kathy hesitated before replying. "There have been noises, whispers at night, shadows moving in the corners of my eyes. I thought I was losing my mind." As we delved deeper into her experiences, it became clear that there was a pattern of supernatural activity tied to the island's mysterious history. Determined to get to the bottom of it, Kyle and I began to piece together the puzzle, uncovering secrets that had been buried for decades. The bayou held many secrets, and as we navigated its murky depths, we realized that some mysteries are better left untouched. But as police officers sworn to protect and serve, we couldn't turn a blind eye to the unexplained phenomena that plagued our community. What started as a simple call about a raccoon had unveiled a web of paranormal intrigue that would test our limits and challenge everything we thought we knew about the bayou. As the whispers in the night grew louder and the shadows deeper, we braced ourselves for the truth that lay hidden beneath the surface, waiting to be uncovered. "Step on in," drawled the on-duty detective as he eyed the flickering neon sign hanging over the entrance to our precinct in downtown Houston. His tone was laced with disdain, as if this interrogation were just another tedious drill in an endless shift. "Let's see if your college training means anything out here." I was the youngest in our department, a full 20 years junior to the officer sitting just above me. Fresh from the Texas Police Academy and now thrust into the Homicide Division, I already sensed the icy skepticism from my older colleagues. Detective Mitchell, a grizzled veteran of the Texas Rangers, seemed to have taken a perverse pleasure in assigning me the most bizarre and dangerous cases. In just a few months, I'd encountered horrors that many seasoned officers might never imagine. It was soul-crushing, and I wasn't sure if it was deliberate harassment or a true test of my limits. Still, I was duty-bound, perhaps even idealistic. I wanted to do the job right. Maybe that's why the old guard grumbled behind my back. These young folks stick too rigidly to procedure. They ask too many damn questions. To them, my precise, almost academic approach was an unwelcome disruption of their time-honored, if unofficial, routines. Now, I stood in the corridor outside the interrogation room of the Galveston branch. The heavy metal door marked "Interrogation" with a small one-way glass. Behind it sat Katie Simmons, a slight reddish-brown young woman whose pallid complexion gave her an almost ghostly look. Oversized black glasses hid her eyes, which flickered with an unmistakable blend of fear and vulnerability. On first glance, she seemed defenseless, but I knew better. I'd seen the evidence, and I knew exactly what she was capable of. "Good afternoon, Katie. I'm Detective James Jim Carter," I said, my voice steady as I entered the room and took a seat at the plain metal table. I kept a deliberate distance, partly out of professional caution, and partly to keep myself from the unsettling aura I felt radiating from her. Katie lifted her gaze only briefly. At first, her eyes betrayed both uncertainty and, if one could sense it, a raw, almost palpable terror. "Detective, right?" she murmured, managing a nervous laugh. "I already told everything to the doctor at St. Luke's Hospital." "That doctor was a psychiatrist, Katie. I'm a detective. Since your friends passed away, we need to piece together what happened between April 24th and May 10th aboard the Lone Star." My tone was calm, yet firm. "Can you walk me through that period?" "Passed away?" Her eyes widened for a moment, as if the enormity of her loss had only now truly sunk in. "Dead. Of course they're dead." She closed her eyes, her entire body tensing, as if trying to ward off an invisible assault. "It's something that's haunted me for as long as I can remember," she whispered, sniffling as she wiped away a tear. I watched her every shallow breath, noting the unsettling cadence of her speech, as though she were rehearsing a conversation with herself. "Stay with me, Katie," I said softly, yet with authority. "I know it's hard, but we have to understand what happened on April 24th. Katie drew in a shaky breath before beginning. "Nick, Simone, Tony, Hugo, and I, we all met at the University of Texas in Austin, in a course on classical antiquity. Our professor, Dr. Reynolds, well, he had some unconventional ideas. He'd write cryptic formulas on the board and then erase them, as if to constantly test us. And if you made even the tiniest mistake, it was like you'd failed the test of life itself." Her voice softened as bitterness crept in. The five of us quickly became inseparable, like misfits among a sea of conformist students. We hung out off campus, studied together, and celebrated every little victory. Then one day, we hatched the idea to take a sailing trip along the Texas Gulf. We were drawn by the legends of the sea, the myths of ancient heroes, and the spirit of adventure. This year, everything lined up perfectly. She paused, glancing briefly at the faded beige folder I kept at the edge of the table. Inside, I had already mentally mapped out the next steps. I would let her recount the events freely before confronting her with the damning photographs. I hoped her own words would expose the horror of what transpired, without me needing to prod too hard. "It was Tony who suggested we rent a sailboat," Katie continued. "Tony Miller, then, had some sailing experience?" I asked casually, encouraging her to elaborate. "Sort of," she replied, a wry note creeping into her tone. He'd been out on a little fishing boat on one of East Texas lakes a couple of times with his uncle. Hardly the sort of experience one needs to command an ocean-going vessel. But Tony was always a man who overestimated his abilities. He wanted to impress Simone, the athletic, adventurous type, and convinced us to charter a boat from a local operator in Port Aransas. The harbor master, a guy named Nick, was all smiles when he saw Tony's credit card. Money, after all, opens doors. Nobody asked for licenses or proof of expertise. Katie exhaled slowly. We were so young. We had no inkling of what could go wrong. The water was calm, almost picture-perfect as we set sail. Whitewashed cottages lining the coast, bobbing fishing boats and seagulls circling overhead. A real-life postcard. Naturally, we thought it would be the perfect vacation. "So, you all set sail on April 24th? I interjected, leaning forward. Katie nodded. "Exactly. We were all filled with excitement. The first day was pure bliss. We lounged on deck, soaked up the sun, and relaxed with some music and ice-cold beers. Hugo even whipped up a real dinner in the galley, and Nick strummed his guitar for a bit. It was like being in a dream." Her lips pressed together as if recalling a sudden grim memory. Then the storm hit. On the second day, April 25th, I remember clearly. We'd just finished dinner in the galley. Hugo's cooking was out of this world, but we'd all had a few too many. None of us noticed when the sea began to change. Something only experienced mariners would detect. I leaned in, the tension palpable. "How did the storm come on?" "Fast, in the blink of an eye," she said. The sky darkened suddenly. Then a torrential downpour hit, cutting our visibility down to mere feet. Tony couldn't figure out how to reef the sails in time. We didn't have a moment to react, and before we knew it, we were caught in monstrous waves taller than the boat itself. We capsized as easily as a tossed nut, only to be righted by one massive surge, then hit again from the other side. Katie's voice faltered as if she were sorting through a barrage of nightmarish images. We huddled in the cramped cabin, soaked to the bone and shivering from the cold. The walls groaned under the assault, and the boat creaked as if in agony. By dawn, the storm had subsided enough for us to realize our GPS, radio, life rings, everything was gone. We were stranded in the middle of the Gulf, with no idea where we were. "That must have been terrifying," I murmured, trying to steady my own racing thoughts as I recalled the evidence we'd collected. Hunger and thirst soon took over. Katie continued, her voice trembling. "We scoured the boat for anything salvageable, but nearly everything was ruined by salt water. The hull was badly damaged, and Tony, he was a wreck. Not just physically, but mentally. He kept insisting he was to blame for all our misfortunes. We even tried to rig makeshift nets out of torn fabric to catch fish, though none of us truly knew what we were doing. Collecting rainwater was a lost cause without a proper container. Everything was in shambles." I felt the room tighten around us. My palms were sweating as I listened, aware of the incriminating evidence we had against her. I knew how gruesome the photographs in my folder were. Images of torn doors, blood-smeared walls, and shattered wood. Yet, Katie still seemed unable to fully comprehend her involvement. "And then?" I asked. "What happened next?" Katie's eyes met mine, as if a wall of fear had risen between us. "We managed to hold on for about a day. We tried to sleep, comfort one another, plan something. But by the end of the second day, our minds were clouded by thirst. With no source of fresh water, some of us even began to drink seawater, and that only made everything worse." Her voice began to shake with emotion. "After that, everything blurred. I can't tell if it was days or just a fever dream. Maybe it was delirium. All I know is..." "In any case," I pressed gently. She swallowed hard. "I can't explain it. You might not believe me, but there's something inside me." "Something inside you?" "My shadow." I slid the worn folder open just a crack. "Katie, I have these photographs. Images that capture the gruesome aftermath. Cabin walls gouged as if clawed by desperate fingers, smashed doors, and traces of blood everywhere. There are even remnants of your friends." I produced one image, deep scratches on the wooden wall, as though someone had tried to rip their way out with nothing but bare nails. Katie's breathing hitched. I didn't do that, at least not on my own. I'm not strong enough to tear a door from its hinges. Look at me. She raised her thin arms, almost trembling with disbelief. But you were the only one found on board, in a state of feverish delirium, and when the doctors at St. Luke's pumped your stomach, they found human tissue. The DNA matched that of your friends. Her eyes glazed over and she whispered, "My shadow, don't you understand? I'm cursed, ever since I was a little girl growing up here in Texas. I was about 9 when a mysterious woman appeared on our school playground. She offered me a gold coin for 13 strands of my hair. I thought it was just a game. My parents only found out much later, and that's when my shadow changed." She went on to describe how her father, a local businessman entangled with unsavory characters, had been involved in shady dealings, vengeance, and a long-standing curse on our family. Katie recalled odd incidents from her childhood, like the time in 3rd grade when she'd bitten off a classmate's ear in a fit of uncontrollable rage. After that, strange events followed, as though dark forces were at work. At least, that's what her fragmented memories insisted. "People always think I'm crazy," she said bitterly. "They say I'm borderline, that I have aggressive tendencies. They put me on medication. Nothing ever helped, except trying to control myself. Normally, I can keep that inner voice at bay, but when I'm under extreme stress, when I'm on the brink, my shadow takes over, and that monster inside me comes out. I swear I've tried to stop it." "So you believe you didn't commit those acts, that some dark force, a demon of sorts, did?" I asked quietly. "I don't know what to call it," she replied, her voice trembling between despair and anger. "Call it a spirit, a demon, a curse. But it's real. It's taken my childhood, my friends, my entire life, and now nobody believes me." I studied her, struck by the stark contradiction. Her frail frame and soft voice hardly seemed capable of such monstrous deeds, yet the forensic evidence was damning, a reality that defied logic. "Katie," I said gently, "can you control this shadow right here in this room?" Her pupils dilated in a mix of fear and defiance. "If I could, I'd banish it for good. But once you push what's lurking inside, it might end just as it did on the boat." I knew not to push too far, yet I couldn't help my fascination. "The DA is charging you with multiple counts of murder. We've recovered samples from your stomach, traces under your fingernails, even on your teeth. Without a supernatural confession or evidence of another force at work, the justice system will treat you as just another killer." At that moment, something in Katie shifted. Her expression hardened, and her voice turned inhuman, a deep, guttural rumble that seemed to echo off the walls even at a low volume. The overhead light flickered. The hum of the air conditioner became erratic. "So, you really want to know?" Her words boomed around the small room, as if coming from every dark corner. "Then, open your eyes." She sprang to her feet, and the chain on her handcuffs shattered as if it were made of paper. My hands trembled as I flung open the door and stumbled into the corridor, nearly colliding with Detective Mitchell, who waited with 2 other officers. His eyes were cold, watching to see if I was about to lose control. "Afraid of a little girl, Carter?" he sneered in his southern drawl. But his smirk vanished when he saw Katie standing eerily still in the doorway, her handcuffs in pieces at her wrists. The officers rushed in, grabbed her, and in a heartbeat, Katie sank back into her chair as if nothing had happened. The room's light seemed to return to normal, and the security camera recorded everything without a hitch. Yet the shattered cuffs were undeniable. Mitchell shot me a suspicious glance. I could almost feel him silently accusing me of tampering with the evidence for a show. His face grew pale as he noticed my unsteady hands. Something inexplicable had occurred that none of us could fully understand. Shortly afterward, Katie vanished from the station. For security reasons, she's been transferred, I was told, with no hint as to her destination. I stood there, dumbfounded, clutching a lukewarm cup of vending machine coffee that nearly slipped from my grasp in shock. The ensuing weeks were a waking nightmare. I saw Katie's face in my dreams, her features shifting, the gruesome images of the boat, and the dismembered remains of her 4 friends haunting my every thought. Torn between rational explanations, mental illness, hallucinations, and the undeniable physical evidence I had witnessed, I found myself spiraling. Katie was conveniently convicted soon after. The evidence was overwhelming. Forensic tests left no doubt that human flesh had been consumed. Her claims of a cursed shadow were dismissed as the ravings of a disturbed mind. Yet, even in Huntsville State Prison, the notorious facility where she was first held, mysterious events began to unfold. One night, a notoriously harsh corrections officer was found lifeless against a cell wall opposite hers. His eye sockets charred as though a fire had erupted from within. Rumors spread of a strange burst of light that some claimed to have witnessed in the corridor. Shortly after, another inmate, described as brutally sadistic, disappeared. Remnants of her body were later discovered in the drainage system of the shared cell block. No one would publicly admit how such impossibilities occurred. Ultimately, Katie was quietly transferred to another facility, yet the pattern persisted. Unexplained power outages, bloodstains in impossible places, and every new case revealing another horrifying detail. I obsessively tracked every report, even though Detective Mitchell ordered me repeatedly to focus on current cases. The Lone Star case, marked top secret in our files, would not let me go. Night after night, I pored over old documents, psychiatric evaluations, and even obscure legends from rural Texas. I uncovered tales of ancient curses that haunted entire families, of dark forces rising from the shadows when their victims were at their most vulnerable. Then, one day, I learned that Katie had been released, quietly and under mysterious circumstances. Her file bore only a cryptic note: conditional release on medical advice. Location undisclosed. My heart raced. How could someone convicted of multiple murders receive such leniency? And without proper documentation? No further answers came. Detective Mitchell curtly ordered me to return to active cases. Perhaps he too felt an inexplicable dread whenever Katie's name surfaced. I still see her in my dreams, or maybe it's that dark, lurking shadow, a silhouette that haunts the corners of my vision. I wake in cold sweats, haunted by the thought that this curse, this malevolent force entwined with Katie, might one day find me too. What if there's truth in her words? What if her shadow is a living entity that craves blood when Katie is at her weakest? So, here I sit in the dim light of my office, a folder of forbidden details on the Lone Star case spread out before me. I should have turned everything over to the state archives, yet the faces of the dead and Katie's whispered confessions continue to haunt me. Part of me longs to find her someday, to finally get answers. Another part prays that I never cross paths with her again, because if her shadow is real, and if it must feed, it will move on as soon as Katie is in danger, and who knows who might fall victim next. I know one thing: some mysteries in this world defy the laws of logic. Anyone who dismisses Katie as merely crazy might be in for a harsh awakening. I close the folder one final time, the photographs glaring back at me. Splintered doors, blood-smeared walls, and the skeletal remains of her 4 friends found on the wreckage of the boat. Beside them, an image of Katie, rescued in a state of utter shock, drenched from head to toe, eyes half-lidded in disbelief. The report read, "Patient suffered severe dehydration and was only partially responsive," marked by violent abrasions on her fingernails and traces of human DNA in her stomach contents. I press my hand against the photo, and goosebumps crawl across my skin. I cannot change it. This is the cold, unvarnished truth in our so-called rational world. I switch off the overhead light and step out into the drizzling Houston night. In a city that never truly falls into darkness, I search in vain for my own shadow on the pavement, as though the weak glow of streetlights had swallowed it whole. And I can't help but ask, where is Katie now? Will there be another inexplicable murder spree without any logical explanation? Will I once again find myself at a crime scene in full protective gear, my stomach clenching as I realize deep down that this is the work of that unearthly shadow? These thoughts will not leave me. The Lone Star case has burrowed into my mind like a splinter that refuses to be dislodged. Perhaps that was exactly what my superiors intended, to test how much one can endure before the mind finally cracks. Or maybe it was simply the dark fate that binds Katie and me. And if she's truly out there roaming free, who will protect us from the hunger of her shadow next? I was sitting alone in my small yet modern apartment, a renovated Victorian building tucked away on 7 Oak Street in Savannah's historic district. The old southern charm of the building mingled with the contemporary comforts inside, a juxtaposition that had always appealed to me. That evening, as usual, I was perched at my kitchen counter, sipping a warm herbal tea while absent-mindedly scrolling through my smartphone and laptop. It wasn't unusual for me to spend my evenings by myself, a solitude that by my early 30s had become a familiar companion. At exactly 10 p.m., just as I was about to head to bed, a loud, almost ominous knocking at my front door shattered the quiet. The sound was so abrupt that I nearly spilled my tea over my laptop. Then, through the intercom, came a deep, measured voice. "Savannah, police dispatch, emergency, 911. This is a call from this address. Please open your door immediately." I muttered, "What the? I never placed an emergency call." My heart pounded in my chest. Unlike the carefree scenes in movies where one might simply swing open the door, I knew better than to trust such unexpected summons. Even here in America, strict protocols governed police entries, and every visit had to be justified. With trembling hands, I approached the door and slowly opened it. Standing there were 2 police officers in proper uniform, their badges gleaming under the porch light. One of them, a man with a calm yet authoritative tone, spoke first. "Good evening, ma'am. I'm Detective Ryan Blue, and this is Detective Greg Duke. We received an emergency call from this address." Eyeing them with skepticism, I replied, "Good evening, but there must be some mistake. I didn't call 911, and I live alone, absolutely alone. May I ask what this is about?" Detective Blue consulted his notebook and explained. An anonymous caller reported hearing loud, scraping noises coming from the 2nd floor, as if something heavy and unusual was moving about. "We're here to inspect the premises as per protocol. Please allow us entry." A chill ran down my spine. Though I trusted that proper procedure was at work, something about the worn boots and tired expressions on the officers gave me pause. Reluctantly, I turned on every light in the apartment and stepped aside, silently watching their every move. The officers began a systematic search of the 1st floor, their flashlights sweeping under counters and into dark corners. When they finally ascended the creaking staircase to the 2nd floor, I couldn't shake the feeling that they were in a hurry, as if they'd seen something they weren't willing to talk about. Moments later, they returned downstairs, curtly stating that everything appeared normal. With a brisk, "Thank you for your cooperation," they departed in their patrol car, its flashing blue lights soon fading into the night. Once alone, I tried to settle my racing thoughts by turning back to my laptop. Out of curiosity, I typed in the names Ryan Blue and Greg Duke into a search engine. To my shock, the very first result was a blog post recounting a case that occurred 5 years ago. The article was titled, "Where are Detective Blue and Detective Duke? The Case of the Mysterious. Scraping on the second floor of a house in the woods." Hesitantly, I read on. According to the post, 9 years earlier, a woman named Lara Randall had lived in the very same apartment. One rainy evening, while watching TV in her cozy old flat, she'd heard strange, crawling noises coming from upstairs. Soon after, she discovered bloody footprints on the ancient, creaking wooden staircase. Footprints that abruptly ended, as if whatever had made them had suddenly changed course. Overwhelmed with terror, Lara had called 911. Officers Blue and Duke had rushed to the scene, finding nothing more than eerie handprints and inexplicable blood trails, until, without warning, a cold, slimy drop landed on their faces. In that moment, the blog claimed, both detectives had glanced up at the porch ceiling and vanished without a trace. Among the department, the incident had since been dubbed the Crawler Case. My hands trembled as I absorbed the eerie parallels. The address, the detectives' names, even the reported details of the emergency call were disturbingly identical. Could there be something paranormal at work? Though I tried to dismiss it as a coincidence or perhaps an elaborate publicity stunt, an unsettling feeling of dread refused to leave me. Barely had I managed to calm myself when sudden panicked screams erupted from outside. A desperate female voice cried out, "Help! Please! Send someone immediately! There's blood! So much blood on the stairs! I can't go back inside!" My heart leapt into my throat as I bolted to the window, still in my pajamas and barefoot. Outside, in the pale glow of the streetlights, I could barely make out a figure, just enough to hear her trembling as she recited her address, before her voice was swallowed by the eerie silence of the night. No sooner had I tried to drift back to sleep than I was startled awake by a strange sensation, not by a loud noise, but by a deep, disorienting confusion. I found myself standing on the front porch, enveloped by the impenetrable darkness of the surrounding woods. Though still in my pajamas, something was undeniably wrong. The front door was ajar. With a pounding heart, I pushed the door open and stepped into the foyer, only to freeze in horror. There, in the weak light of the hallway, lay the lifeless body of a middle-aged woman. Her face was frozen in a ghastly expression, her skin ashen, and her throat had been brutally torn open. A jagged wound ran from her neck down to her stomach, and blood dripped continuously from her torn fingertips and the frayed edges of what had once been an elegant blouse. I stood paralyzed, unable to comprehend the scene, until, almost imperceptibly, the body stirred. With a pained, slow movement, the woman shuddered, then crawled onto all fours as if attempting to move. Without a spark of life in her eyes, she inched toward the staircase, leaving behind a repulsive trail of blood. A slimy purplish streak that seemed to writhe across the floor like the work of some inhuman creature. Hours later, as dawn broke and sunlight filtered through my windows, I awoke as if nothing had happened. The early rays of sun brought no relief. My head throbbed, and I couldn't shake the horrifying thought that the night's events might not have been a nightmare after all. Determined to uncover the truth, I contacted a local real estate agency. I learned that my apartment had been purchased just 3 years earlier by an elderly couple who had owned it for only 2.5 years before selling it. after inheriting a grand estate out of state. According to the agency, the building at 7 Oak Street had been erected after an old historic house was demolished. Yet, no one could offer any details about its previous owners or its past. Growing increasingly uneasy, I reached out to the police. During my inquiry about the 2 officers from the previous night, an older detective explained gravely. Detectives Blue and Duke were once esteemed members of our force, but about 9 years ago, in connection with the Crawler case, they were abruptly removed from active duty, and Ms. Randall, the caller from that night, has been missing ever since. He added quietly that within internal circles, very little was spoken about the case for fear that too many details might unsettle public order. All I received were vague explanations and the ominous realization that what I experienced was entwined with a long-forgotten and deeply disturbing case. I jotted down every detail and even received business cards bearing the current investigators' numbers. Yet, inside, I couldn't help but wonder if something truly supernatural was at play. The gulf between official accounts and my own horrifying experiences left my mind teetering on the edge of reality and madness. Reluctantly, I forced myself to endure the rest of the day. As evening fell, I tried to leave the events of the previous night behind. But when the clock struck 10 p.m., my usual time for a warm shower and then bed, a nervous dread settled over me. I flipped on every light in the apartment, determined to banish every lurking shadow, and braced myself for the possibility that something was terribly wrong. Barely had I stepped into the hallway when I heard a soft yet ominous humming coming from the second floor. The staircase, a transition from the brightly lit first floor to a dim, almost oppressive corridor on the second, seemed to stretch out before me like the barrel of a gun pointed directly at my back. To my shock, the light I had turned on upstairs had inexplicably gone out. I was certain I hadn't switched it off. Hesitantly, I grabbed my cell phone and redialed 911. "Help, this is... I can hear something crawling in the hallway," I stammered, overcome with dread. In the midst of this internal chaos, a loud, commanding voice rang out through the intercom. "Police! Please open the door! Repeat, police, open the door!" My heart pounded as the voice continued. "We are Detective Blue and Detective Duke. You already know us, ma'am. It's time for you to let us in." Though the words were formally correct, they carried none of the reassurance I'd expected. A mocking laugh undercut their commands, as if they delighted in my evident vulnerability. Each crash against the door, the splintering of wood, the dull thuds echoing like the fall of human bodies, sent shockwaves through my very soul. In a moment of desperate clarity, I remembered that genuine police responses normally came with the sound of sirens and the approach of a patrol car. This time, there was neither. Only the chilling sound of those officers, seemingly intent on driving me to the brink of insanity. Panicking, I raced to the back door, intent on escaping in my car. But as I reached the vehicle, a sinking realization struck me. I'd left my car keys in the bedroom. In that agonizing moment of hesitation, which ultimately sealed my fate, I decided against returning inside. Instead, I fled into the adjacent dense woods, following a winding path that led, I hoped, to a nearby gas station and a promise of safety among other people. With shaking hands, I started the car and drove through the dark, silent night. The roads were deserted. The rain had long ceased, leaving only an eerie, suffocating quiet. As I merged onto a narrow forest road, time itself seemed to stretch, a relentless march through a tunnel of darkness. Then, just as I reached a small clearing, I felt a fine, cold droplet trickle down my forehead, a droplet that reeked of rotting blood. Before I could even react, more droplets began falling steadily from the dense canopy overhead. I slammed on the brakes, staring in disbelief at the emerging green of the forest, and what I saw nearly made me leap from the car. I can only recall the overwhelming terror as I gazed upward into the treetops, where it seemed as though hundreds of bloody droplets marked a macabre trail. Panic and the feeling of being relentlessly pursued filled my final moments of conscious thought. I lost track of time until, suddenly, darkness swallowed everything. I'm not sure if I consciously chose to flee, or if the events had lured me into a limbo between wakefulness and sleep. When I finally came to, lying on a cool patch of grass deep within the forest, every inch of my body throbbed with pain. My chest, abdomen, and ribs bore deep, agonizing wounds, torn as if by a merciless predator. I lay there, unable to speak, as I listened to faint voices in the distance. A group of teenagers, likely roaming the woods in search of a thrill, laughed and chattered in the darkness. Their youthful energy was a jarring contrast to my own condition, and amid the haze of pain, I felt an overwhelming, primitive hunger awaken inside me, a bestial desire that seemed as ancient as time itself. In that dazed state, I knew something in me had changed. That terrible night had somehow replaced parts of my human consciousness with a more primal, bloodthirsty nature. With my last reserves of strength, I grabbed my phone and sent a few cryptic messages to those who once knew me. As I struggled to sort through the chaos within, my thoughts turned to my apartment. Who would be the next to move into that cursed residence? And would the ominous gang, the one whispered about in hushed, conspiratorial tones, soon come searching for me? What happened that fateful night remains an enigma. Official investigations, no matter how much I tried to uncover details about the missing detectives Blue and Duke, or about the mysterious Miss Randall, were stymied by sealed files and half-remembered accounts circulating in secretive circles. The scant information the police shared did little to convince me that this was some harmless prank. Instead, everything pointed to a far darker phenomenon. A paranormal event that had left its mark on the history of that house and seeped into local legend. I still recall every unsettling detail. The wet droplets falling like blood from the trees. The spectral appearance of those former officers whose eyes held an otherworldly gleam despite their official garb, and the creeping sensation of being drawn into a grim, bygone tale. Even now, with clear mind and trembling hands, I struggle to believe that what I experienced was merely a product of an overtaxed imagination. Yet a burning question persists. Have I become a witness to a reality that transcends ordinary human comprehension? The authorities remain silent, and the case files are locked away, hidden from public view out of fear of inciting panic. Deep within, I understand that some questions will never have satisfying answers, and that the darkness of the night sometimes brings forth things best left unseen. So ends this tale. Or perhaps it is only the beginning. As I lie here in the depths of the woods, caught between excruciating pain and an insatiable primal hunger, I cannot help but wonder, are the events of that doomed night truly over? Or do they continue to lurk in the shadows of Savannah's historic streets and surrounding forests, waiting to claim their next victim? All units on duty, we've just received a call from a woman claiming something is outside her house. Respond immediately to the location. I slam my foot on the gas pedal and merge onto the highway. Glancing over at my partner, Chris, I raise an eyebrow. Think we're gonna see a monster tonight? I joke about the call. Shut it, Miller, Chris replies, laughing. They said to take every call seriously, but screw it, I guess. I was supposed to be home in an hour to enjoy a late dinner with Michelle in front of the TV, but at this rate, that seemed impossible. I was too nervous to call her right now. not wanting her to get upset about my potential absence tonight. We continue down the highway, eyes on the address given by dispatch. Just a few minutes left, so I press a bit harder to get there faster. "Do you think you'll get that TV dinner with your wife tonight?" Chris asks. I shrug, watching the cars and streetlights flash by. If this is the last call, hopefully. We haven't had time to do anything together for weeks. I sigh. I really miss the times we used to have. I get what you mean. This job is crap. Let's just handle this call. It's probably nothing, Chris reassures me. I take the exit into a quiet residential neighborhood and park in front of a row of houses. We approach a secluded two-story home. Double-checking the address, I realize we've arrived. We get out of the car and see the distressed woman who made the call waiting on her porch as she spots us. We quickly make our way to her as she steps onto the veranda. I notice she's been crying, tears streaming down her cheeks. "Ma'am, it's okay, we're here now. Is the man still outside your house?" I place a hand on her shoulder, trying to calm her. I hear her sobbing. It's not a person," the woman cries. I can't even explain what it did." She breaks off mid-sentence, collapsing into more tears. Chris and I exchange worried looks before turning back to her. "Where do you think it is? Is it still here? Are you sure it's not a person?" Chris asks, his voice taking on a more serious tone. The woman continues to snivel. "It's in the garden. I'm sure it wasn't a person. Hurry up." We ask her to go back inside while we draw our weapons from our holsters and turn on our flashlights, as there was no light source in the garden. We step into the garden and turn on our flashlights. As soon as we enter the grass, an eerie and unsettling feeling washes over me. I can't see or hear anything yet, but I don't feel safe either. Chris and I sweep our flashlights across the entire garden, casting quick glances around, but there's nothing to see. "See anything?" I ask Chris. He shakes his head. "No, so far it seems like nonsense," he replies, still scanning the area. We both notice a patio adjacent to the house and shine our lights underneath it. From our position, we see nothing, just wooden beams supporting the patio and partially blocking our view. We decide to check beneath the patio. The patio was quite high, so we approach it and step underneath, moving our flashlights back and forth to see if anyone is hiding. We thought it was likely, as in such calls people often hide under patios. But there was nothing under this patio. For the most part, it was empty. It was long, so we walked across it and thoroughly checked, still seeing no one or anything. I lower my flashlight, feeling that something is wrong. I shake it off, ready to dismiss it as a false alarm, when I hear Chris call out, "Miller, come here." I walk over to him and see him slumped in the left corner of the patio. I stand beside him, trying to see what he's looking at. "What is it?" I ask, as he looks at me confused. Chris moves his hands through the dirt, picks something up, and hands it to me, which I reluctantly take. I examine it. It was a dog's leg, with blood-covered fur and teeth embedded in it. I gasp and drop the leg, looking at Chris, who is equally shocked. "What the hell is that?" I ask him. He doesn't respond, just shock written all over his face. I see it in his eyes. I know how much Chris hates dead animals or animal remains, so I don't question him further. I look back at the leg and inspect it. It looked like something had been gnawing on it, but the teeth seemed to come straight from the gums. I'm not sure. It was a strange, disturbing sight that I couldn't explain. I hesitate before taking the dog leg as evidence. It emitted a terrible, rotten smell, and the leg felt limp. I wanted to vomit, but knew I had to take it with me. Chris and I stand up as I start to go pale. Holding the leg of a possible dead dog didn't feel right. Chris pats me on the back. "I'm going inside to talk to the woman. You stay in the car, okay?" Chris seems to have regained his composure. I nod and swallow hard. "Yeah, thanks, I appreciate it." I place the leg in the trunk and slam it shut as my phone vibrates in my pocket. I pull it out. It's Michelle calling me. I take a deep breath and answer the call, holding the phone to my ear. "Hey, Michelle," I say into the phone, still unsettled by the situation. "Sweetheart, are you okay? You're not home yet." I hear Michelle speak. I look down. "Yeah, I know. I'm probably working a late shift tonight. Sorry," I respond guiltily. "Oh, that's fine, I guess. Is something wrong?" "Yeah, everything's fine. Just had to respond to a weird call and I think about the dog leg. Found something strange." I sigh into the phone. There's a moment of silence on the other end. "Well, I really hope everything's okay." "It is. Trust me on this one. It's nothing major," I say. I see Chris coming out of the house. "All right, but stay safe, Miller, please." The call ends. Chris and I get back into the patrol car, sit for a minute, and reflect on what just happened. I look around the neighborhood. It was dark. Almost every house had no lights on the streets and no streetlights were lit. Just darkness. The atmosphere was different from anything I'd experienced in my 9 years as a police officer. "What did the lady say?" I finally ask Chris as I start the engine. I asked her if she had any cameras so we could see if someone was coming into her garden, but she said she didn't. She said she saw some kind of creature in her garden eating an animal. He points to the trunk where the dog leg is. I understand what that means. We probably need to bring this leg back to the station and have it examined. Something feels supernatural here. I wanted to say something, but didn't. I agreed that no person could just rip off a dog's leg, and I don't believe a person would have the nerve to try eating it. I didn't want to jump to conclusions, but the call was something that had to be considered. Suddenly, a signal comes through from dispatch over my radio. I quickly turn on the radio as Chris and I listen. "We've just received 2 calls from people saying something is in their backyard. Officers are already on the way to an address. I need other officers at another location immediately." Chris and I look at each other with confused fear. Weren't we just dealing with a similar call? We say nothing as I receive the address and start driving faster. It was only 6 minutes away, so not far, but something was off. Something was wrong, and it didn't look good. The radio crackles again, and I begin to fear what it could be. I hear the voice of a dispatcher once more. "We've just received another call from someone saying something is moving on their property. We need officers on site immediately." I repeat, we've just received a 4th call that something is moving on someone's property. "What the hell is going on here?" Chris says. My hands start to shake the steering wheel as I make a turn. "Something's not right, man." My voice trembles. "Pull yourself together, Miller. It'll be okay." Chris tries to calm me. I shake my head. The radio crackles again. Chris and I listen intently. We've received a call from a man saying something is on the side of his house. Officers are now on site. "Shit," I mutter to myself. I continue driving to the originally dispatched address, now pressing the gas harder. We approach our destination. Something like this has never happened before. We've never received multiple calls in a row about something being in people's gardens. This was different. Reports of something in people's gardens, whatever that meant. It had never been on this level. We pull up to a house on the street and immediately draw our weapons. After the last call, we acted cautiously. And with all these additional reports, we're not taking it lightly because something was seriously wrong. Chris and I peer into the backyard but see nothing. The lights in the house are on, so at least we know the occupant is okay. That was until we hear the sound of a man letting out the most horrifying scream from inside the house that I'd ever heard. We rush to the front door, preparing to forcibly enter. Chris gives me a nervous look and I signal him to be brave. I look at the door and take a deep breath, still hearing the screams. I recoil and take a step away from the door. I run to the door and shove my whole body through it. Just as the screaming stops, the door slams shut, and I fall shoulder first to the ground. I see Chris running into the house, drawing his weapon, shouting, Police! The screaming has still ceased, and I start to think we're too late. The living room and dining area are visible from the entrance, and we see nothing in either room. Then we decide to check the kitchen. I sense that the kitchen is just around the corner, so we walk to the living room and make a hard left turn around the wall. As we enter the kitchen, we see the remains of a man, hunched over the sink, mutilated from the neck down to his calf. I gag a little, feeling the urge to vomit. I lower my head and lower my weapon. We were too late. I didn't have time to pity myself because I soon felt Chris desperately trying to get my attention. I lift my head and see him pointing to the kitchen window. The kitchen window offers a full view of the backyard, and I see a dark figure neither built nor shaped like a human, quickly crawling out of the backyard and disappearing out of sight. Chris and I quickly move to the back door and open it wide, swiftly making our way down the steps and sprinting further into the backyard. We see the figure nowhere else and hurry to the garden gate, open it, and run back into the front yard, but again, no sign of the figure we just saw. We lower our weapons and sigh in disappointment. My question was, what was that thing, and how did it escape so quickly? I hear my radio crackle again as I slowly approach the car. Officers have found a woman dead in her backyard. She was slashed through the fence. It looked like she died just a few minutes ago. We need paramedics on site immediately. What the hell is going on here? I hear Chris say. He leans against the garage door and sinks to the ground. I feel bad for Chris. It was clear this was a lot for him to process. I understand, because all of this was so inexplicable. I get into the car and slam the door shut, unsure of what to do. I scan the street, trying to look for the creature, but still see nothing. It had really just vanished, blown away by the wind. I hear my radio crackle again. Dispatchers received another call from someone saying something is in their backyard. They need officers on site immediately. I didn't know what to do anymore. I was convinced I was living in a hellish, repeating nightmare, but I did the only thing I could in this state. I take out my radio and say, "We found a man dead in his house." I repeat, "We found a man dead in his house." An hour later, I arrive home. It was almost 1 a.m., and I'm exhausted. We had to wait for paramedics at that house and explain to them what happened. We had to bring the dogleg back to the station and explain to the sheriff what happened in that house. And it was a whole process I didn't want to bore anyone with. I reach into my pocket for the keys and fumble for a moment before inserting them into the lock and opening the door, sighing in relief to finally be where I wanted to be. I toss my radio onto a chair by the front door and forget to turn it off. My relief is instantly stripped away as I see my wife's bloody head hanging from the ceiling. I scream and drop to my knees, beginning to cry. It was already a horrible night. I couldn't lose Michelle too, not her. "Sweetheart?" I hear Michelle's voice from the stairs, just before I also hear her scream. I'm confused as I lift my head and look at the stairs, and there she is. Standing on the stairs, she stares in shock at the ceiling. I look back at the head on the ceiling. It looked almost exactly like Michelle's, but how? If her head was there, but she was alive on the stairs, that meant... What the hell? I didn't know how to express my thoughts otherwise. I look at my overwhelmed wife. "Did you hear anyone come in or anything?" Michelle looks at me. I can see how scared and completely confused she is. "Miller, Michelle, this is important. Did you see anything outside the house?" "No, I didn't hear anyone come in either." I assume she's telling the truth, but that doesn't explain how the head was identical to my wife's. The facial features, the hair, everything. Slowly, I stand up, walk past the stairs, and head to the kitchen. Something is pulling me there, and my gut tells me to go. "What are you doing? What are you going to do with that severed head?" I hear my wife scream at me. I stammer for a few seconds before getting my words together. "I know, Wait a minute. I walk into the kitchen, look at the countertop, and almost have a heart attack. "Michelle?" I scream, but I hear no response. I keep looking at the countertop. There was a head, covered in blood, almost identical to mine. I try to piece it together, but I just can't. I damn well didn't know what was happening here. My mouth hangs open, searching for more words, but I'm terrified of the situation. These heads, who were they originally, and how did they get here? I feel my phone vibrating in my pocket and pull it out. It's a message from Chris. He usually doesn't text me this late, so I'm confused. I open it. I examine the message carefully. It reads, "I'm still on duty, and we received a call from someone saying they saw something in their neighbor's gardens. I have the address. It's your house. Don't panic. I'm on my way." My heart sinks as I read. I still don't know what the things in people's gardens were doing, whatever they were, but I didn't want to find out. I'm uncertain about everything at this point. "Michelle," I continue, saying my wife's name, but I still hear no response from her. I walk out of the kitchen and see her standing at one of the back doors near the dining room, looking at the backyard and trembling. I walk beside her to see what she's looking at. There, I see it. The same dark figure I saw earlier stands in the middle of our backyard, staring at me lifelessly. This time, I can make out some of its features. It was tall and stocky, its arms and claws so long they looked unnatural. I couldn't discern any facial features, but I could see its eyes. Only darkness resided within them. I felt nothing as I looked at it. I lost all feeling in my body and mind. I only felt fear and dread. I felt like a bomb about to explode. What was once responding to calls and experiencing this was now me living through it. A heavy atmosphere prevailed, and the creature radiated an energy that made my heart race. My actions and thoughts began to be flooded and penetrated by something supernatural. I felt abstracted. One thought, and only one thought, crossed my mind. My phone was still in my hand. I opened it and dialed 911. I looked at Michelle, who was moving closer to me every second without saying a word. I looked back at the thing in our backyard. It moved into a crawling position and made sounds I couldn't even recognize. I held the phone to my ear and heard a dispatcher pick up. 911, what's your emergency? I said nothing for a moment. All I could do was look at the creature, at the being that was in my backyard. What is your emergency? The dispatcher repeated. I finally found the courage to say something. Something I didn't think I'd say that night. Something is in my backyard. I began to hear my radio crackle seconds after that sentence. After 20 years on the force, there's one call I'll never forget. My shift started like any other, 9 p.m. sharp, and I was geared up for what I assumed would be another long night. It was an unusually chilly Monday in San Antonio, and I expected a quiet patrol. After a brief roll call at the station, I grabbed the keys to my cruiser, loaded up my standard issue gear, including my sidearm and baton, and headed out. That night, we were short-staffed, so I found myself patrolling solo. Strangely enough, being alone allowed me a sense of freedom, a chance to be just myself. In those moments, my heart felt detached, no longer fully in sync with the duty I had pledged to serve. At first, I felt like a hero, someone who could make a difference. Now, after years of routine calls and endless miles, I felt like just another statistic. Another weary soul counting down the hours until I could finally go home. Time dragged on as I cruised aimlessly through the quiet, shadowed streets of downtown San Antonio. My eyelids grew heavy, and by 3 a.m. I was fighting off sleep with every fiber of my being. I was so exhausted that I almost considered pulling over for a brief nap. when suddenly a crackling voice over the radio snapped me back to attention. "Dispatch, please respond. We have a call at location Echo 26. The alert jolted me. I hadn't even noticed my radio's volume had been turned up. I grabbed it and replied, "This is Officer Daniels at Echo 26. Go ahead, dispatch." Dispatch reported that a silent 911 call had come in from the given address, along with all the coordinates needed to reach the scene. Usually, these calls turned out to be false alarms. A misdial, maybe, but duty called. I headed straight for the address. When I arrived, disappointment washed over me. It was an old apartment complex in a nondescript neighborhood. I called back to dispatch, but they confirmed without a doubt that the call had originated from that very location. Stepping out of the cruiser, I surveyed the building. It was an imposing structure, likely housing no fewer than 50 residents. From the exterior, no lights glowed, and I knew what had to be done. I would have to check every door to locate whoever had made the call. With a heavy sigh, I made my way to the front door. To my surprise, the door wasn't locked. As soon as I placed my hand on it, the door creaked open with an eerie groan. I stepped into a long, dim hallway, letting the door slam shut behind me so that its echo would fade into silence. Suddenly, everything went pitch black. I flipped on my flashlight, its flickering beam barely lighting up the corridor. I could just make out a staircase at the end of the hall. Relieved, I searched for a light switch. "Thank God," I muttered under my breath. But as soon as I flipped the switch, a sharp crack sounded. The bulb exploded in a tiny burst of sparks. Now, I was left with nothing but my flashlight to guide me. Slowly, I made my way up the stairs. At the top, another corridor awaited me, as dark as the bottom, lined with old, worn doors. The weak beam revealed peeling paint and decrepit frames. Glancing down, I noticed how filthy the carpet was, exuding a nauseating, rotten odor reminiscent of decaying meat or spoiled food. In many of our calls, we'd end up scrubbing our boots on the spot. This was clearly one of those cases. Dark, deep red stains marred the carpet in chaotic patterns. Despite the oppressive atmosphere, I reminded myself that this was likely just another accidental call, a check to see if the residents were okay. I began knocking on door after door. The first few doors offered no response. I had no intention of forcing my way into any apartment. Paperwork and legal red tape were best avoided. As I continued knocking, a soft noise from upstairs caught my attention, like furniture being dragged across a floor. Now, I was certain someone was home. I climbed another flight of stairs and followed the sound to the apartment it seemed to be coming from. On that floor, a narrow strip of light peeked from beneath a door. With a steady hand, I knocked loudly. "Hello? Police? Please open up." A rustling sound came from inside before the door creaked open just a crack. I saw an elderly, gaunt man, whose pale, wary eyes scanned the dark hall. His unkempt gray beard and hollow features gave him an almost ghostly appearance. "We received a 911 call from this address. Just checking that everything's all right, sir," I said. For a long moment, the old man said nothing. Instead, his wide eyes stared into the hallway as if searching for something unseen. Then, in a raspy whisper, he said, "Everything's fine. You better leave." Bewildered, I asked, "Why?" Without another word, he slid the door further shut, and the narrow beam of light vanished. A sense of dread settled over me. Was there more going on here than met the eye? Yet, I forced myself to continue knocking on the other apartments. The silence was haunting, and as I walked through the building, the cloying stench grew stronger, the unmistakable smell of death. Every veteran officer knows that stench all too well. It immediately fills your nostrils. An uneasy feeling churned in my stomach. I'd seen death before, but nothing like this. I reached for my radio to call for backup, but it was dead. My colleagues were all tied up with other emergencies. Frustration mounting, I followed the nauseating odor, determined to locate its source. On the final flight of stairs, the stench nearly overwhelmed me. Suddenly, I heard a faint, muffled sobbing, as if someone were desperately trying to stifle their cries. Fear crept over me. My heart hammered in my chest, and sweat beaded on my forehead. The soft weeping abruptly stopped, replaced by a deep silence. "Who's there?" I called out, my voice trembling slightly. I shone my flashlight into the darkness, revealing horrifying dark smudges. Stains splattered across the walls and floor. Blood had been splattered in irregular patterns. In that instant, panic surged through me as I reached once more for my radio, only to find it dead. I cursed softly under my breath. My fatigue had made me careless. I turned to head back down the stairs when a heavy, ominous breathing echoed behind me. Spinning around, I shone my light down the hall. The breathing ceased, and I noticed one of the doors stood ajar, as if someone had pushed it open while I wasn't looking. Every instinct screamed at me to run, yet a morbid curiosity forced me forward. I gripped my sidearm a bit tighter, though I was fully armed in Texas. Nothing in my training had prepared me for what I was about to face. Cautiously, I approached the open door. The repulsive odor hit me like a wall. I knew the source was inside. As soon as I stepped into the apartment, I flipped on the light switch near the wall, and what I saw would haunt me forever. Blood was everywhere. It smeared the walls, pooled on the floor, and even dripped from the ceiling. Numerous bodies hung lifelessly, as if in a butcher's display. Their forms were emaciated and ashen. Some appeared to have been there for months, others only recently. My breath caught in my throat, and I slowly retreated back into the hall. Suddenly, a deep, distorted laugh resonated in the darkness, a laugh so twisted it sent a chill down my spine. It grew louder and louder until the blood in my veins seemed to freeze. Without thinking, I bolted down the stairs, feeling a presence close on my heels. That eerie laughter nearly shattered my sanity. In a desperate moment, I collided with someone in the hallway. It was the same old man from before. He grabbed my arm and yanked me aside. "Follow me," he whispered urgently. In my panic, I obeyed without question. He led me hastily into his own apartment and shut the door behind us. "What the hell was that?" I demanded, panting. "Shh." The old man hushed, pressing his ear against the door. "Sit down," he urged. Trembling, I sank onto his worn sofa. Every ounce of my training, every year on the force, seemed to vanish in that moment. I was lost, unsure of what to do next. "I'm sorry," the old man began, turning to face me. "It's my fault you came here." "Excuse me?" I whispered. I was the one who made that 911 call. I was speechless. Everything felt like a nightmarish descent into madness. The old man settled into a dusty recliner and continued in a strained voice. "Believe it or not, I had to warn you. What roams these halls isn't human. Every few months it comes out, and it devours. I sent that call tonight when it started again, but I couldn't even speak properly. Whatever it is, it can sense your thoughts, almost read you. Try to leave and it will know." Fear and confusion seized me. I thought he was mad, yet there was an undeniable truth in his eyes. I listened silently as he went on. "It's always the same. Every so often, it abducts some of us from these apartments and they never return. Come morning, cleaning crews arrive and like magic, the apartments are ready to rent again. I moved in here only because the rents were low." He let out a brief laugh before sighing heavily. Now I understand why. It picks those who no one would miss. It's as if it can peer into your soul. I don't know why it's never taken me, but anyone who tries to run or call for help ends up in that room. And what are we supposed to do? I asked, still trembling. Before he could answer, 3 loud knocks thundered at the door. We both froze, staring at the shuddering doorknob that trembled violently. "Don't move," the old man whispered. I couldn't tear my eyes away as something desperate stirred on the other side of the door, the knocking growing frantic before suddenly ceasing. "Honey, please let me in," a familiar voice called through the door, clear and pleading. "That's my wife," I shouted, springing to my feet. "No, it isn't. Don't let her in," the old man hissed. Curious and desperate, I leaned toward the peephole. There she was, my wife, looking frightened and tearful, sorrow etched deep in her eyes. She had been missing for 2 years, a hope I had long since abandoned. And now she was pleading to be let in. In a surge of panic, the old man lunged to block me from opening the door, but I managed to shove him aside with my elbow. I unlocked the door and cried, "Honey, come in," as I pulled it open. But the old man had been right. Standing before me was not my wife. Instead, a creature revealed itself. A gaunt, towering figure with impossibly long arms nearly brushing the floor. Its skin was a sickly, pale blue, crisscrossed with red veins, and its face bore a small, unassuming mouth with no eyes to be seen. Slowly, it tilted its head from side to side, as if weighing me against the old man, each movement accompanied by a disturbing crack in its neck. "You damn fool," the old man growled. "You let it in." Before I could react, the creature lunged with inhuman speed. It shoved me aside and clutched the old man by the leg, dragging him violently into the hallway. His agonized screams echoed ominously through the building as he and the creature vanished into the darkness. I stood frozen, the sound of his pain reverberating down the halls. Clutching my ears, I tried to block out the piercing echoes. I had to get out. The old man's screams haunted me even as I struggled to remember my duty, the very reason I had spent years on the force, to protect. Mustering every ounce of courage, I forced myself forward through the oppressive gloom, following the putrid odor that seemed to lead me toward the heart of the horror. Finally, I reached the corridor outside what I presumed was the source of the nightmare. With shaking hands, I directed my flashlight at the doorframe. From behind it came a faint cracking sound, as if something was moving. I inched closer, listening intently until I heard the steady, ominous tap of long, claw-like fingers scraping against the wood. At that moment, the macabre laughter resumed, louder and more insistent, as if it were speaking directly into my mind. "I'm afraid he's dead," a voice suddenly whispered so close, it felt as though it were right in my ear. I froze, unable to move as the voice continued, its tone almost controlling my limbs. "We can help each other. We could even be friends," it urged, insidiously echoing in my thoughts. Slowly, the creature turned its grotesque body toward me, its twisted form illuminated by the dim light. "You know, it's your fault he's dead," the voice sneered, its words stinging like needles. "Just like your wife. Maybe if you hadn't been so obsessed with work, always putting in overtime, always thinking only of yourself, you could have stopped her from disappearing." The searing pain in my head was almost unbearable, yet amid the torment, I recalled the old man's words. "It chooses those whom no one would miss." Perhaps, just maybe, I could resist this creature's temptations and simply walk away. Could it really be that simple? I wondered. With a determined step, I turned away, even as I heard the creature's footsteps scuffling closely behind me. its eerie, warm presence nearly tangible on my skin. Over and over its insidious promises echoed, but I steeled myself against them. One thing was certain, the creature wasn't physically stopping me. As I neared the exit door, desperation mounted in the creature's voice. "I can help you," it pleaded almost desperately. "You could live forever. I did it for the bastard who controls this place, and I could do it for you. Fame, money, anything you want could be yours." Strangely, its voice, tinged with desperation, was almost soothing, as if I had already conquered it. Suddenly, I stood before the exit. As I unlocked the door, I heard the creature rush up the stairs. But before it vanished completely, a final message invaded my mind. "I know you now. I'll find you, no matter where you go." My hands trembling, I closed the door behind me and slumped into my cruiser. I sat there for a long moment, trying to grasp whether what I had experienced was truly real. I knew no one on the San Antonio PD would believe my story. Slowly, I retrieved a spare battery from the back of my cruiser and installed it in the radio. No sooner had it been connected than a loud dispatch call boomed through the speaker once again. "Officer Daniels at Echo 26. Provide your status." I sat there, unmoving, as the same message repeated over and over until I finally picked up the handset and resignedly replied, "Accidental radio contact." When I was a kid growing up in the small Midwestern town of Hollow Creek, there was an urban legend that circulated around our school. A legend that sent shivers down everyone's spine. We called it the Legend of the Falling Smile. Nobody knew who had started it, but everyone agreed on one thing. Something unexplainable roamed the night. They said there was a creature lurking somewhere around town, unseen by human eyes but unmistakable by the sound it made. Late at night, you might hear the eerie clack of its jaws snapping together as it shuffled down empty streets. Locals whispered that if you listened closely, you could even catch the sickening crunch of teeth being devoured. It was a horrifying figure, forever hungry, and always watching from the shadows. According to the legend, the creature's first known victim was none other than the daughter of Hollow Creek's founding family, Beatrice Holloway. Beatrice had been an ordinary girl until about the age of 7. One night, she began complaining about a persistent clicking sound coming from outside her bedroom window. Her parents, steeped in the ordinary rhythms of small-town life, dismissed her worries as nothing more than childish imagination. Yet, night after night, the clicking continued, growing louder and more insistent. One crisp autumn afternoon, Beatrice ventured into the nearby woods to explore. As she wandered beneath towering oak trees, the clicking resumed, now more pronounced than ever before. A heavy, almost tangible sense of dread washed over her. Her heart pounded as if it were a runaway train about to derail. In a frantic bid for safety, she turned to run, only to be struck by a searing pain in her mouth. One by one, her teeth began to loosen and fall out. Beatrice's screams echoed through the trees as blood streamed down her chin. In mere seconds, the little girl crumpled to the forest floor, leaving behind a gruesome trail of blood and scattered teeth. In that moment, she knew this was no nightmare. Her teeth continued to drop until nothing but a grotesque, bloody mess remained. She clutched her knees, sobbing in unbearable agony until, eventually, the pain subsided, leaving silence in its wake. Her lifeless body lay abandoned in the woods, a macabre offering for the creature that had haunted the legend. Even now, those who pass by say they can almost hear a permanent scream echoing from that spot, a mute testament to the horror that had unfolded. And so, if you ever find yourself alone and you catch that unsettling, rhythmic clicking in the dead of night, run. That, my friends, was the legend of the falling smile. A tale passed along from playground whispers to hushed classroom conversations. It didn't matter who you were. Everyone in Hollow Creek had heard it. Parents tried to silence the stories, dismissing them as mere fables to keep misbehaving children in check. But before anyone could stamp out the myth, it had taken root in every corner of our town. I first heard the story from a group of older kids at school. While it made some of my classmates jump at every creak in the night, I was skeptical. I never truly believed in monsters. That is, until I grew up and found myself on the local police force. I hadn't planned on a career in law enforcement. It was more a matter of necessity than passion. I'd never been a top student, and money was always tight. After high school, higher education wasn't really an option, so when my uncle, already a veteran officer, offered me a job, I took it reluctantly. It turned out to be a decent way to get by, allowing me to rent my own apartment and finally live independently. Still, the early days on the force were uneventful. My fellow officers were friendly enough, and the routine was predictable, until the bodies started appearing. About a month ago, a family enjoying a sunny day at Lake Silverwood made a grim discovery. Their children had been playing by the water's edge when one of them stumbled upon something shocking. A hand that gave off a faint, unsettling shock when touched. When the parents pulled the lifeless form from the water, I was called to join the recovery team. I've never had a strong stomach, and the sight that greeted me was more than I could bear. The body was bloated, its skin mottled with dark, clotted blood, and the stench was so overpowering that even seasoned officers looked like they were on the verge of vomiting. Chunks of skin had decayed away, revealing raw muscle beneath, but it was the face that haunted me most. It was locked in an eternal, silent scream, eyes wide with terror and mouth agape. Inside that gaping maw lay nothing but rotting, exposed gums. In that moment, my mind raced back to the legend of the falling smile. At first, I tried to dismiss it. I told myself that missing teeth on a corpse were not proof of a supernatural monster. There were plenty of mundane explanations. But any denial I clung to evaporated when another body was found. One early morning, residents awoke to the sight of a woman lying dead in the middle of Main Street. She too wore that same twisted, silent scream, her mouth still leaking dark blood. Then came a third discovery in a grimy back alley, followed by a fourth in a suburban backyard. Soon, people began to vanish, only to be found later in a similar state. Every victim had lost their teeth, and the official cause of death was always blood loss. I don't think I need to spell out the common thread linking these tragedies. To date, 27 bodies, each missing every trace of their teeth, have been discovered scattered across Hollow Creek, as if left there by some vengeful force. I pray they didn't suffer the fate of that damned creature. I pray there isn't a monstrous being behind it all. Hell, I'd sooner believe in a disturbed serial killer than in that unholy legend. Then, on a night I'll never forget, it happened again. It was around 3 a.m. I was preparing for bed when I first heard that eerie clicking outside in the yard. The sound was not quite human, and no matter how hard I tried, I couldn't pinpoint its source. I froze as the clicking grew louder and faster, drawing ever closer until I realized it was right outside my bedroom window. Click, click, click. My blood ran cold. In that terrifying moment, I couldn't help but wonder if it was finally my turn. And so, as the silence of the night was shattered by that dreadful sound, I realized that legends sometimes have a way of coming to life in the most unthinkable ways. It was a chilly autumn morning in October 2023 in a small town called Cedar Falls, nestled in the heart of Wisconsin. My father was a dedicated detective with the Cedar Falls Police Department. One morning, he acted strangely. I watched as he walked into the kitchen, dressed in his police uniform, and headed toward the coffee maker in our modern kitchen. He poured his favorite blue ceramic mug before sitting down across from me at the small, round wooden table. He brought the steaming blue mug to his lips. The aroma of freshly brewed coffee filled my nose. It didn't take long before I noticed the dark circles under his eyes. He looked like he hadn't slept in days. Between occasional sips of his coffee, he stared blankly out the window into the backyard. His deep brown eyes seemed distant and full of worry. "Dad, are you okay?" I asked, concerned. The words seemed to snap him out of his trance-like state. "I'm fine, kiddo," he sighed. "Just have your breakfast." It was clear something was wrong, but I knew my father well. If he didn't say anything after my first question, there was no point in pressing further. So I just nodded and began to pour myself another serving of cereal into my bowl. After a few minutes, I watched him push his chair back and stand up from the table. "I gotta go to work, buddy. I'll see you tonight." He finished his coffee and placed the empty mug on the table with a soft clink. He barely looked at me as he left the room. Later that night, I was awakened by the sight of my father sitting on the edge of my bed. The room was dark, but the faint yellow light from the hallway, seeping through the crack of the slightly open door, was enough to make out the serious expression on his face as he sat there, staring at the floor. Confused, I turned to check the clock on my nightstand. It was 2:45 a.m. I looked back at my father. Was he just coming home from his shift? I wondered, perplexed. Rubbing the sleep from my eyes, I noticed he was holding his service pistol. "Dad?" I murmured, my gaze fixed on the gun in his hand. "You know I love you, right, kiddo?" He blurted out, still staring at the floor. That surprised me. We rarely said those words to each other. Don't get me wrong, my father and I had a great relationship. We were just not good with expressing our feelings. "Yeah," I said, sitting up. "I know." Suddenly, a loud crash echoed from the living room, making my skin crawl. It sounded like the front door had been kicked in. Dad turned his head and focused for a few seconds in the direction of the bedroom door before lowering his gaze again. I saw a mixture of fear and sadness flood his face as he let out a tired sigh. "I should have known it would come back," he murmured softly, shaking his head. "What do you mean?" "I'll always be with you, you know?" He breathed out suddenly, still not looking at me. "Dad, what's going on?" I said, as fear spread through my body like wildfire. "No matter where you go, no matter what you do with your life, I'll always be with you." He tightened his grip on his gun as the words left his lips. "Please, Dad, just tell me what's happening." My trembling voice pleaded with him. "I love you, my son," he said, finally turning to face me. A serious but warm expression on his slightly wrinkled face. "I love you too, Dad." It was always hard for me to say those words to him, but in that moment, they left my lips without me realizing it, almost like a reflex. At that moment, a part of me felt I would regret not saying them more often in the past. "Now, promise me you won't leave this room until you hear the front door open," he demanded, with a stern look in his dark brown eyes staring directly at me. "What?" I murmured. "Why?" "Promise me." His voice rose, and he moved closer to me. "Why?" I asked. Normally, his raised voice was enough to make me comply, but this time I was too scared. I needed to know what was happening. "Promise me, my son." His voice cracked as he placed his hand on my shoulder. For a moment, I thought I was seeing him cry for the first time. I couldn't form any words. The shock of seeing him like this, something I thought was impossible, rendered me speechless. So I just nodded, my lips trembling and eyes welling up with tears. He sniffed and looked up at the ceiling for a few seconds, as if trying to hold back imminent tears. With a sigh, he looked back at me, pulled me close, kissed my forehead, and then walked toward the door. He stopped as soon as he reached the doorway and turned to look at me. I'll do my best to end this, once and for all. Then he turned back around. He stood there, looked at his gun, and pressed the safety on his pistol, removed the magazine. After ensuring it was loaded, he reinserted it and cocked the chamber, producing a satisfying click that echoed through the dark room. With the gun in hand, he grabbed the doorknob, and I watched as he turned it and opened the door. Then he closed it behind him, leaving me in complete darkness. I sat on my bed in the pitch-black room, waiting and listening. My body trembled as I counted the seconds, not knowing what would happen next. Suddenly, a single gunshot rang through the house, followed by rapid, unnaturally fast footsteps. It sounded like a hammer was striking the wooden floor 100 times per second. A wet, crunching noise echoed through the walls, accompanied by a loud grunt from my father, followed by a loud crash and shattering glass. And just like that, it was silent again. I just sat there, heart racing. I wanted to run, to hide, to scream, but I couldn't move. It was as if my mind was wide awake in a sleeping body. Minutes that felt like hours passed. There, I sat in complete darkness, waiting. I mustered the courage and told myself I had to do something. I had to see if my father was okay. Suddenly, the turning of the doorknob and the squeaking of the hinges cut through the night silence, and I saw in horror the door slowly open. The silhouette of a man stood in the doorway. The faint yellow light from the hallway shone behind him. It was hard to tell if the man standing before me was my father or an intruder. I sat there, unable to make a sound, waiting and hoping to hear my father's voice emerge from the figure. Only a few seconds felt like an eternity. My heart pounded against my chest, beating so hard I could feel it pulsating in my throat. Suddenly, a car slowly drove past the house, and its headlights flashed through the gap in my curtains, just enough to recognize the blue of my father's uniform and the shine of his badge. With a sigh of relief, I felt the tension in my body ease. "Dad, you really scared me. What's happening? Did someone break in?" Whatever relief I felt was ripped away from my chest as I saw my dad drop to all four and crawl into a dark corner of the room with unnerving speed. My mind raced. This isn't Dad. This isn't Dad. This man is not my dad. It's amazing how quickly our brains can switch from relief to absolute terror. I did my best to stay still, hoping that it would somehow keep the man, who had crouched in the dark corner to my right, from harming me. All the while, I could watch him. I could hear his raspy breathing, just a few feet away. I tell you, feeling the full effects of adrenaline while your body is frozen with fear is like torture. I felt like my heart was going to burst out of my chest at any moment. Somehow, I found the courage to turn my head in the direction of the man. As soon as I did, he began to slowly rise. The loud cracking of bones echoed through the room as he did so. A cold, numb feeling sank deep into my stomach. He was now standing. At that moment, all I could think about was the lamp on my nightstand. I had to see him. Had to see it. Carefully, I reached for the lamp beside me and tugged on the cord, bathing the entire room in an orange light. As I stared at the man, my eyes widened so much they almost felt like they would pop out of my skull. What I saw made my heart sink. He wasn't just wearing my father's uniform. He also had my father's face. This man, this thing. Whatever it was, it had gnawed off my father's face and wore it like a damned mask. Blood was still dripping from him, running down the man's neck and streaking over the blue of the uniform. I just sat there, terrified, eyes bulging, as the man in the corner stood and stared at me. Through the holes where my father's eyes once were, I could see how lifeless the replacements looked. The man tilted his head as he stared at me, almost as if he was admiring the view before him. I don't even know how long he stood there. An hour? Maybe 2. Suddenly, he dropped to all fours again and crawled out of the room with inhuman speed, his hands and feet hitting the floor loudly. Even after he was gone, I still sat there, feeling like hours had passed. Still frozen. Finally, I mustered the courage to check. With bare feet pressing against the cold wooden floor, I slowly walked to the now wide-open door of my bedroom. As I entered the living room, I searched the room for my father, but he wasn't there. His gun lay on the floor, next to a pile of shattered glass in the frame of the broken coffee table. A large bloodstain led from there to the wide-open front door. I just stood there for a while, staring into space. The curtains fluttered as the wind blew through the open door into the house. After a while, I don't even know how long, I finally pulled myself together and dialed 911. After many questions, most of which I couldn't answer, they promised to catch whoever had done this. They said my father was one of them, and that they wouldn't rest until they caught the bastard. 2 years have passed. They never succeeded. I lived with my Aunt Gemma until I turned 18. I went to college, earned a degree in business administration, and managed well. Now, I'm 36. The same age my father was when it happened. After all this time, I never really understood what happened to my father. I avoided the topic for most of my life like the plague. But on my 36th birthday, Aunt Gemma called to wish me well. But as we spoke, she said the strangest thing. "Oh, honey, and don't worry about it. It was just a terrible coincidence." Her voice came through the phone. "What are you talking about, Aunt Gemma?" I replied, confused. "You know, the whole thing with your father and grandfather in turning 36. It was just a creepy and horrible coincidence." "Aunt Gemma, what do you mean? What happened to Grandpa?" "Did your father never tell you?" "No, he didn't." "Oh, then it's better that way, honey. I don't want to worry about nothing." I did my best to get her to explain, but she refused, and I dropped the subject. How stupid I was. Anyway, 2 months have passed since that conversation with my aunt. The reason I'm telling you all this is that about an hour ago, I looked out the window of my home office and saw someone standing on the sidewalk, under the streetlight in front of my house. The person was wearing a hood, making it hard to recognize who they were. Finally, I could see their face as the person looked at me. It looked like my father. A few days ago, something happened to me that still robs me of sleep. A bizarre incident unfolding right here in America that defies any ordinary explanation. I'm sharing this account anonymously because I have no desire for friends, neighbors, or anyone I know to learn of what transpired. Aside from my friend Brandon, who witnessed part of it firsthand, I'm convinced no one else will ever believe me. I've had time to replay every moment in my head, and now I want to describe everything as accurately as possible, so you can judge for yourself what really happened. I apologize if my narration isn't polished. The experience is still raw in my memory, and the emotions remain as intense as they were on that fateful night. It was a bitter, cold winter evening when I was returning from a visit to my friend Brandon. Brandon lives on the outskirts of Albany, New York, in a converted farmhouse tucked away in a landscape of sprawling fields, patchwork farmlands, and quiet rural hamlets. Not long ago, while driving along a slick, icy country road, Brandon suffered a terrible fall that shattered several bones in his leg and foot. Since then, he's been unable to walk or drive, and I've taken on the responsibility of delivering groceries and essentials to him along that same lonely state road. A route I'd traversed countless times without incident. That night, I was in a relaxed mood, driving cautiously in my pickup truck as the darkness and freezing conditions demanded my full attention. About 3 or 4 minutes after departing Brandon's house, while cruising along the desolate road, I noticed flashing red and blue lights in my rearview mirror. At first, I assumed an emergency vehicle was simply passing me by. I slowed down and pulled onto the shoulder, thinking nothing more of it, until it became unmistakably clear that I had been pulled over. A wave of anxiety washed over me. I've always been a law-abiding citizen, and I've never been stopped by the police in all these years. Yet there I was, facing an encounter I couldn't have imagined. I recalled stories of officers issuing tickets for minor infractions on a whim, and wondered if I was about to become part of one of those tales. So, I rolled down my window and tried my best to appear calm and cooperative. A middle-aged officer stepped up to my window. "Good evening, sir. License and registration, please," he said in a firm, measured tone. Introducing himself as Officer Hartman, he claimed I was speeding, even though I was absolutely certain I had obeyed every speed limit. Deep down, I suspected he'd concocted some excuse just to stop me. Despite my inner protest, I remained silent and handed over my documents, hoping for a quick and uneventful resolution. "Please remain in your vehicle while I issue you a citation," Officer Hartman ordered. As he turned and walked toward his dark blue patrol car, I noticed another officer standing a few feet away beside my truck. This second officer, later identified as Officer Lehman, had an eerie, expressionless face. His posture was unnervingly still, almost as if he were disconnected from the world around him. Moments later, I watched as Officer Hartman returned to his car. He closed the passenger door with a loud thud, started the engine, and without a word, accelerated abruptly along the icy road. What struck me as odd was that he left Officer Lehman behind, standing silently in the cold. Almost instantly, the blankness on Lehman's face shifted. His eyes darkened with an intensity that bordered on pure, unbridled rage, as though he had suddenly realized something was terribly wrong. Before I could fully process the change, Officer Lehman bolted from his spot with an energy I could hardly believe. In a single, fluid motion, he sprinted toward the moving patrol car. On that narrow, sloping road, there was a small drainage ditch, a hazard that Officer Hartman hadn't completely cleared. In that critical instant, Lehman leaped into the moving vehicle. The force of his unexpected jump caused the car to lurch violently. I watched in horror as the vehicle swerved uncontrollably, skidded into the ditch, and then careened into a massive, gnarled oak tree standing by the roadside. Inside the twisted wreck of the patrol car, I witnessed a scene so surreal I can hardly put it into words. Officer Hartman's body was sprawled across the front seat, covered in a thick, jet-black substance that clung to him like liquid tar. His frame trembled uncontrollably, and his once resolute face was now a canvas of pain. Bruises spread across his pallid skin, and a deep, ragged gash marred his left eye. In a grotesque display, Officer Lehman was perched atop him, his hands clutching Hartman's head as he emitted a chilling, deranged laugh. His demeanor was both mocking and maddening. Frozen in shock, I couldn't tear my eyes away as Lehman began to mutter in a low, guttural tone, a series of words that sounded less like speech and more like a dark incantation, as if he were summoning some unholy force. With a sudden, violent jerk, he threw his head back and lunged forward, his contorted face momentarily meeting mine. In that instant, it felt as though his gaze burned into my very soul, filling me with an icy dread that I have never experienced before. My survival instinct finally kicked in, and I bolted from the scene. I ran as fast as I could along the icy roadside, barely registering the sharp pain as my belongings, my cell phone, a few coins, and possibly even my wallet, tumbled from my pocket with each frantic step. I wasn't thinking about the pain of the cold, hard ground beneath me. I was only focused on escaping that nightmarish madness. Behind me, I heard heavy footsteps pounding relentlessly, accompanied by Lehman's disjointed, almost demonic shouts. At one point, I even felt a sudden, inexplicable chill as something brushed against the back of my neck, sending me into a deeper state of terror. I screamed, turned around, and saw him, just a few paces behind, his deformed, nearly faceless features looming in the darkness. In sheer panic, I pressed on toward Brandon's farmhouse, the only refuge I could think of. Every second stretched into an eternity as I raced along the deserted road, praying, "God, please help me." The cold air stung my cheeks, and my limbs began to feel numb, but I couldn't stop. At long last, the familiar silhouette of Brandon's house emerged against the night sky. With trembling hands and a heart pounding out of my chest, I reached the front door and pounded on it, calling out Brandon's name as though it were a lifeline. Despite his broken leg and obvious pain, Brandon managed to open the door. In that moment, we hastily barred the entrance. The door slammed against the intruder as if repelling his dark presence. Inside, the pounding on the door and windows persisted. Brandon, wide-eyed and clearly shaken, asked in a hushed, terrified tone, "What the hell happened to him? What on earth is going on?" I could only shake my head in response, overwhelmed by fear and unable to articulate the unspeakable horror I had just witnessed. Deep down, I knew that calling the police would only lead to disbelief. No one would accept that something so unexplainable was unfolding right in our midst. I whispered to Brandon that we might have to fend for ourselves, that this incident was far more sinister than a routine police stop. Before I could gather my thoughts any further, a dizzying sensation overcame me. A dark veil seemed to descend over my vision, and the last thing I remember is the sound of my own frantic heartbeat before I lost consciousness completely. When I eventually came to, I found myself lying on the living room floor with Brandon kneeling beside me, his face etched with worry. He explained in a trembling voice that the deranged Officer Lehman, whose expression had become as twisted and inhuman as I had seen, had vanished after pounding on our door and windows one last time. Still dazed, I recounted the night's events in broken fragments. We both sat there, struggling to comprehend the horrifying reality of what had occurred. As the night wore on, and our bodies bore the marks of scrapes, bruises, and the lingering, burning sensation of that tar-like substance that clung to my neck. The next morning, as weak winter sunlight filtered through the window, Brandon insisted that I report the incident to the local police. He argued that if I didn't come forward about what had happened to Officer Hartman, no one would ever believe that something so surreal had occurred. With trembling hands and leaning on Brandon's crutches, I climbed into his well-worn pickup truck, and we set off for the police station in Albany. The drive along that icy, desolate road was a waking nightmare. Every twist of the road, every glimmer of a distant streetlight, sent shivers down my spine as I couldn't shake the feeling that Officer Lehman, or whatever dark force he represented, was lurking just out of sight, ready to strike again. At one point, we passed by my own abandoned car, its door still ajar, and my scattered belongings lying frozen on the roadside. I quickly retrieved my keys and cell phone, secured my vehicle as best I could, and rejoined Brandon's truck, all the while casting anxious glances behind me. Upon arriving at the Albany police station, we checked in at the reception desk. A calm, friendly female officer greeted us and soon led me into a small interview room to take my statement. As I sat there, trying to steady my trembling hands and racing heart, I couldn't help but notice something utterly bizarre. In a dimly lit hallway, behind a partially open door, stood Officer Hartman. He was motionless, his face eerily pristine, completely devoid of the injuries and trauma I had witnessed only hours earlier. His vacant stare, illuminated briefly by the intermittent glow of overhead lights, sent a chill down my spine. I quickly excused myself, unwilling to meet that unearthly gaze any longer. I left the station as quickly as possible without providing my name. After all, who would believe that I had witnessed a paranormal, almost demonic event unfolding within our very own police force? Since that night, I have withdrawn from the world, living in a constant state of fear that the malevolent presence might return. I find myself questioning whether I will ever learn the truth behind that horrifying incident, or if it will forever remain a dark, unexplainable secret lurking in the shadows of our everyday lives. This is my account of a dreadful, paranormal incident that occurred on a cold winter night in America, right here in upstate New York. I share my story as both a warning and a desperate plea. Stay vigilant, for even in the most ordinary moments, something truly sinister could be waiting just beyond the familiar glow of our streetlights. What began as a routine police stop might have been the doorway to a supernatural nightmare, one that has forever altered my perception of reality. I'm Jay Miles, and I want to share a story that has haunted me for years. Decades ago, I joined the New York Police Department. It was my way of giving back to society and trying to reconcile my own past. In my mid-20s, I had committed minor offenses in a desperate attempt to fit in. The youth culture back then idolized bad cops, and having a record was considered cool by many. Eventually, I grew out of that phase. For some of the emergency calls I responded to, I didn't have a fixed partner. And I'm simply grateful that for this particular shift, I had a partner, no matter what kind of entity was out there. Our patrol car was parked in a dark alley in the Brownsville neighborhood of Brooklyn, hidden between brick walls, waiting to catch reckless drivers. It was around 1 a.m. when we received the call. Someone had reported a woman walking barefoot with her baby down the streets, mumbling to herself. That was all the information we were given. We arrived at the scene. My partner Rob and I were on edge from the moment we stepped out of the car, not least because Brownsville was known for its troubled areas and high crime rates. After circling the neighborhood several times and finding no trace of the woman, we decided to park the car and knock on a few doors. The caller had been anonymous, so we couldn't speak to them directly. Most people were asleep at that hour, and we had to settle for the few individuals we encountered on the streets. "Do you see that?" Rob said. Someone vanished behind a wooden fence next to a row of townhouses, and we barely missed them. Rob and I jogged over to see if we could reach this person, our potential suspect. I could see the residents peeking through their curtains, curiously watching two police officers patrolling their neighborhood. It looked like the suspect had entered the garden of a house through an open gate, so we turned on our flashlights and followed her. The garden was pitch dark, and we couldn't see anything outside the narrow beam of our flashlights. I noticed that Rob's light was slightly trembling. "Are you okay?" I asked him. "I'm fine." "It's okay to be scared, man," I said, laughing. "Back off." A rusty swing creaked in the wind, and the trees around us rustled their leaves. My body shivered, not from the cold breeze, but from the eerie atmosphere. If I was unsettled, I could only imagine how Rob felt. "Excuse me, ma'am." The homeowner suddenly opened her back door. "Sorry, Mrs. Thompson," I said. "We'll be leaving your property shortly. We didn't mean to scare you. My partner and I are looking for a woman who was reported—" "Officer, I can't hear you well. Could you please come inside?" I went inside to speak with Mrs. Thompson while Rob continued to search the garden. I explained that we were looking for a woman acting strangely, walking around the neighborhood with a baby in her hand. As I talked to Mrs. Thompson, Rob shouted from outside, "Everything okay? What happened?" It looked like he had seen a ghost appear right before his eyes and then dissolve into thin air. I saw her. The woman? What did she look like? She Come on, Rob, speak. He took a moment to catch his breath, placing a hand over his heart. She ran up the wall, right in front of me. She ran up the wall, Jay, like an animal. He pointed toward the 2-story house. I didn't know what to think. Rob had no history of mental illness that I was aware of, and he certainly wasn't on any drugs. I knew him well enough to confidently say that he wouldn't hallucinate in serious situations like police work. Well, I began awkwardly, did you see where she went? After she climbed the wall. The bushes over that metal fence there, he said, shining his light on it. I saw her moving. With drawn weapons, we jumped over the fence and searched the neighbor's property next door. Wait, Rob said. I heard you calling for backup. Shouldn't we wait for them? No, we can handle this ourselves. This garden was even larger than the other, but just as dark. We pointed our flashlights at a pile of wood in the corner of the garden. And before we could take another step, we heard someone crying. It sounded like a baby. Police! I slammed the door of the shed open, and we swept through the interior. The woman wasn't there, but there was a baby, a plastic baby. Rob pointed his light at the shed's floor. What the hell is this? A mechanical baby doll that could play recorded sounds and was placed there by someone to lure people in felt very strange to me. Not a moment later, our ears were pierced by a blood-curdling, high-pitched scream from the first house whose garden we had searched. As I rushed back to the other house, I noticed that Rob wasn't following. He wasn't moving at all. Come on, what the hell are you doing? I shouted. Rob's eyes widened as he stared at me, his mouth hanging open. I can't. I just can't, Jay. I'm sorry. I didn't have time to argue with him, so I continued, jumped over the fence and entered Mrs. Smith's house. What's going on? I asked her. I saw her. She was right there. Mrs. Smith pointed outside to her garden, to a spot on the ground, right next to the sliding glass door. She was just standing there, staring at me, and I think she smiled. Okay, which way did she go? Another scream. Rob's. When I returned to the shed, Rob was nowhere to be found. The plastic baby was also gone. I called out for him and searched everywhere, but he was simply gone. You know, it was like this mysterious woman could smell fear. It was something she seemed to tap into, and Rob had plenty of it that night. When backup finally arrived, I explained to my superiors at least a few hundred times what had happened. All of this happened decades ago, and Rob hasn't been found since. It's an unsolved case. When I think back to that night, my blood runs cold like nothing else. This mysterious woman, she was playing a game with both of us, and it feels like she won because of her experience. I'm not even sure why I still refer to her as a woman, as a human. Because if Rob's description says anything, she was something else. A whole year went by and I had different partners. I was stationed in Brooklyn, and sometimes my new partner John and I had to respond to calls coming from Brownsville. Eventually, I almost forgot everything, but I never forgot Rob, no matter where he was, dead or alive. However, that didn't last long. One night, while I was sitting in our precinct, John and I received a call. It seemed like another ordinary call until the dispatcher mentioned something about a woman talking to herself on the street and holding a crying baby.